Performing to this next number will be the Conneaut High School's 2019 Marvelous and Magical Majorettes, which include Harley Batchelor, Sarah Schmayman, Emily Kinnear, Mira McConnell, Shannon Zappatelli, with featured twirler Emily Falcone. This was the featured song on the 1978 album titled Jazz by the British rock band Queen. You can just about hear Freddie Mercury belt out, "Hey, listen here! You give it all you got because the CHS marching unit makes the rockin' world go round." To the tune titled Fat Bottom Girls. Performers for this next number will include the Conneaut 2019 Dynamic and Dazzling Drill Team. Members include Rachel Brecht, Danielle Williams, Maggie Bimmel, Riley Miner Tharp, Hannah Stiltner, Riley Beekman, Leah Houston, Angela Bowers, Adriana Ross, April Seavey, Kira Mucci, Bailey Shirelli, and captains Rihanna Howland and Hannah Thompson. Also performing will be these band members: Katie Banish, Riley Williams, Kylie Schwartz, Alex Salcido, Jocelyn Payne, Jenna Burt, Zach Ramey, and Alexis Connor. This hard rock power pop song was released in 1969 as part of the rock album Tommy. How do you think the CHS band does it? There must be a twist. Can they play a mean pinball? You'll see as they perform Pinball Wizard by The Who. For this number, the CHS Band will perform a Spartan classic that is sure to chase away the blues. Now, you could say the economy ain't been good. And you could say the weather ain't been good. And you could even say the boys in the CHS Band ain't been good. But you could never say that the enthusiasm and excitement generated by the Conneaut Marching Band through the years, like the title of this next tune, ain't been good. This next song is a new wave, funk, and reggae rock pop song. The Conneaut High School Marching Unit hopes you experience the same positive emotion and musical evolution generated by the Billboard Hot 100 Bruno Mars hit, Locked Out of Heaven. Bruno Mars debuted this hit for his studio album, Doo Wop and Hooligans. You better run away, baby, before the Conneaut Marching Band featuring the 2019 Marvelous and Magical Majorettes put their spell on you, performing to this song titled Runaway Baby. Performing from the CHS band for this next song will be Emily Rose, Lindsay Fritchie, Ray Ann Wright, Logan Fettler, Tristan Chris, Jordan Smith, Carly Mickle, Jared Clark, and Caleb Bennett. The success of this number made it a worldwide phenomenon with a major impact on pop culture. Friday night and they're in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 as the marching band features the dynamic and dazzling drill team, boogie and disco pop to Bruno Mars' Uptown Funk. White Stripes originally performed this next song. They sang, I'm gonna fight 'em off. A seven-nation army couldn't hold me back, and you won't be able to hold back the 2019 Pontiac Marching Band as they liven up the night with Seven Nation Army. Now, it is my great pleasure to introduce the class of 2020 for their senior dance break number. Katie Banish, Harley Batchelor, Maggie Bimmel, Alexis Connor, Emily Falcone, Anna Lee Hagstrom, Rihanna Howland, Marissa Klieg, Riley Minor Tharp, Zach Arami, Emily Rhodes, Kai Lee Schwartz, April Seavey, Haley Slocum, Jordan Smith, Hannah Thompson, and Riley Williams. This song was the lead single of the 5th studio album of the artist named Fall Out Boy. It was released on Election Day, November 2008. And although the lyrics say, "I don't care what you think, as long as it's about me," the CHS Marching Band does care that you enjoy their rendition of "I Don't Care." At this time, ladies and gentlemen, the County Marching Band, Director, Ms. Rice, Assistant Director, Mr. Brandon Mullins, and the Music Boosters would like to recognize and honor the accomplishments, commitment, and dedication of the graduating 2020 seniors. There will be a slideshow, and the seniors' biographies will be presented by Mr. Mullins.
Good evening, everybody. You guys can sit down, take a load off, quietly. You guys can walk across. Do you want to stay, go down there? Do you want to stay? No, I'll follow you. Right, one at a time. You come up and take my hand. Why don't we just have that? Okay, yeah, sit down. There you go. Okay. Hello. Sorry, just trying to work some things out here. Okay, so I've had the pleasure of coaching these kids all season long, from band camp on, and they have given me as many headaches as well as many jokes and laughs along the way. So I'm particularly sad to see this senior class go. I got some kids in here that I've been with for a few years now, so here we go. The first senior today is Katie Banish. She's a trumpet player. She is, section leader and squad leader. She's been in marching band for 4 years. She wants to go to the College of Charleston and major in music performance on trumpet. Now, I have something special for Katie because ever since her sophomore year, I told her I was going to do this. She did a drill once where she lined up on the wrong side of the field, and I just happen to have a clip here that shows Katie squirreling across the entire field. If you could play that for me real quick, that'd be great. So here it is. As you can see, keep your eye on the 50 behind the tubas. You're going to see a little sophomore here just squirreling across the field. And here we go. And there she goes. There she goes. But she made it to her spot. She did not know she was lining up on the wrong side of the field. So, Katie, come on. Why don't you come on up here in a minute here. Hold on. You're going to go right on the stage. It's good seeing you. All right. Just go right on the edge, and then just go all the way down to where the other side is. Yep. There you go. You're good. All right. To my parents, you guys have always let me be myself, no matter how crazy a person that would turn out to be, the result of a person full of passion and love. I love you more than you know. When I look back to my section, when I look back at high school, I will think of all of you. I'm so proud of how far you all have come. Keep growing. You are all amazing. And Miss Rice, I'm so lucky to have had you as my band director for 4 years. You never gave up on me, even when I wanted to give up on myself. Thank you for everything, especially always giving me the best hugs. Our next senior is Harley Batchelor. She is a majorette. She's been in marching band for 2 years. She wants to go, how do you say this? Duquesnes? Duquesne? I had no idea. University. Oh, we even pronounced Duquesne. I didn't see that. For a major in criminal justice. Okay. Thank you. Her shout-outs include, Bree, thank you so much for always being there for me. I couldn't be more thankful to have had you in my life for 16 years. I couldn't imagine life without you. I love you so much. I think she likes you, Bree. I'm just saying. My loving family, thank you for all of your support. It means the world to me. I wouldn't be here where I am today if it weren't for you. I continue to strive because of you. I love you guys so much. I can't believe it's already my last year. Gavin, there are not enough words to express how much you mean to me. You have been by my side and kept me in line these past years. When things got hard and I wanted to give up, you wouldn't let me. Thank you for that. I love you so much. Thank you. Oh, what a picture. Maggie Bimmel is our next senior. Guys got ahead of me. Hi, Maggie. You want a hug or? Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. She is in drill team. She's been in marching band for 3 years. She wants to go to Vet Tech Institute in Pittsburgh, PA, and major in applied science and veterinary technology. That's a mouthful. Shout-outs include, thank you to my parents and step-parents. Ronnie and Cindy are always making sure I get to practices and coming to every single football game for the last 4 years. Thank you for your support and everything you have given me. Thank you, Mimi, for always showing up to everything, even if I'm not performing. Thank you. You are so amazing. I love you so much. Papa, I love and miss you so much, and I wish you could have seen me perform on the field. I hope I make you proud. Also, Dean, I love you so much. You're the most amazing dog. All right? To all the drill team, thank you for working so hard this year and making my last year worth it. The rest of the marching band, you guys have been amazing and we have sounded and looked good. To all the band moms, thank you for everything you've done. I love you and I'm going to miss you. Brenda, I love you. My fellow seniors, it's been a good 4 years and there's no one else I'd rather spend it with. I love you all. My final shout out is to my best friend, Anna Lee. I love you so much. Thank you for loving me and believing in me. I appreciate you for everything you've done. I'm gonna miss performing with you. Okay. All right. Our next senior is Alexis Connor. She plays the clarinet. She's been marching band 4 years. She wants to go to the Ohio State University and major in nursing. Hello? Shake or hug. I don't care either. It's up to you. All right. Shout-outs include, I want to give a huge shout-out to my band camp roomies for making it the best band camp in all 4 years. I The amount of laughs and overall fun we had together was great, and lots of things were revealed. I don't want to know. The next is Leah and Haley. Thanks for creating some great memories and for being there for everything. Also, shout out to my section for trying your best. Keep it up. Lastly, the biggest thank you goes to my parents for dealing with me for the last 17 years. I know it wasn't easy. Thank you for pushing me to do my best and never giving up. Thank you for going to most performances and supporting. It's been an amazing 4 years with everyone. Thank you and goodbye. Our next senior is Emily Falcone. She's a majorette. She's actually the featured twirler of the majorettes. What'd you like? Okay. All right, she's been in marching band for 4 years. She doesn't know where she's going to go, but she knows she's going to do something in either biology or pre-vet. Shout-outs include, thank you, Jody, for always believing in me and making me a better twirler. You've helped me achieve so many things that I thought were impossible, and I'm forever grateful. Shout out to Mr. Pape for handling my fire batons and fire knives. I don't know what I would have done without you. Thank you to the majorettes for always motivating me and encouraging me whenever I felt nervous. You've all improved so much, and I'm proud of you. I'm glad we've gotten closer, and I'll never forget our fun times together. I'd like to thank my parents and the rest of my family for their support and trying their best to make every performance. Your love and support means a lot. Thank you, Miss Rice, for always cheering me on, and the band for being the second family to me. Thank you. Wait. Next senior is Annalie Hagstrom. You guys get a little crazy. Oh. All right, Anna Lee plays the quads in percussion section. She is squad leader, section leader, and drum major, and she wants you all to know it. She's been in marching band for 4 years. Doesn't know where she wants to go, but she knows that she wants to do mathematics and engineering. Shout-outs include, to my band family, the class of 2020. I will, hopefully, never forget the times that we shared and crazy adventures we experienced together. The rest of you, good luck without us. We all know where it's going from here. What is that supposed to mean? They'll be great. To my actual family, thank you for everything. Mom and Dad, I love you, and I wouldn't be half the person I am without you. Robert and Steven, you guys annoy me to no end, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Chris, thank you for being around, even though you're kind of not anymore. Alex, thank you for never failing to brighten my day. You truly inspire me. She did fall, apparently, so we're all right there. Finally, to you oddballs, my friends. I don't know where I'd be without you all hooligans. You guys mean the world to me, and I can't wait to see the people we've become. But I hope we don't get old and leave too fast. Stay weird, guys. P.S., thank you, and goodbye. Hey, you guys can wait till I say the name. It's okay. All right, our next senior is Rihanna Howland. There we go. All right, she's on drill team. She's co-captain, been in marching band for 4 years, wants to go to Edinburgh University, and major in early childhood education and special education. Hi. What do you want, handshake, hug? What do you want? All right, I'm cool with it. All right. Hey, Mom and Dad, I want to thank you for everything you've done for me in the past 4 years, coming to almost every football game and supporting me through it, all of it. I miss hearing you guys yell my name in every performance, and I just wanted to tell you guys that I appreciate you with everything I have. I love you guys to the moon and back. Remember, it's never goodbye, it's see you soon. Girls, I'm so proud of you this year. This season has had some rough patches, but we made it. I wouldn't have wanted to spend my senior year with anyone else. You guys are great. Keep up all your hard work, and trust me, it'll pay off. Hannah, thank you for being there for me since forever. I appreciate you a lot. The season has been a life experience and that I will always remember. Sharing captain with you was one heck of a time, LOL. But I love you forever and always. To my girls, Hannah and Danny, Both of you are my whole heart. My memories we've made will always be with me. Thank you for always being there for me and living life to the fullest. I love you, baby. Riley, John, I love you. Thank you. Next, we have Marissa Klieg. What do you want? All right. She plays the cymbals and percussion. She's been in marching band for 4 years. She wants to go to Youngstown State University and major in special education. Her shout-outs include to Haley, who has always been by my side since freshman year, being my shoulder to cry on and always listening to my rants. I love you. To my grandparents, thank you for always getting me to anything band-related. Thank you for always being there and going to almost all of my events. Lastly, to Miss Rice, thank you for dealing with my loudness and my attitude for the past 4 years. You're the best band director anyone could ask for. Gonna miss you after graduation. There we go. Next, we have Riley Miner-Thorpe. She's in the drill team. She's been co-captain on her sophomore year. She's been in marching band for 4 years. Wants to go to Edinboro University to major in nursing. Shout-outs include to my best friends, Adri? Dang it. I knew I was going to do that. Kira and April. I don't know how I would have gotten through the season without you. I love you so much. Long Train wouldn't be the same without all of us together. Albert, Jonah, Connors, John, Steven, and Logan, I love you. Mom, thank you for always being my #1 fan. Every football game, parade, band night, and performance, you have always been there cheering me on. I do appreciate it, and I love you. Last but not least is someone who I've looked up to for 4 years. Brandon, you've always been there for me. You taught me how to be an amazing marcher. All those pep talks and you telling me how much of an amazing dancer and role model I am always made me smile. I will miss you. I'll miss you too. Thank you. Hold on, Zach. Are you ready for second applause? Next senior, Zach Ramey. This guy's been a funky guy for me. I've loved this kid for a couple years now. He's a trombone player. He's been section leader and squad leader, marching band for 4 years. He wants to go to Ohio University to major in architecture. Shout-outs include, my section, you have done your best. I would not want any other people to carry on the trombone section. I love you guys. The seniors, all of you guys have made my band years the best they could be. I'm glad I could spend them with you guys. I hope the future treats you well, and I love all of you guys. Jordan, you've been my best friend all 4 years of high school. You have been there for me no matter what. I love you, dude, and I'm glad glad for you being in my band life. Thank you. Next, we have Emily Rhodes. She's a flute/piccolo player. She's been squad leader for 2 years and section leader this year in band. Marching band for 4 years and wants to go to Edinboro University. All right. For forensic anthropology. My shout-outs include, shout-out to my mom and dad, my best friend, cousin Aaron, and my family for always loving me and supporting me through high school. I love you guys so much. Shout-out to my loving boyfriend, Donovan, for also supporting me throughout all of high school. I love you, honey. Thank you for everything you do and putting up with me. Lastly, shout-out to my section, my flutes, my past section leaders. I wouldn't be where I am in this band without all of you. Thank you all. Thank you to my section for putting up with me. I know I'm crazy. I love you guys. Next, we have Kylie Schwartz. All right, she plays, there we go. She plays the trumpet. She is a squad leader, been a marching band for 4 years, wants to go to the University of Akron to major in political science. Izzy B, did I say that right? Izzy B? All right. You are my everything, my sister, best friend, and cousin. I don't know what I'd do without you and your weird antics. You make my days better. I hope you survive next year without me. I'll miss seeing you every day. I love you, my Izzy. Dad, thank you for everything. You are so strong and such a great influence on my life. I don't know how I'd be standing here if it weren't for your hugs and kind words. I love you a lot, and I hope you know I appreciate you more than you'll ever understand. My families, brothers, aunts, uncles, and mama. I love you all so much. Thank you for bringing so much joy into my life. Next, we have April Seavey. She's been in the drill team, been in marching band for 1 year, wants to go to the University of Tampa to be a pre-med or human biology. All right. I never know, so. Let's see, here we go. My mom, thank you for everything you have done for me in the past 17 years. I love you so much. My grandparents, thank you for supporting me through every decision I made, and thank you for spoiling me. Elise, thank you for not only being my sister, but being my best friend too. I love you so much. Next, we have Haley Slocum. All right. We have, let's see, instrument section. As a freshman, she was a flute clarinet. Sophomore, she was cymbals. Junior and senior, she was bass drum. Quite a spread there. Marching band for 4 years, wants to go to Kent State University Ashtabula campus, major in nursing, and then her shout-outs include, shout out to Marissa for being my other half in band throughout high school, for always being by my side through everything, being my only friend at times, and listening to my stupid rants. I love you, best friend. Shout out to Kylie for bringing a bit of spice into my life and to every band event. Thank you for late night sleepovers after band. Thank you for just being in my life and making so many great memories. I love you. Shout out to Harrison. While I was at the field practicing, participating in senior night, Harrison heard I didn't have my drum. This is a true story. So he went back to the school, put on my drum, put my case on his back, and walked it back to the field. Thank you, Harrison. Next, we have Jordan Smith. He's in the trombone section. He was squad leader, marching band for 4 years. He's undecided, but wants to go for computer science or electrical engineering. You're getting a hug. All right. First of all, I'd like to shout out to my section. I've always seen my section as a second family of people I can rely on. I couldn't see myself anywhere else. Also, I'd like to thank Brandon Mullins for helping us be the best we can be and also helping us become more or less of a cult? What? You have to explain that one to me later. Next, I want to shout out to my class. In the past, I've never really interacted with other kids in my class, but this year I've gotten to know them a lot better, and I've gotten the opportunity to make some awesome memories with them. They're a big reason I'm able to end my last season without regrets. Lastly, I'd like to shout out to my closest friends in the band. These people have helped me on and off the field and are a big reason why I love band so much as I do. I honestly don't know what I'd do without them. These people are Zach Ramey, Mikey Johnson, Alyssa Oglesby, and Logan Fatler. Thank you. Next, we have Hannah Thompson. She's in the drill team. She's co-captain. I don't know how many years she's been in marching band, doesn't say. Goes to Penn State in interior design. 3? Does it? It doesn't on my thing. I don't. That must have gotten, I don't know. My bad. All right, here we go. Penn State and interior design. Mom and Dad, thank you so much for everything you've done. I appreciate you so much. I honestly couldn't ask for better parents. There are no words to describe how thankful I am for the two of you. I love you. Drill team, Thank you for making my senior year amazing. I honestly couldn't ask for a better team. Rihanna, my co-captain, thank you for everything. I'll forever cherish all the memories and all the vacations. Angela, thanks for being my BFF. I love you, Angelica. Seniors, we did it. I love you all. Riley Williams, I love you. Thank you for everything. Sisters, Heidi and Mariah, I love you so much. You guys taught me so much. You help me through everything. Sisters by chance, best friends by choice. Last. Last senior, Riley Williams. All right, Riley is in our trumpet section. He is section leader and squad leader. Been in marching band for 4 years. Obviously a klutz. Wants to go to Eastern Kentucky University. Major in law. Wow. Program to become a park ranger. Shout outs include, my first shout out goes to my mom, my dad, my stepmom, and my stepdad. I thank them every day for shaping me into the man I am today. My second shout out goes to all of my friends in and outside of band. I want to shout out. What does that even mean? I just want to say thank you, Anna Lee. You're my best friend, and thank you for dealing with me for the last 6 years. And last, 1 second, just so you guys know, I have called this kid Henderson since his freshman year. So, what did you do? Well deserved. Least and last, shout out to my teachers, directors, and coaches for always pushing me to become a better all-around guy. And finally, hey, Mr. Bidwell, if you can hear this, I just want to say, I broke your rib. Thank you and goodbye. Seniors, can you stand up, please? Everyone stand up, go to the crowd. Can you please give them a round of applause? These are your seniors of 2020.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise and join the Conneaut Marching Unit and their 2020 graduating seniors as they honor Conneaut High School by singing and playing the Alma Mater. Let's have another round of applause for the 2020 graduating seniors. They will be missed by friends, band members, directors, and Conneaut High School. But they still have a few songs to finish tonight, and of course, the rest of the school year. Thank you. And at this time, we're going to draw the 50-50. Who's got it?
Hello. What are the numbers? 024 728. You got a winner? All right.
There we go. Congratulations. Anybody dancing for this song? Heather? Anybody dancing for this?
Hey seniors, it's Miss Rice. I'm in the back. I have a surprise for you. Will you please come down and dance to Long Train? Oh, I'm sorry. Not yet. But that's your surprise at the end. I forgot to tell you earlier, so I'm telling you now.
This next tune was written and performed by American recording artist Neil Diamond and released in 1969. This year, 2019, it was preserved in the National Recording Registry for being culturally, historically, and aesthetically significant. The CHS unit can't say when it began. They can't begin to know. But good times never seem so good as when they perform this song for you titled Sweet Caroline. Coming up next is a song by American rock band Bon Jovi. It was released as a single from their 1986 album, Slippery When Wet. It was #1 United States Billboard hit, and in 2009, named one of the top 20 greatest hard rock songs of all time. The Conneaut Marching Unit will play their part, and you, spectators and fans, will play the game. But hopefully, like the title says, you won't give love a bad name.
Good evening. I'd like to call the Conneaut City Council meeting to order for November 25th, 2019. Ms. O'Connell, would you please call the roll?
City Manager, Mr. Hockaday.
Here.
Finance Director, Mr. Williams.
Here.
Council President, Mrs. Newcomb.
Present.
Mr. Emery.
Here.
Mr. Garrix.
Here.
Mr. Prokowski.
Present.
Mr. Sanford.
Present.
Law Director, Mr. Smith.
Here.
Would you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Move on to the next order on our agenda, which is our invocation. And we welcome Reverend Schenk from the Amboy United Methodist Church.
Thank you. Let us pray. O Lord, in this season of Thanksgiving, may we give thanks for all those things that have been our blessings in the past year. We give thanks for the City Council. We give thanks for this wonderful city of Conneaut and for all that happens within it. We also pray in this week of Thanksgiving for safe travel and for times with family and friends. We pray that this council will deliberate with wisdom and judgment, and that you will guide them as they determine sometimes the fate and the future of this city. And we thank you that you are with us in all things and all ways. And we give you praise and glory in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Next order of business is the disposing of our meeting minutes from our meeting, which was held on November 12th. Those have all been mailed to council members, emailed. Are there any changes or corrections to the minutes as presented? Entertain a motion. Motion by Mr. Prokowski, seconded by Mr. Sanford. Ms. O'Connor, would you call the roll?
Mr. Emery.
Yes.
Mr. Garrix.
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb.
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski.
Yes.
Mr. Sanford.
Yes.
Meeting minutes for November 12th, 2019 stand approved. Next order of business on our agenda, excuse me, is the awards presentation. We're very excited this evening to present the Spartan of the Month Award to Dylan Stewart. If Dylan and his family would please come forward.
Certificate of Achievement Spartan of the Month. The Spartan of the Month for November is Dylan Stewart. Dylan is a 10th grade student at Conneaut High School. His nominating teacher, Mr. Talbacca, wrote, "I have known Dylan for the last 3 years, and he always has a positive attitude. Even as a sophomore, he is always helping younger students and setting a good example for them. He volunteers to help out in any way possible during school and football. I feel Dylan is an exemplary Spartan. Dylan exhibits those qualities that make him a representative of what it means to be a true Spartan." Signed, Deborah Newcomb, Council President, Nicholas Prokowski, Council Member.
Congratulations. Who was the teacher? Oh, it was Mr. Talbacca. Would you like to say anything? Introduce your family?
Thank you. This is my mom and my dad.
Okay.
Dr. Leo.
The principal. Well, we're really proud of you for all you've done, and council has something else for you too as well.
On behalf of City Council, this is a small token of our appreciation for what you do.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. Okay.
Congratulations. What happened to your wrist? I thought it was the slide. Good to see you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Let him go first. I'm trying to be nice to him. Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations.
We'll have one more before the end of the year, when we start another month,
I
December.
think so,
Okay.
yes.
All right, we have no special presentation this evening, and we'll move on to audience comments. Mr. Smith, has anybody signed in for comments this evening?
Alas, no one.
Thank you. Communications, Ms. O'Connell, do you have any communications that need to be read into the record?
No, I do not.
Any member of council have any communications? Okay, we'll move on to the report of our administration. We'll start with our city manager, Mr. Hockaday.
Thank you, Council President Newcomb. Have a couple updates for you tonight. One of the things that you will see on the agenda, and I recommend it obviously go all three readings, is the dredge material facility lease. So it is in, hopefully it's final draft form for council's consideration. I know we're missing 2 members of council tonight, so if we want to have an executive session to discuss any further aspect of that lease, then I think that would be appropriate, but I would recommend maybe the next meeting when everybody's here. So if anybody has any questions, they can take time, they can review this carefully. Obviously, myself and Mr. Smith are available to answer any questions you might have. So that has been a long time coming, and we're finally there with 3 readings left in the year, so kind of great timing. The Reesburg pipeline is scheduled to go live December 1st, which is very exciting. I think they're going to meet that deadline. And I did send an email out to you with some pictures of the taps that were installed. So that makes me very happy because that's been a long project for us as well. Parrish and Chamberlain Road is completed, save the uprights and the signals. Those were back ordered. They have gone through, and I think they've dealt with 3/4 of the punch list. What we're hoping is that we're expecting final delivery December 10th on those pieces, that they will get installed that week, and then we will be able to do a closeout on that project. So it's getting close, and I think the contractor's done a nice job. They have a couple punch list items to carry out. Some of the line striping stuff wasn't quite right, so it needs to be rectified. But other than that, it's pretty close. There'll be some grass seeding issues that will go into the spring. Obviously, they'll probably have to come back and touch that up. We're a little bit beyond grass growing weather at this point. So, but that project has moved forward nicely, and I think they've done a great job with it. Telemetry at the water treatment plant. This allows us to remotely read and see tower water levels. Does a lot of things for us in terms of management, but also allows us to see critical situations, line breaks, stuff like that. All the hardware's installed. They're still ironing out some of the software, but that will be completed by the end of this year as well. Resident street sewer lining, all the main lines are completed. They've done all the main line work. They have a couple lateral top hats to install, which they're going to be doing between now and the first 2 weeks of December, and then they will be out of here, and we'll close the door on that project as well. Lake Road Stormwater, we had our pre-construction meeting last week. They're hoping to potentially start some of that work here starting in December. And we also had our pre-construction meeting for the I-90 and Mill Street water line lining project. So those have both been awarded and are ready to move forward at the contractor's availability. So we'll see kind of what the weather holds for us, and that will dictate as much of anything as the contractor's readiness. So, and just one other kind of upcoming pieces is we are probably going to submit a coastal management access grant. I spoke with Yeti Lombardo of the Ohio Department of Natural Resources Coastal Management Division, and we will likely submit a final application. We submitted a pre-proposal on 2 separate projects. She kind of leaned one way, so we're going to go in that direction. So, and that would be for NPSIS, which is a NPSIS plan, and it's required for any funding related to the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. So it's a good grant series, and we just need to keep moving forward on some of those pieces so we can remain available to as much funding from federal and state entities as possible. So that's all I have, unless there are any questions or I can answer. I will mention one of the things, and I'll let two of the counselors that also sit on the Conneaut Foundation share their piece as well. There was an article in the Courier this last week that implied that the city played a role in or had some legal or financial obligation to the purchase of the Harbor Beverage Store or the Hagstrom's 1 Welton Road building. Just to be clear, the city did not purchase nor has any legal or financial role in either of those. So just to be absolutely 100% clear, one is owned by the Port Authority of the Hagstrom's building, and the Harbor Beverage Store was purchased by the Conneaut Foundation. I believe Martha has agreed to run a correction on that story and kind of clarify that relationship. And there are two council members here that are members of the Conneaut Foundation. I'd let them obviously speak if they so choose. So just want to make sure that we're not doing something that people didn't know about or something like that. But no, we don't have any relationship with those buildings.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Any questions for the city manager? Okay, we'll move on to the report of our finance director, Mr. Williams.
I have no report tonight, thank you.
Okay. Ready to do the budget work session on December 2nd?
Yes, we will have a
All right.
draft budget available for you. We might even, I might even email
Oh,
one
okay.
at the end of this week.
All right, that'd be great. Report of our law director, Mr. Smith.
No report.
You want to talk about the lease yet? We'll do that later, I don't.
Might as well with everyone present.
And you won't have to do it twice, okay. You got it, thank you. Reports of standing committees, do you have any committee reports at this time? Liaison reports at this time. Okay. And we'll move on to assignment of ordinances. And tonight, there are no ordinances and resolutions on the table. We have one in third reading, ordinance number 8119, which is assigned to Mr. Sanford. There are none in second reading. Ordinances in first reading, we'll begin with ordinance number 95-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Garrett. Ordinance number 96-19 will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski. Ordinance number 97-19 will be introduced by Mr. Sanford. Resolution number 98-19 will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski. Ordinance number 99-19 will be introduced by Mr. Sanford. Ordinance number 100-19 will be introduced by Mr. Emery. And ordinance number 101-19 will be introduced by Mr. Garrix. So we'll begin with the ordinances in third reading. Ms. O'Connell?
An ordinance to establish a maximum vacation payout and year-to-year carryover limit for all full-time unclassified employees at the time of retirement or separation from service and not declaring an emergency.
Any additional comments, questions? Just want to explain real quickly to
Yeah,
our
so this
viewers.
is for unclassified personnel, so those would be non-collectively bargained employees within the city of Conneaut that are full-time and receive vacation. This establishes a maximum payout upon retirement. This is in line with what the collective bargaining units have. That way people aren't saving up 2 or 3 years of vacation time at the end of their service. A lot of times it saves the city money in the sense that we're not having people taking quote-unquote year-long vacations at the end and then they stay on our health care and other benefits, which costs taxpayers more money. So this would cap that activity at 400 hours. With the exception of a few employees that presently have a little bit over 400 hours. I don't think there's anybody over 600 right now. But that would be their maximum. If they drop below the 400, then the 400 becomes their maximum. So it caps that payout, and it also is intended to bring the administrative personnel in line with what the collective bargaining personnel have as well. And the goal is ultimately, reducing some of those retirement payouts to the city because it can be cost prohibitive.
Okay. hopefully help Mr. Williams in budgeting as well, because you don't have those unanticipated expenses. Okay, any questions before we proceed? Mr. Garrix? Oh, not Mr. Garrix, Mr. Sanford.
Yes, at this time, on ordinance 81-19.
Motion by Mr. Sanford, seconded by Mr. Emery to act on the ordinance. Ms. O'Connor?
Mr. Sanford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Garrix?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Ordinance number 81-19 is passed. On to ordinance number 95-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Garrix.
An ordinance to create Fund 300 Chestnut Middle Road paving for the purpose of accounting for receipts and disbursements of grant funds for the paving of Chestnut Street and Middle Road.
Let's talk, David.
Well, Jonathan, so we're establishing some funds here in this ordinance and the next ordinance, and these will be in the 2020 budget. These will be projects that will be carried out next year, but we do need to go ahead and establish the funds. So we figured we'd start getting some of those things done now.
And this is a OPWC grant loan. The grant is $232,000, the loan is $50,000, and then our match, the city's match, is $282,000.
If we want to be specific about the paving, it's the area north of 16th Street on Chestnut up to Lake Road, and then it'll be Middle Road from 20 to the I-90 overpass.
Okay, and that'll be the same with the next ordinance, is creating another fund, so need some more. Okay. Mr. Garrix?
This has to be moved to a second reading, right? Because we don't have enough to act on it.
Correct.
That's correct.
I move it to a second reading.
Ordinance number 95-19 has been moved to second reading. On to ordinance number 96-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski.
An ordinance to create Fund 301 Conneaut Dredge Facility for the purpose of accounting for receipts and disbursements of grant funds relating to the construction of a dredge facility.
Again, this is another creation of funds for our budget for 2020, correct?
Well,
Or is that gonna start now?
this one will likely start sooner. So as soon as the fund is established, we'll likely create an appropriation. We're hoping to receipt funds from the state of Ohio before the year's end. I would hope we would be able to reimburse some prior expenses, particularly
Okay.
related to environmental legal counsel for the lease.
So we'll have to pass this before the end of the year. Okay. All right, Mr. Prokowski?
I'd like to move ordinance 96-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance 96-19 is moved to second reading. Move on to ordinance number 97-19, introduced by Mr. Sanford.
An ordinance to amend the 2019 budget through appropriations and fund and interfund transfers, attached Tier 2 and marked Exhibit A.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, this, we're making a couple of adjustments. I attached the Chief Lee's memo that he'd like to move some money from vehicle maintenance into incidentals. He needs to do pension physicals and psychologicals for a new firefighter or firefighters. We are planning on receiving NOPEC funds, so we're creating an appropriation for the NOPEC grant, so that's just an appropriation of $39,000 for that fund. And then in the water fund, I spoke to Mr. Neubauer about some overtime issues that he's having. He had an employee on extended sick leave, and that created an overtime situation. So we're estimating another $4,000 until the end of the year. We were able to decrease contractual services by $4,000, so the net impact on the appropriation for the water fund is zero. The net impact on the general fund is zero, and the NOPEC is $39,000 increase, but those are, as I said, grant funds.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Sanford?
I move to place ordinance 97-19 for a second reading.
Ordinance number 97-19 goes into second reading. Move on to ordinance number 98-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski.
An ordinance approving the editing and inclusion of certain ordinances as parts of the various component codes of the codified ordinances of Conneaut, Ohio, and declaring an emergency.
We'll give it to Kyle.
Kyle, you have it?
Yeah, this is just our annual effort to codify the ordinances that you pass. We do this every year. We also update some of the local codes to the state code so that the police department can file charges under the local code and get the fine money for it.
Okay.
So it's a pretty routine thing. It's stuff that you've passed, we've just codified so that it's in one format.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Prokowski.
I'd like to move ordinance 98-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance number 98-19 is in second reading. Okay, you'll move on to resolution number 99-19, introduced by Mr. Sanford.
A resolution to recognize the 200th anniversary of the First Congregational United Church of Christ in Conneaut.
That's Mr. Sanford.
Yes, we aren't able to act on this evening, of course, and ideally we'll reach out to Pastor Frank Walford to get a delegation here for the December 9th meeting. But just a quick point, the First Congregational United Church of Christ, as we all know, has embarked on its bicentennial this year. They had a celebration a few months ago, but certainly bicentennial of any kind, and certainly of a faith community, is definitely worthy of a notation and a proclamation. So this is pretty exciting for sure. With that, I would move to place this resolution for a second reading, Mrs. Newcomb.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sanford. Resolution number 99-19 has been moved to second reading. Move on to ordinance number 100-19, which is being introduced by Mr. Emery.
An ordinance to authorize the city manager to enter into a property lease agreement with Bessemer and Lake Erie Railroad Company for the purposes of developing and operating a sediment processing facility and not declaring an emergency.
After a short year negotiating this lease,
Yeah.
we're finally to a final document for council's consideration. I would recommend we do an executive session at the next council meeting when everybody's here, and certainly we can have Joe Konchelik, who's retained legal counsel for environmental compliance and with respect to this project. So get Joe to weigh in by memo, and then obviously I'm sure share his thoughts on it and things that council needs to be aware of. So we're happy this needs to go all through readings regardless, and then we can also explain a little bit in greater detail what some of the next steps forward need to be. This is certainly not simple. It's not simple for me or anybody here. This is a very new endeavor in the state of Ohio even. Once this facility would receive a permit, it would be the first permit that the state has ever written of this kind. So we want to go in with both eyes open and make sure that everybody understands the perils and risks that are possible with a project like this, and that we do the best to indemnify the city and ourselves from any issues. So this is that first step.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Emery?
I'd like to move ordinance 100-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance number 100-19 has been moved to a second reading. Okay, ordinance number 101-19, introduced by Mr. Garrix.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 109 of the codified ordinances of the city of Conneaut and not declaring an emergency.
Okay. Well, this is one that we did a while back, and this is the ability of the city to use the RFP process for the sale, lease, or exchange of municipal real estate, and we are adding personal property to that. The reason we would do that is obviously we just acquired some gas taps on a pipeline. If we look to lease them to an operating utility to do something with those, we would need to amend this ordinance to include personal property, as when we designed it, we only put real estate in there. So that would be why we would look at that, and it would allow us to look at operating leases for those gas taps. So this is kind of the next step. Is an issue that came up a week ago in discussion. So we figured we could go ahead and address it. We're not 100% guaranteed that we're going to go down this path, but we at least need to have it be legally available.
You said legal. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, just a couple footnotes there. The revised code requires competitive bidding for the sale or lease of real estate or personal property. And the city is able to do this because in 1991, they adopted the city charter. And the city charter adopted or reserved to itself or to the city all of its home rule powers, which authorizes or it's able to, in some cases, not all cases, enact legislation that conflicts with the revised code. And so this is just the next step on that. One of the interesting parts of this, and you've often asked me what the difference between a resolution and an ordinance was, and I think I tried to put something in the packet that you may have seen about that. But there was a case that was involving the real estate part of competitive bidding with the city of Minter that had a charter. And they passed their enabling legislation by a resolution. And this went up to the 11th District Court, maybe the Supreme Court of Ohio. And the city lost because they passed it as a resolution and as an ordinance. So whenever you want to do something that has binding authority and is law, you want to make sure that it's an ordinance. And if you're honoring a church or expressing an intent or meaning, that's when you want to use the resolution.
The only other thing I would add is RFP, kind of some examples of the city's deployment of RFP would be the bunkhouse project, which we could not have done that project by another means and had certainly an outcome as good as that, and representing a positive improvement for the city and less expense for the city. That was a tremendous win with a request for proposal process. Anytime some things are either complicated or fuzzy or have a lot of inherent detail in them, a commoditized bid process can be really more cumbersome and helpful. The other one would be the waterfront hotel process was done through an RFP process as well. So those are a couple limited examples. It's widely used around the state of Ohio in charter communities. It's a very common means and method for doing complex development projects.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Garrix?
I'd like to move ordinance 101-19 to a second reading.
Ordinance number 101-19 is in second reading. Is there any unfinished business or miscellaneous business to come before council? Mr. Emery?
I would just like to wish everyone a happy and safe Thanksgiving, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sanford?
Just a quick word of thanks once again to Mr. Hockaday for clarifying on the Courier article from last week, the nuances between the Conneaut Port Authority and the Conneaut Foundation. Mr. Prokosky and I both sit on the Conneaut Foundation Board of Trustees. There have been some moves by both the Port Authority and the Foundation with some property. The city does not have any role in the process, that is appreciated. And lastly, again, happy Thanksgiving. Here's to turkey, football, stretchy pants, and the opening day of deer season. Not in that order.
Okay. Good to know. Mr. Garrix?
I have nothing.
Okay. Mr. Prokosky?
Just to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving as well. And we need a motion to excuse Angel McVoy.
Okay.
I make a
So
motion.
moved. And you second. Okay. Sanford made the motion, Prokosky seconded it.
2 nicks are better than 1.
That's right.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Garrick?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
The absences are excused for Mrs. McVoy and Mr. Kozeski. Just a reminder for council, December 2nd will be the budget work session. I know Mr. Williams mentioned he may send some stuff to you over the weekend, so we'll be ready on the 2nd. The swearing-in ceremony for the new city council will be December 16th. Doors open at 5:30, 6 o'clock will be the swearing-in ceremony. I don't know if we'll need any more budget time after that, but we'll see how we do on the 2nd before we decide. And then our regular meeting and last meeting of the season, how does that go? December 23rd will be our last meeting for December, unless hopefully that will be our last meeting for December, so. There is no other business to come before council. Motion by Mr. Emery, seconded by Mr. Prokowski to adjourn. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Garrick?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Conneaut City Council stands adjourned.
Welcome back to Sunrise Live. I'm Martha Sorahan of the Courier, filling in for Jim Coco. He's probably sleeping in, but maybe not. He has other duties with Great Wave, and he may be already doing those things at work. My guests this morning are Mary Lou Lardy. I keep hitting your knee. I don't mean to do that. And Pastor Frank Walford of First Congregational United Church of Christ. And you're here to talk about the Conneaut Community Kitchen.
We are.
10 years old, and you have a new home.
We do, and
So
we're so
the
thankful.
first time in your new home is tomorrow, because
Right.
you are a once a month, the third Saturday of the month. I guess soup kitchen, I don't know if that's the right term or not, but anyway, you serve a free meal to anybody who wants to come in and have a nice hot meal from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. So let's start at the beginning. Tell us about, if somebody doesn't know about the Conneaut Community Kitchen, because there's a lot of things that go on that people don't know about, how did you get started? Because it's been 10 years. I can't believe it's been 10 years.
I know, 10 years already. It started at St. Mary's Church in the hall. I had asked Father Thomas, he was the pastor at the time, if we could start a soup kitchen because there were a lot of low income in St. Mary's neighborhood. He said, absolutely.
So there was nothing at that time?
There was nothing,
in the city at
no.
that time? Okay.
So when we first started, there were 4 of us that worked it. We had 17 people that came, and we had 3 soups. So
how, like, where was your startup money? Did everybody just donate?
No. I was very fortunate. My brother, who lives in Wisconsin, gave us starting money. So from there, then we would get a grant or a donation, but we don't take any money from anyone who comes to eat at all. So we went from there, and we really, over the years, developed like different food things. And then after 5 years, the new pastor came in and said, you can't be in the hall anymore because it's being rented out. And the person who rented it didn't want the public in the building. So we're like, oh boy, where are we going to go?
So were you still having 17 people?
Oh, no.
A month or it had grown?
But within 5 years, we had like 40, 50, depending on the month. A lot more in the summer, obviously, than in the winter. And we have had really legitimate homeless people come. It's, and it's for anybody. It's for anyone who's lonely or just wants some place to hang out. You get a nice hot meal. And we went from there to John Hagstrom from the Oddfellows just calling out of the blue saying, you're welcome to use our basement.
So did he call you when you had no place to go, or he called before you knew you were going to have to go?
We actually tried 1 month at the Human Resources Center, and it didn't work for us at all. We didn't have the space to do it or enough plugs to plug stuff in. So John had called. I had never met him. He told me 2 churches had been started in that basement, so we were really honored to be there and never thought we'd be there that long.
Well, I know one of them. What
Church of Christ and Church of God.
Okay. All right.
So we were there for 5 years, and then the membership dwindled, and they had to consolidate with the Madison Temple, and the building is for sale.
And that's what you just found out in the
That's what we
summer.
found out this summer, and
Yeah.
it was like, okay, maybe this is a sign we're not supposed to do it anymore, even for once a month, it's a lot of work. We never know who's going to eat, we never know who's going to come to help, you just don't know. And we do have homemade bread that everyone goes home with a loaf of bread, and it's just a lot of fun, it really is, and you become close to the people. So
you become close to the people you work with as well as
the people coming in. We have gone, and Jim Gribbis comes from Saybrook to help, and we've gone to funerals and we've gone to weddings, and it's just really a community outreach, and we really enjoy it. It's good to give back. So
I know there's a lot to this that you're not even talking about, because so your brother decided to give money.
Right.
Does that keep coming, or did that?
No, that was
like seed money then?
That was like a seed money, and it allowed us to get our 501c3. And
But even that took a lot of work.
Oh yes, you jumped through a lot of
So
hoops.
whose idea was it to do the 501?
Well, we
C3?
had to really, once we were done, we were affiliated with St. Mary's, but once we left the hall, we were no
Oh.
longer under their auspices, so we had to do on our own. And even though we split from them, it was beneficial because then now there's 2.
So
people
once
have
you
2.
left, they didn't want to be affiliated with it anymore, so they didn't want to say, okay, we'll go with you wherever you move, it's still going to be our project.
The problem was Cabrini is too far away for people to walk to. We needed something
that
more
was-
central.
they-
That
they
was
wanted-
right.
okay.
And they always keep their hall set up too for funeral dinners, so it wouldn't have worked there.
Okay, okay. So you didn't want to go that far,
No,
that far north, or
no,
that far out of the,
no.
out of the neighborhood?
So they went with the Human Resources Center then. So they do that, I think, twice a month, which is nice because it gives
Oh,
people
they do that twice a month. They do.
opportunities
They
to
do.
go other places.
And that's
too.
Wednesdays. It used
I
to be
think so. I don't
Fridays,
know.
but
They
they
might have
just moved it
changed,
to
yeah.
They just moved that to Wednesdays.
It's
Right.
still called Mary's.
Okay.
It's still Mary's Kitchen.
Okay.
And Father Thomas, when he named it Mary's Kitchen when we were at St. Mary's, for both St. Mary's, and he said for a prayer that his mother had hanging on the wall when he was a little boy. There's a plaque, there's a prayer called Mary's Kitchen.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
Now, I know I had visited once when you had it at the IOOF Hall.
Right.
So when you say you never know how many people are coming, you don't know how many are going to fix soup.
Right.
How do you, the day before, you must think, well, how's this going to work?
No, you don't. You don't think. That would be your first mistake, trying to even think.
It's a faith.
It is a faith, totally faith-based, and you just trust that it's going to work out, and it always has. We've never run out of food, I think maybe once. We were so
Wow.
close to Golden Dawn, we can just run across the
Oh, there-
street.
But I mean, do they walk in with the big pot of soup?
We have the same people, there are two people, Mona Mentor and Gloria Bartone, who started with us at St. Mary's. We have several people, same people making the same kinds of soup, and the first one to go is always stuffed pepper.
Oh,
So you have to be
sounds
there
good.
early if that's what you want.
Yeah. And then what other kinds? Does it vary month to month so that you've got a nice
Not
variety?
so much. Well, we have a variety every time. My husband makes pasta visual, and someone makes wedding soup. We have usually a cheesy potato. They have really all different kinds. It's really nice. And then you get grilled sandwich on homemade bread, and you have several kinds of fresh fruit and desserts and beverages.
So who does all the shopping ahead of time? You do that?
Yes, I do. And my friend Judy
But I
is
mean,
very good
that's
about
That's
it.
a lot of shopping if you're feeding, even if you're feeding 35 or 40, which you
It
said
is.
is kind of the average amount. That's a lot. That's a lot.
It is, but it's fun, and it depends. Now, tomorrow we'll do the turkey sandwiches because it's close to Thanksgiving, and we always buy the best of any kind of meat. So it's good. It's a good time, and makes you feel good to give back.
Yeah. Now you had talked about grants. So who does the grant writing? That's another skill that is
I have
specialized.
done it. I have done it. We did get the Conneaut Foundation grant, but now that the criteria has changed, we really don't fit in as a small business.
Do you apply to the Conneaut High School for their?
We have not, no. We've not.
I
It's
think today's the deadline. I think you should go home and do that.
we've always been totally taken care of. I mean,
Oh.
it's
Okay.
a miracle, really.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And then when we had nowhere to go this last time, Sue Krieg had called me and said, I just joined the board at the church. And I said,
okay.
uh-oh, I'm thinking Sue on the board, that could be scary. And she's very much a forceful person. And she said, yeah, your name came up. She says, we're looking to expand the use of our church. Would you be interested? And it's like, oh wow, I don't want to get my hopes up because you had to dream a place. I mean, this is central. Across police, if you needed the police, across from the paramedics, if you needed a paramedic. I mean, handicapped accessible. It's just perfect.
Yeah.
So
that's where
Pastor Frank comes in.
And I know that your church has kind of been expanding recently this year, your 200th anniversary.
Right.
It's outreach to the community. So how did all this fall into place?
Actually, I think that's a great story because we, some time ago, we put together a strategic planning committee to try to talk about some of this stuff. How can we we're right downtown, so how can we use the church a little bit better? How can we reach out to the community more? And we put on a free community dinner where we just invited everybody in. We had people come in, and it was a great success. It really went over
That was
really
in
well.
October, right?
It was, no, actually it was in September.
Okay.
And we were talking about it, said, man, that was such a great thing, and the community really responded, so we'd like to do it more, but we don't really have the resources to put on that kind of a thing every month. We wanted to do it once a month. And so at our new planning committee, we had just added Sioux Creek to that committee, and we had started talking about, wouldn't it be nice if we could find somebody that needed a home that could come and help, they could come and put on a dinner, that we could be part of this community outreach. And Sue said, well, we could talk to Mary. They've been doing it at the Oddfellows forever. Maybe they'd be interested in moving. We don't know.
So she had no idea.
We had
They
no
been
clue.
kicked out.
Right, we had
No,
no-
that's not the right word, but
Well, and this is
Yeah.
the thing where, when God works, he works just in time, just
Yeah.
enough. And
he makes you wait.
yes, he
to the
does.
very last
It's
minute.
frustrating as all get out, but yes.
Yes.
So we talked about it, and Sue said, well, I'll give Mary a call. And it was one of those things where Mary had just lost her home,
Yeah.
so to speak. And, it was one of those, it was just a divine appointment of bringing us together and saying, hey, we're gonna do something really great for the community, and we're gonna,
So
use our facility.
were you aware of the community kitchen before Sue brought this to your, you haven't been here a long
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up in Conneaut, but then I moved away for 25 years, and I just recently came back a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Started pastoring the United Church of Christ downtown here, and so yeah, I wasn't aware of that kitchen. Now, part of the CAMA, the Conneaut Area Ministerial Association, so I was aware of the soup kitchen at
Human Resources Center.
at the Human Resource Center, the Mary's Soup Kitchen that they do there. And, because of the Catholic Church that, that I knew about those, but I didn't know about hers. So when they mentioned it in the meeting, I'm like, oh, okay. And then, and they talked about the Oddfellows Hall and how, she'd been doing it over there for 10 years. It's like, wouldn't that be nice if they would be interested in, could, sometimes once you're established, you don't want to move.
Right.
But it works out good because, one of the things she talked about was the location, and, ours is right downtown there. She's still across the street from Golden Dawn, just the other door.
Yeah, the other door.
And so, but we just feel like God really has brought us together to partner and try to help the community. So many people in Conneaut need help. Some of them actually need the meal because they don't get to eat very often. Some of them just need the social interaction of, they need a place to go where they can get together and talk with people. And
Well, when you found out about this, now you had been in his church.
Right.
Did you go in then and look at that nice big kitchen and or did you say, we'll take it sight unseen?
Pretty much. We met, it was like, oh my gosh, you couldn't ask for a better place. I mean, and I'm really big on community service. I was a paramedic in Conneaut for a long time, paramedic firefighter, and also as a paid medic, but I much prefer giving back to the community. I mean, you just are so blessed to do that.
Yeah.
And yes, sometimes it's really frustrating, as you know how it can be. But I have to say, I don't know with the people from Pastor Frank's church now, we'll see. There has never been an argument at our soup kitchen. And it's not my soup kitchen, it's all of our soup kitchen. Never. Nobody's ever, it's been wonderful, so we'll see. And it's ecumenical. I mean, we have people who have no church, who go to the Baptist church, who are at the Methodist church, who are from the Catholic church, and everybody works together. And it's so nice to be able to come together to do something for the people, because like Pastor Frank said, there are a lot of people who truly have no food. We've had people come up after, because we go home with nothing. We try not to go home. Everything finds a place. And we've had people come up to us and say, well, if you haven't given us hadn't given us that bread or that extra soup, we wouldn't have been able to get through the week. So there really is a need there, and people really are very prideful. And they, that's why we don't do donations. There are people who could give you a lot, and there are people who can do nothing. This way, everybody's on the same level. And
We really appreciate that too, because we don't want people to think, if you put a thing out that says donations accepted, people think they have to give money to eat, and we don't want that. We want people to know we're here to show you the love of Jesus, and Jesus wants you to have a nice hot meal in your belly, and
And the
know
thing
that
is,
you're loved.
when you're working the soup kitchen, you can really see in people, you keep thinking of how Jesus says, I'm in this person, and you never know, like when you die, whose face is going to be there.
That's right.
And it's just so blessed. I mean, you are so blessed to be able to do it. And we're looking forward to people from his congregation coming in, because we don't let anybody sit alone. We try
I was
not
going to ask that, if somebody
yeah.
comes in and by himself or herself, do
To
you
help.
direct them to sit with somebody else, or how do you
Well, the
do that?
tables are set up, and the ones we're going to be used at the UCC church are round.
I was going to say, you have round
Which,
tables.
at St. Mary's, they were round. What's nice about that, at first it's funny because people are very reluctant to sit with people they don't know, and it seems when it's long tables, it's different.
Well, you
But-
can sit at the end and not have to talk to those
the
people
person,
at the other
but this
end.
way they do. But we've had so many people who've come for years that I don't think there'll be a problem with that. No, they're good about it. Mostly a lot of widows, but more widowers than widows, who are just very lonely, and they're more than welcome. They don't just eat and leave. They're welcome to sit for however long. But I will say, if you're after the stuffed pepper soup, be there early, because they are there before 10, and so we now have 2 people making stuffed pepper soup. So
And
that
then
there's
they make it there, they make it at the...
No, they bring it in
they
crock
bring it
pots.
in.
They, at the church, they have a beautiful, huge commercial stove. So what we will probably do, so we don't have to plug in so many, and Chris Brown was wonderful in writing down what plugs to use, we will probably put some on the stove. So it's going to be interesting, because the women who've served are used to just being in a line like this. So now they're going to be in a large kitchen where they have to go here and here and here and here. So they might need rollerblades. But it'll be okay.
And then, is anyone from the church going to be there helping out, or you're just giving the
so.
space
Well,
and that's it?
Well, no, we have opened it up and talked to our church about coming. We know that people from our kitchen are going to be there in case Mary has any questions, or and then I'll be there to just sit and talk with people. I mean,
That'll be great.
I don't do very well at cooking soup, but I'm a great gifted gab. I'm a
That's
preacher.
important.
So we plan on doing that, and I think as it goes on, more and more of our people will get involved, because we have a great group of people that love to help and get involved and do stuff. We had recently we had a cabbage roll dinner, and I walked up. Well, that was the day we did our tour. We walked up into the kitchen, and there was almost a dozen people there making
It
cabbage
was like
rolls.
Old Home Week. I
Wow.
knew like almost all of them. It was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, and it was kind of surprising. Mary knew most everybody there. So.
And the good thing's going to be, even if it gets really big,
So
we
how
can
many-
then we
how
can
many
schedule people at different
How many
months.
can be seated at one time? If every seat were filled?
If we fill everybody's seat, we're right around 65 that we can seat. 50 seats real comfortable, because those round tables, you can put 8 seats around them, but if you put 6, it's more comfortable. So if we do about 50, it's better. But if everybody comes right when you first start,
Right.
we'll just put all the chairs that we
Well,
have, and
I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with 5 tables. So that'd be 30 people to start. And you have to realize too, they're not there all at the same time usually.
Yeah.
People come in and then they stay about 20 minutes and then they leave. Or some of them come in just to take stuff home.
Oh.
So.
Do
and-
people come early? I know you start at 11, and you said
yes.
they come,
Yes.
and they don't mind
Yes.
waiting to eat?
No, they'll get coffee and sit and
Oh,
wait, and they're
oh.
very patient. I have to say, in 10 years, we've only had one incident where I said, well, if you'd like me to call the police, I'll be more than happy. And that never happened again. So we do give a big box of food to the police department every month.
Oh.
We're very appreciative
That's nice.
of them being there. Now they're even closer, so
They're right
make
across
it
the-
easier
across
to
the
do
street,
it.
Yeah. So what time, if the volunteers, are you there at 7 a.m., 8 a.m.? Because if you're starting to serve at 11, that's a long day for
We're
you.
there at 8. For those who are working the kitchen, they will enter in the kitchen door. The public will come on the east side of the church. The first set of doors.
The first set of
That first set of
doors.
doors, right across from the fire hall there.
Yeah, they will go in that
Because you just go up a couple of steps and
like
you're right
3
there.
shallow
Yeah.
steps that you could use a walker or crutches on, no problem.
But if you do need it, we can use the ramp. There's no handle on the outside is all, so you gotta know somebody's coming up that way,
To
and we can
open
let them in. But it is handicap accessible. if you-
And we are doing it differently. We're going to try, the UCC church, when they do their dinners, they serve in their kitchen, which if you've seen their kitchen, it's beautiful. We are going to do kind of like what we did at St. Mary's and at the Oddfellows Hall. They're going to come in and then walk along the line of tables, and then across where the entry into the kitchen would be is where they'll get their soup.
Yeah.
And then the dessert table will be at the back.
Okay.
So,
Oh, you have desserts too.
oh yes,
Does everybody
yes, all
make,
kinds.
are they
No, we
homemade?
usually buy.
Okay.
Sometimes they are,
Yeah.
but not usually. Usually they're pie and cake. And then sometimes somebody will make brownies or
Yeah.
something. But both Jim Gribbis and myself, we went and took the class a couple years ago for the food safety.
Oh,
So we have that, and anybody who knows me knows I'm so big on infection control. You don't do anything without gloves, and if your hair's really long, it's tied back, and yeah, so it's like I'm the kitchen police, sort of.
okay. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back talking a little bit more with Pastor Frank and Mary Lou Lardy about the community kitchen. We'll be right back. Hi, we're back. I'm Martha Sorahan from the Courier, filling in on Sunrise Live this morning for Jim Coco. Hi, Jim, if you're watching. And I'm speaking with Mary Lou Lardy and Pastor Frank Walford. Mary Lou is from the Community Kitchen, and Pastor Frank is with the First Congregational United Church of Christ, the new home of the Community Kitchen, which serves a free soup lunch the third Saturday of the month, and you will be tomorrow starting at 11 o'clock at UCC in that beautiful dining room. And we've just been talking about the kitchen, its 10-year history, and kind of how things run over there. So when we had the cameras off, we were talking about donations. What kinds of donations do you accept?
Well, we really don't accept donations per se. We do accept the donation of time if people are wandering through and they, if children need community service. However, demographics have really changed. When we started at St. Mary's 10 years ago, all families, we had all families.
Really?
And now we don't have hardly anyone with little kids. So things have changed. A lot of people with the economy so bad have moved away. I was telling you the story of a mother and daughter came through from southern Ohio. Her son was in prison, she said, for doing something really stupid. And she said, we help out at a soup kitchen where we live. I believe it was at a Baptist church. And she said, would we be able to help? And we said, absolutely. So they really stepped in and helped out. We have had...
So just that one time?
That, well, for them.
For them.
But one day, there showed up 3 guys that were kind of rough looking, and they were like motorcycle gang, think that way. And they were doing community service, and they, God bless them, they came in and they washed dishes and helped make sandwiches and did whatever. So if you have to do community service, you're welcome to come in and, but
Do you like to know ahead of time, or is it okay?
that would
just to
be
show
nice.
up?
That would be nice to know ahead of time. Although if you're a teenager and you're coming in to do community service, know that you are going to do community service. You're not going to sit there with your, earbuds on and just go, hey, when somebody walks in, because I won't sign the paper.
I was gonna say you have to sign the paper though.
I won't do
Yeah.
that.
So about how many volunteers do you need every month?
We generally have 14.
Oh.
We have a greeter. We have the people who serve the soup. We have the people that bust the tables and wash the dishes. And we have people, usually the guys are making sandwiches and buttering the bread and just, yeah. But we were on top of each other, really, even at the Oddfellows.
Oh.
So this will be like, whoa.
Because it's a much bigger
Yeah.
space.
And we never, like we said, let anyone sit by themselves. I mean, it's just,
So are some of the volunteers just sitting and talking with the people who come in?
yes, which is nice, because we've been getting a lot of veterans over the years. So that's really nice, really
Yeah.
nice.
Okay. And then you're going to be having some church volunteers who come in
Hope so.
and help. So you'll be,
Sure.
you know. Now, you were talking about next month. You're going to have a giving tree for December?
This is how this came about. Years ago, I think maybe 30, 40 years ago, I went to my cousin's church. She belonged to the Presbyterian Church in Ashtabula. And there was this tree set up with all this stuff on it. I said, what is that? She goes, oh, that's a giving tree. We do it every year. So I came back to St. Mary's and asked Father Summers if we could do it. He goes, oh yeah, let's do it. So we've done it for years and years and years. So what we do at Christmas time is we set up a 6-foot tree, and it has gloves and mittens and hats and scarves and socks. Socks are big, so we do a lot of socks. Because a lot of people really need the socks.
So that'll be next month.
That'll be next month, and it's the 21st of December, so it's pretty close.
It's pretty close to Christmas. And so how do you build the tree? Do you
Everything
buy?
is, yes,
handmade,
yes,
or how
we
do you-
buy, no, we buy. And it's just clothes pinned on, and people are welcome to take what they need.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really fun. We've had Santa come a few times when he's not really busy, which is really fun, even for the older people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he can make it next
Well, I
month. It's
talked
so
to
close
him,
Christmas.
I saw him a week ago, and he said, I might have to just try to show up. And I said, that would be great.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Have you had Santa before?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And I bet everybody likes
It was
Santa.
fun, yeah.
Yeah.
And because the UCC, it's so huge, we can't decorate the way we usually do, but we always have a big nativity thing on a door or a wall, because Christmas is all about giving. It's not so much the Santa thing. So we try to bring that aspect. And you don't have to be a Christian to come, but we've always been faith-based, and we always pray before, because God knows we need to do it before. So everybody's just like,
But I think, if memory serves me right, I talked to you about the community kitchen years ago. Don't you decorate every month? You have a kind
we
of like
did,
a theme,
yeah.
so
And my theme
it's in
is
keeping
for
with-
me, it's the music. So I usually always have music of some kind on.
Okay.
Usually Celtic music, which makes everybody crazy in the kitchen, but hey, whatever. Too bad.
So will there be a lot of Thanksgiving theme going on tomorrow then?
They have the tables beautifully set, so probably not.
Because you had a Thanksgiving dinner a few weeks ago.
We did.
Yes.
Oh, one year we sent somebody out front. This is what I told Pastor Frank, you better be careful. We had them wear a pilgrim hat, and they went out to welcome people in. Oh, yeah. You never know.
Yeah.
We've been known to have a great big leprechaun with the face out, where somebody's face might be in there sometimes. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are people aware? Are you expecting a nice crowd tomorrow?
Like Pastor Frank said, word of mouth. I wanted to say thank you publicly to Clara Lundgren. She had offered the...
Clara is wonderful.
She is amazing,
She is
and she
amazing.
offered us to go in with them for one step, but it wouldn't work for us, because we're too many people, I think, and they've beautifully decorated that place, and I'm just...
Did a lot of work.
Yeah, they did a lot of work. But I just really appreciate her asking us. That was really great to do that, so we're really happy.
So what did the people do these 3 months? Well, you said you never have it in August because of D-Day. The
Because a lot
community
of,
kitchen comes.
right,
don't
because
have
a lot of the people who come to the community kitchen go, and a lot of the workers work it.
Okay, at D-Day.
At D-Day,
Okay.
yeah.
So when people came in July, were you able to tell them that that was going to be the last one
Yes,
for a
and
while?
I put a sign on the door at the Odd Fellows. And when I called Clara, I said, well, I didn't want to call you until I had the church key in my hand, because she goes, I said, but we're going to partner with, she goes, oh, I know, I heard. I'm thinking, so there won't be a problem with who comes. Trust me,
Her mother-in-law comes to our church.
Oh, well,
so,
then
yeah, I'm
people
sure.
know. And they had it in their church bulletin and stuff. so-
Okay, but so you don't really know what the people did in September and October. I mean, I know there's a few
Oh,
other
they went to the
lunches
Human Resources Center, I
they-
hope.
on Wednesdays.
Because that's, we have always said, if you, you know, in addition to this, go to the Human Resources Center.
Well, they have 2 soup lunches there. Ann Boy has a soup lunch the 3rd Wednesday, which is the same day. No, it's 2nd and 4th. I don't know. Anyway, there are other
And Kingsville
opportunities.
does,
Kingsville
yeah.
has a soup lunch. Kingsville has a free dinner
Dinner.
on Tuesdays.
Right.
So there are a lot of
But a lot of people
opportunities.
walk. That's the
But yes,
problem.
not everybody can get to Kingsville.
Kingsville
Oh,
and
yeah.
Amboy become
And
a
even
problem.
Amboy
Yeah.
is quite a ways down.
Yeah.
Have you had people say they can't wait to come?
Yes, yes.
And do they ever come up and say, you better have sausage and pepper soup or I'm not?
Absolutely. And the wedding soup is a big one too, so we'll see.
And then what kinds of desserts do you have?
We
I'm
have
a
pies
dessert
and
person.
cakes, we have cookies and brownies. Jim that comes from Saybrook usually brings a tray like this of something. So there's plenty of desserts, and we do have the dessert police. We do have somebody who sits at the table.
Oh, seriously? Does anybody
No,
serve
it's
first?
not. Yes, and they're welcome to get it.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's just, here's the thing, most of us who volunteer are way over 60.
Okay.
Okay, so we're happy that down the road, if people can't do it, the church can have it and just keep it going, because you have a big youth ministry too.
We do.
Yeah.
And the kids are welcome to come and work.
Will
They
the
have to
kids
work.
be helping tomorrow, do you
You
think?
know?
I don't know if they'll be there tomorrow, because we're still trying to figure out, we don't want to be too much in Mary's Way. We want to
Right,
we
right,
want to get
right.
it kind of established and then.
Right.
then
Well,
we'll-
we have to establish too, because this is all new to us, where
Uh-huh.
everything is, where the lights are, how it's gonna go.
Yeah.
But I'm assuming we're gonna have the same regular people that come, and they come at predicted times.
Mhm.
We have,
So if somebody doesn't come, maybe there's something wrong? or
we have these 2 men who've come for years that are carnies, and they work in Florida in the summertime. So we,
Do they live in
They live
Conneaut
in
then?
Conneaut. But we have people from all walks of life, and just sitting and talking to them, some of their stories are amazing. Amazing. A lot out there that people don't know about, and it's never a burden though, it's just giving back. And I believe that's what you're here for.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So even after 10 years, it's still as fun and fresh
It is
as
fun.
it was the
It is
first
fun. But we did
first
need
day.
these couple of months to regroup.
Have you gotten any more volunteers?
I don't
Or is
know.
it the
I won't
same?
know
Oh,
till,
you
I
won't
won't know till tomorrow.
But there's a few of the,
I know Judy will be there and Mona will be there. Gloria will not, but she's sending her soup. Yeah, we keep in touch, so we
Yeah.
know who's gonna be there. My husband's in California, so obviously he's
Oh.
not gonna be there.
yeah.
So, but there'll be people, and then with the UCC people, that's a good way for them to learn the ropes and how we do things. And maybe they can suggest better way. Gail, I think, is coming tomorrow,
Gail will
which
be
I'm
there,
looking
yeah.
forward to. So,
She's so effervescent.
Yeah.
she's so fun.
So
She's like,
we
"No
have a
worries."
few more minutes. I know your church is celebrating its bicentennial this year. Are you having, and you've had events kind of ongoing all year.
We have.
What's coming up next? What are some of the things?
Well, so for our 200th anniversary, we did a homecoming kind of Thanksgiving dinner. And so we're using coming home for Christmas kind of is going to be our theme for Advent. And we will have a nice dinner, a Christmas dinner on the 15th. And we're trying to finish well, and it's been 200 years this year. Just doesn't seem possible. But, I mean,
Yeah.
so,
But the
as-
church hasn't always been in that building.
well, no, the
And
building's
I-
only 100 years old.
Right,
but,
so, and I know you haven't been there that long, so maybe
No.
you don't know a lot of the history.
Oh, well, I don't. Now, there's a lot of really wonderful history in the church
Mhm.
there.
It's
we have
beautiful,
books and
the
pictures.
building
and,
is, yeah.
Yeah, and and we're actually trying to put together a book. They put together a book every maybe 50 years to kind of update what's been going on in the church and what the history is. So we're trying to put together a new one to have at the end of the year, hopefully. And but that takes a lot of work, and it's
a lot of
you got to dig through all those pictures, and how far back do you go, because you're talking about the history of the church. So they're talking about like the first pastor that put it all together and how he served in the Revolutionary War. And I mean, it's like, you think 200 years ago, it's like, wow, okay, sure, that's the time frame's right. And but it's kind of mind-boggling to think that our congregation, has been there. And even 100 years ago, it would have been, even 50 years ago, it would have been a completely different group of people. And yet, God keeps it going. I mean, it's God's church, it's not our church. So He keeps people coming in, and we do our best to serve the community. We feel like our mission is to love God, love others, and try to teach people to do that. And we all know loving others isn't always easy. But we do our best with things like the soup kitchen, and we have different events that we do that we try to reach out to the community. So we're doing the 15th will be the 15th will also be our kids' Christmas play. They do a Christmas play.
Okay.
And so they'll do that during the service, and then after the service we'll have our Christmas meal. And then on the 1st, December 1st, they're having a tailgate party after church, because that's the second game where the Steelers and the Browns play, and so there's a bit of a rivalry in my church. 'Cause most of them are, Cleveland Browns fans.
Well, it seems like Conneaut's kind of divided. There's a lot of Steelers
Right.
fans.
We're close enough that.
Yeah. So when you say you're having a tailgate, it's going to be outside, or?
No, I think it'll probably be an inside, because it's
Inside.
December the 1st, but
Okay.
we'll have it in our dining room. They'll decorate it, and
And then people bring?
people will
your
bring
food?
like tailgate kind of food,
Yeah.
and we'll have a just kind of a big party. They'll have games, and then our youth group meets that evening. They meet every other Sunday, and so they're gonna do something for that. I don't know if they're.
But your congregation usually has a potluck once a month
We do.
after worship.
We
which-
do first Sunday of every month.
Okay.
We usually have that.
So you'll be having two in December then?
No,
sort of.
the one on the 1st will be just the tailgate
Tailgate.
party. It won't really necessarily be a full-blown kind of potluck meal. And then we'll have, when we have our Christmas meal, we usually provide ham and mashed potatoes
Oh.
and turkey, and then people bring in side dishes to kind of fill that in. And then we have different activities there. We've also put together a band, where every Sunday morning we have maybe a dozen kids that come, and Jim Fuller has been coming and teaching them how to play whatever instrument they're interested in. We have a set of handbells that they've been learning, and we're hoping that they'll play for us maybe the Sunday before Christmas in church, play a song or two. We're going to see how that goes. We just started, and so but we're real excited about that.
So whose idea was that? That sounds really
That kind of
interesting.
came out of the same group that talked with her, the strategic planning committee. We know if we can get the kids involved, and they'll invite their friends, and we want to try to plant seeds.
And the library has ukuleles you can borrow for free.
Ukuleles, okay. All right, well, that's good to know. And we talk to people about, if you've got an instrument in your closet or whatever, bring it in. And we haven't seen anything from that yet, but we also set aside some money that if we do need to buy an instrument or two, we can do that.
Have you been to any rehearsals of this group?
I have not got there yet,
So you
so I
can't say how they
can't,
sound yet.
I can't say how they sound, but I do know that they've been down there, and everybody that's involved in it's been pretty excited, so.
Yeah, well, that's really neat.
Is Jim
Yeah.
teaching the handbells? I want to learn to do that.
I would imagine he is. He's the music guy down there, so.
Maybe you could join. Is there an age limit?
Sunday at 10 o'clock. Come, I'm sure.
Oh, really?
They'll let you play, buddy.
I have a
the-
French horn I think we could maybe give it to you. No, really, my daughter played it, nobody wants it.
So most people know the high school football coach, Rocco Dobrin. Him and his family come, and he has a daughter named Maisie, and she's this tall.
She's 4, yes. I
Yeah,
know
she's
Maisie,
4. She's
yes.
real blonde.
Yeah,
she's
she's real
this.
cute.
And I said in church, I said, I think we need to get Maisie to play the tuba.
Oh my gosh,
And Emily went,
she's bigger than that, the tuba's bigger.
oh, I know.
Than
It
she
would just be
is,
funny.
yeah.
So we're having a lot of fun with
Great.
that, and we're just trying to, do all we can to get people excited about coming to church.
I have a question.
Of course.
Who does the playlist for the Carolyn? Who does the bells? Who figures out?
Those bells that play.
Yeah, yeah,
Play
yeah.
automatically.
The person that was doing that is no longer with us. I mean, he didn't die. He just left. But so we are looking for somebody to do that.
I'll tell you because I heard Bells of St. Mary's.
Oh, did you?
Yes, was on there. It was
Okay.
like,
It has a whole thing. There's like a little controller, and you just program it in.
oh my gosh,
I mean,
when my
and you can
husband
make it
gets
play
back,
whatever you
maybe
want.
we'll look at it. He's got
There
a
you
degree
go.
in electronics and everything, so
Awesome.
Oh.
that'd be
I love it that
wonderful.
let the bells play. I just
Oh, I do
think that is,
too.
I don't know, I just think
We
that's so
played,
neat.
yeah, I know for a while there we were playing like Christmas songs, like, we don't play them every hour, we play, it goes off every hour, and then like at 5 o'clock we play a song or two,
That's so nice.
Oh, I think it is so nice.
and you can hear it all through downtown, that's for sure.
There's just
Yeah,
something,
you
there's just
can.
something nice about it, I don't know.
And we do turn it off at night, because we know lots of people live downtown,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's not
Whoops.
going off in the middle of the evening, keeping people awake.
So what time do you turn it off?
I think it turned off at 8 o'clock.
Oh,
8?
Yeah, I think it went till 8.
and then what time does it start in the morning? Nobody calls and says, I can't sleep. so
I think it's 8
Oh,
o'clock that it
okay,
started.
well,
I believe,
alright.
I know it goes off at 9, because
Yeah.
that's usually when I'm getting into the church, about 9 o'clock, and
Yeah.
it's going off when I get there.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Well, I think we've come to almost to the 9 o'clock hour, almost, but it's been great having you on. And is there anything you want to say to our listeners? Are they welcome to stop by
They
tomorrow?
are more than
or-
welcome to stop
Absolutely.
tomorrow at the UCC Church, east side door, first set of doors.
Yeah,
directly across from the fire department.
but you said you don't need them to bring donations.
No,
Okay.
no.
That it's all, that's taken care of.
It is taken care of. It's always been taken care of.
Yeah. So if somebody wants to donate money, do you accept that, or how does that work?
So how that works is we do have a post office box,
Okay.
because that was part of the criteria for having your 501c3, and it's post office box 722. But
722, so they could
722.
send money if they were so
wanted to,
inclined.
yes.
Or if they wanted, they could send it to the church and
Yeah.
with Mary's name on it, and
Okay.
or the Conneaut Soup Kitchen.
If somebody wanted to donate paper products, napkins and plates and things, do you accept that?
We never have had to. We don't know how this is going to go. If this just gets really, really big, we might have to, but for now, no, we're in really
You've been-
good shape.
You're okay then. Well, that's great.
And we've let them know that, if they run out, or we always have a lot of that stuff in our kitchen, so just use what you need, and we'll
Yeah.
make sure it gets replenished.
And we have lids for our soup containers too, so people are able to take some home.
Oh,
So that
well,
works
that's
too.
good. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. 10 years
Thank
of
you.
service, that's just something else that makes Conneaut special.
And it's a new adventure now, so this will be
Yep.
great.
I'm sure it's going to work out great. So thank you, Mary Lou. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Pastor Frank, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Martha Sorahan, editor of The Courier, bringing you Conneaut's hometown happenings for the week of December 4th, 2019. Christmas has come to Conneaut. The Optimist Club's annual Christmas parade went off without a hitch on Friday night, November 29th, with more people lining the streets than last year and plenty of excitement in the air. The parade theme this year was Christmas Through the Eyes of a Child. The Conneaut High School alumni and marching bands easily won the Best Marching Unit Award, and longtime parade organizer and community leader Jim Jones was parade marshal. Santa Claus brought up the rear and then hurried over to the Lights of Love tree lighting at Main and Buffalo Streets. It was a good night for everyone. Lights of Love may still be purchased through December 13th from the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce for just $5 a piece. The Chamber is also selling this year a commemorative ornament for just $10 in memory of Sergeant Cole Walker. Proceeds from that ornament sale go to the Feed Our Vets food pantry in Ashtabula. Call the Chamber for Lights of Love or the commemorative ornament at 593-2402. The Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce has opened nominations for the 2019 Citizen of the Year. Anyone may nominate someone who has gone above and beyond in community service over a period of years. Nominations must be made in writing, and they may be mailed, emailed, or faxed to the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce on Main Street. The award will be presented at the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce annual dinner on February 4th at the New Leaf Event Center. Nominations are also open for Chamber champions, individuals or businesses that this past year have made Conneaut a better place to live, work, and play. The Chamber Board votes on the 3 Chamber Champion Awards and has the authority to present other special awards as well. You may contact the Chamber at 593-2402 for information about any of the nominations. Nomination deadline is Friday, December 20th. Thanksgiving weekend was pretty quiet in Conneaut, except down at the lakefront, where high winds on Thanksgiving Day snapped a piece of a blade off the lakefront wind turbine, leading to the closing of Broad Street Extension. The problem was repaired the next day. New City Council members who will take the oath of office at 5:30 p.m. Monday, December 16th, were invited to sit at the table with current City Council members to discuss the city's 2020 budget at a 5:30 p.m. December 2nd work session. The group discussed most of the city's $18.5 million proposed expenditures that are under consideration. Council briefly discussed a possible water rate hike for 2020. Rates went up last year, and Conneaut's water rates remain among the lowest in Ashtabula County. Conneaut City Manager Jim Hockaday and Finance Director John Williams said that the enterprise fund for the water is healthy, but it has to stay that way. The city manager proposes a minor rate increase of about 18 cents per 1,000 pounds of what he called clean, fresh water delivered right to your door. He said that to keep the water fund healthy, 1% or 1 mile of the water mains should be replaced every year. The city has over 90,000 miles of water mains. No sewer rate increase is being discussed. Council must pass a 2020 budget before December 31st, even if it is labeled a temporary budget. Conneaut City Council's new members will be sworn in at a public ceremony at 5:30 p.m. December 16th in council chambers. Ashtabula County Common Pleas Court Judge Thomas Harris will officiate. A council meeting will follow. Conneaut's Municipal Court Judge-elect Nick Irochi will also be sworn in that evening. Incoming events in Conneaut, the Voices of Hope Christmas Concert will be held 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. on Thursday, December 5th at the Conneaut Human Resources Center at 327 Mill Street. It will feature the Conneaut High School Show Choir, instrumentalists, and other musicians from the community. Admission is $5, with proceeds going to the Conneaut Music Boosters and the Conneaut Human Resources Center. The Conneaut Quilt Guild will meet at 7 p.m. Thursday, December 5th at First Congregational United Church of Christ. And the Conneaut High School boys basketball season begins on Friday, December 6th at home against St. John. Numerous events scheduled for Saturday, December 7th begin with Monroe Fire Hall's annual Breakfast with Santa and Christmas cookie sale from 8 a.m. to noon at the Monroe Fire Hall at 4095 Center Road. A Christmas cookie sale will also be held from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. December 7th at the First Assembly of God at 389 West Main Road. Assorted cookies are $8 per pound. The Seniors Together Holiday Craft Fair at the Conneaut Human Resources Center gets underway 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, December 7th at 327 Mill Street. There will be food, door prizes, Chinese auction, and more. Admission is $1. Children with an adult are free. Conneaut Art Center's annual Christmas treasure sale of gently used holiday items is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, December 7th and 8th, at the Art Center at 1025 Buffalo Street. Conneaut Rotary Club's Holiday Tour of Homes is 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, December 7th at 6 locations, including Grandpa's Castle B&B, the North Coast D-Day Museum, and the D-Day Administration Building at the former New Leaf United Methodist Church on Buffalo Street. Homes on the tour include the Tanner Victorian Home at 930 Main Street, the Watson Home with 50s decor at 639 Furnace Road, and the Nelson Home at 406 Middle Road with a country Christmas theme. You may contact Amanda Smith at Conneaut Public Library at 593-1608 for tickets. Tickets are $25 each and available at each stop on the self-guided tour. The Conneaut Convention and Visitors Bureau opens its Santa House at Station 3 at Main and Middle Roads from 4:30 to 7 p.m. Saturdays, December 7th, 14th, and 21st. Children will receive free books, handmade mittens, and be entered into a toy drawing. Santa will also have a gift for each child, and firefighters will tours of the fire station. The North Coast D-Day Museum at Lake Road and Harbor Street will host Christmas on the Home Front from noon to 5 p.m. on Sunday, December 8th. Visitors are invited to stop by the museum, which is decorated for a 1940s Christmas and features gifts that would have been exchanged nearly 80 years ago. Admission is free, and the museum is handicapped accessible, is located at Lake Road and Harbor Street. Kingsville Public Library is hosting children's Christmas parties at 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Saturday, December 7th at the CIMAC Welcome Center. The Conneaut Art Center Dance Department presents A Christmas Carol, 7 p.m. December 6th, 7th, and 13th, and 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, December 14th at the Art Center. The tickets are $10 general, $7 seniors, and $5 children. Call 593-5888. Rock Nativity, a contemporary retelling of the Christmas story, will be presented at Arlene's Broadway on Buffalo, 236 Buffalo Street, at 7 p.m. December 6th, 7th, 13th, 14th, 20th, and 21st, and 2:30 p.m. December 8th, 15th, and 22nd. This is a musical for all ages. Admission is $10 adults and $8 students. Southridge Christian Academy is sponsoring a chili supper from 4 to 7 p.m. on Friday, December 13th at 924 Center Road. Tickets are $5. Kingsville Public Library's Holiday Open House with music by Edgewood High School's Soundsations Show Choir is 6 to 7 p.m. on Friday, December 13th at the CIMAC Welcome Center. Final bids will be accepted that night for its Trimetry silent auction, which is currently underway at the library. Conneaut High School and Lakeside High School are having a Stuff the Bus competition on Saturday, December 14th at the former Dillard's entrance of the Ashtabula Town Square. The goal is to collect the most non-perishable food or hygiene items for the Feed Our Vets or to collect new unwrapped toys for the Operation Toy Soldier effort that sends toys to children of local active military families. If unable to get to the mall on December 14th, you may drop off donations at Conneaut High School or Marcy Funeral Home. And the final indoor farmers market in Conneaut is noon to 3 p.m. Sunday, December 15th at the Conneaut Human Resources Center at 327 Mill Street. If you're interested in being a vendor for the final indoor farmers market of 2019, you may call Samantha McNutt at 593-5273. And the Conneaut Salvation Army Red Kettle campaign continues at Orlando Brothers Golden Dawn, Fridays and Saturdays through December 22nd. If you can volunteer to ring a bell for an hour or more, contact Clara Lundgren at the Human Resources Center at 593-5273. That's it in Conneaut for this week. Until next week, this is Martha Sorahan saying so long.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Around the Town with Chuck. My name is Chuck Guglielmo, and today we're at the Conneaut Public Library taping the show on Monday, November the 4th. And my guest, no stranger to the Conneaut Public Library, is Cindy Prather. Cindy, how are
That's
you?
right. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank
yeah.
you for coming on the show
I know.
today.
I can't. I don't know what you want to know. But
Well, we're going to find out what I want to know. First of all, you are the assistant director here at the
Right.
library.
Mhm.
And how about telling me how long you've been the assistant director and,
All right.
and if you've had anything before you became the assistant
All right.
director?
Well, yeah, I started 25 years ago.
Wow.
So, part-time in the evenings working, and it was perfect for me because my husband would work during the day, and I filled in that a little bit around supper time. I would fill in for when everybody went to dinner because they were open till 8 o'clock at this time. You know, we had later hours. So eventually, as positions opened up, I would apply for them. They would advertise them in-house, and so I went from a clerk. Then I went into tech services, and then I went into cataloging, and just recently, 4 years now, I've been assistant director.
So quite a slew of jobs that you've had.
Mhm.
And 25 years,
Mhm.
so that takes you back to the days where you were at Carnegie Public Library.
Yeah.
It must have felt like, when you came over here, it must have felt like heaven for you.
It
leaving
was
that place.
amazing, yeah. No more trudging up and down even though it was super cool up there on the glass floor, we had to move stuff up and down all the time. Anytime we did a reference, all that stuff was kept upstairs, so it made a huge difference.
I'm trying to think, at Carnegie now, the children's stuff was down on the
Down
first
in the
floor, right?
basement, yeah.
And everything else was
Yeah, on the middle floor, and then upstairs was mostly reference, like magazine reference. That's the days that's before internet, so you know everything was referenced through a magazine or an encyclopedia or some type of reference book that you'd have to refer to for reports.
Mhm.
Yeah, we kept all that stuff upstairs.
So how many of those 25 years were spent at Carnegie?
Let's see, I'm gonna say I was only probably over there like 3.
Okay.
Because we've been here 21 this last May.
21 years here already?
Yeah.
Wow, it doesn't seem that long.
I know,
Just
yeah.
a magnificent,
This last
beautiful
May.
library. Everybody I bring in just admires
Right.
the library
I
here.
know that, yeah, it's a unique look for sure.
Can you talk about some of the other staff members here? And what
Sure,
their roles and responsibilities are?
We have Kathy Altman. She's head of our adult services, and she does all kinds of adult programming. She's our lead passport agent. She's in charge of our Gallery 304, which we have for anybody in town that would like to display their artwork. We sign you up for the month, and you can display your local talent right there, and you're able to sell things too from that gallery. We also have Amanda Latva. She's new to the youth department. Stephanie retired after 40 years, and Amanda's like stepped in and taken over and done things differently, and it's worked out just as good.
And she does a great job, even though Stephanie was a big loss.
Oh my gosh, yeah, big shoes to fill, but boy, I tell you, Amanda's really taken charge, and it's done differently with different characters, and her she's made it her own, and it's worked out really good. She's got kids that like to follow her too. Yeah.
And of course, your boss will be Kathy Zappatelli?
Kathy
Or Zappatello?
Zappatello, yeah.
I get
and
mixed
she-
up. There's Zappatelli, Zappatello,
I know.
Zappatella.
Yeah. And I have to tell you, she's one of the best bosses I've ever had, and I've told her that, she knows, but just really easygoing to work for. She empowers you to be the best that you can be. And that's not just with me, that's with all her staff. So, yeah, she's is just one of the greatest personalities. And you can tell, by the way, she volunteers her time in town. She serves on so many boards, and people look up to her for all kinds of advice and leadership. Yeah.
I was going to say, just like you, she's out in the community quite a bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of being out in the community, Cindy, you are very much out in the community. You're on the Conneaut Cable Advisory
Right.
Board. I'm on
Just
that
like
as
you.
well. You've been on
Partners
there.
in crime.
You've been on there longer. How have you seen that board develop since the first time you were on till now?
Oh my gosh, yeah, things are so much different. I started when actually Henry Ogoranacek, I hope I said that right.
Oh, yes, the teacher.
Yeah, he was on the board. He did a lot of filming, and our cameras but then were big cameras, and we had these cassettes that went in that camera, and you have to carry this big camera around. Now our cameras are these nifty little digital things where it's so easy to carry around. So just the technology part of it is
So
huge.
he is the now, Regis took Henry's place.
I believe Regis and Henry worked together. Henry did like what we do, go out and film, interview, that kind of thing. And he even made copies. And this is the time when you would take those cassettes and he would copy them to DVDs to play. So that's old school. That's way back, yeah. So just the changes in that. Regis, that's our editor and our tech guy, our
Does a
IT
great
guy. He does a
job,
great job.
Works
with
really
working.
hard at it.
He works really hard. He comes into town 3 nights a week. He lives in PA. So right there's we're
Is he
grateful
from Erie?
for. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
from
I thought
Erie.
he was from Erie.
And he's given me so many tips and lessons anytime you've asked him for, hey, can you show me how to use Adobe Premiere? Can you show me how to do the microphone to get better sound, and how not to film into a window, for the lighting. So I've learned all sorts of things through the cable advisory board, and not to mention Martha. Martha keeps us all in line there too, and gives us all kinds of places that we should film or can film or want to film, so she's a great asset too.
I can't think of another community in the area that has something like that, where a lot of local programming done by a lot of local volunteers.
Yeah, it's very unique, and that's like we just says, you don't ever want to lose that license because you'll never get it back. It's one of a kind.
And you do one of the shows on there, it's called The Library Line.
We do
Explain
Library
to our
Line.
viewers what exactly is The Library Line.
Library Line is our library spotlight on the community. We work on how we have relationships with and cooperate with other entities. Whether we do a movie under the stars with the Art Center, or we collaborate with the VFW, or not the VFW, what's the one over? American Legion. Over here, the American Legion. We've worked together with the Human Resource Center. We've done things with the Chamber, and So collaboration is a big thing. So what our library line does, we spotlight somebody in the community to be on our show, and then also what's happening in the library. Sometimes it's a book sale, sometimes we're doing a giveaway, sometimes it's summer reading. So depending on what all is going on, each member kind of has a segment that their specialty is. Kathy Altman will talk about passports, of course, and adult programming, and Molly will talk about youth programming, and Carissa will talk about our young adult section. So we have a variety of things that we talk about.
Very great work too, because
This is a good little show.
it is a good little show.
Yeah.
Like I said, Cindy's on the Conneaut Cable Advisory Board. You are on some other boards as well?
That's the only one.
Okay, what's this leadership thing that you're on?
Oh, my leadership. So I'm the class of 215, the best class ever. Every class says that. Yes, leadership Ashtabula County. And I'll have to be honest, one of those things, Kathy every year sends somebody from the library to be, and it's a dedicated amount of time that you get involved with leadership, and you learn all about Ashtabula County. And I thought, well, I know about Ashtabula County. I work in a library. I know what they're, the basics. I know absolutely nothing. So after I got done with leadership, I was like, that's one of the 5 best things I've ever done in my life. Yeah, this was something I didn't want to do. And she's like, yeah, we'll send somebody every year. It's your turn. You're going to go. And I'm like, ugh. So, but I did it, and I'm still friends with my classmates. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So we went to everything from agriculture to education to industry to quality of life. Each month they focused on something, and we learned about what Ashtabula County has to offer. And like leadership do it. And this year we are sending Molly. Molly is the class of 2020.
She excited about it?
She loves it so far, yeah. It started in October, so she's only been to 2 or 3 classes now, but yeah, she'll graduate in the spring.
That's wonderful. Cindy's usually behind the camera, but today you're on the camera. Cindy, when you're behind the camera, you film a lot of things. What are some of the things over the years that you filmed that you thought were very successful and interesting to you?
To me?
Yeah.
Well, I love filming the lake. On those rough days, if you see footage of the rough lake, that's usually me. I love going down there with my camera and just sit there and get footage of the how crazy our lake is, how just like
how mean it can be in the wintertime.
And I send pictures out and some of my video, and people just can't believe how violent that lake gets sometimes. And then some days you're out there and it's like a sheet of glass. We've gone kayaking out there, and that's one of my favorite things to do too. It's just and I grew up on the lake, so I like going down there filming that. I've filmed so many different things.
D-Day.
I've filmed D-Day. Let's see.
A lot of things. I know you've filmed a lot. You've done some school sports as well.
I don't mind doing. I don't mind doing library line. I do all the programming and the. None of the editing, but sort of like what's it called when you get everything together and line up all the segments and...
a coordinator.
Coordinator kind of thing, yeah. I coordinate all the, on how it lines up and how to film everybody and what the theme is going to be, Yeah.
Of course, Cindy got me started. You filmed my show for the first year.
Right.
And now...
oh, that's what I should have said. Chuck Guglielmo show. One of my favorite things.
You must enjoy filming, obviously.
I'm way more comfortable behind the camera, yeah. I do, I have been filming a lot of the Sunrise Live segments lately, so...
Now, what do you film at Sunrise Live?
Anything that I feel that can be played over and over, like some of Coco's segments, they're timely.
So you selected not Coco?
I select the things to film, and I say, this would be a good one, this one, and this one, what time are they on? And like John Patterson, I filmed that one today because it's relevant to what's happening, not just today, but weeks from now. And some of the where if it's something like, I don't know, something that's, say I filmed it today and the event's happening Friday, well, it's not going to air till the next week, so it doesn't make sense to film it. So depending on when the event is happening is what I'll film too. I'm filming tomorrow a segment on hunting. I think that there's somebody from the ODNR coming and giving tips on hunting. So I
Great.
thought that would be interesting,
Yeah.
hunting tips.
Hunting
yeah.
season coming up, end of the
Right.
month here in November.
Right.
Has there ever been a time where you filmed something and then you absolutely said to yourself, I can't turn this in, it just did not come out right?
Yes, and it just happened recently. David Thomas was at the CIMAC Center, and I thought it was all on maps and how to use the auditor site to see how the maps are. And so I go in and I sit down and I film it. The floor at the CIMAC Center is so squeaky that anytime somebody moved in their chair or walked across the floor, it's like, and I couldn't turn it in. I'm like, oh, this was a waste of time, because, not really a waste of time, because I did benefit from it. I just sat there and watched, and I got a lesson myself.
Sure.
You know, one time I pushed the start button and I pushed the stop button and I didn't film something. That was a disaster.
I can imagine.
Go to turn it in and it was like, there's nothing on here, and I'm like, well, I filmed it. It's like, and that was towards the beginning of my career in the filming, so I learned a lesson there that.
Well, that was like the time where I turned one into Regis and he says, I can't find the show on here. And remember, there was 2 of those chips in the
there's
camera.
2, yeah, and I had the other
Yeah,
chip.
and happened to tape on that one. Thank goodness, because
Right.
that was one of the good shows that I've done. Cindy, let's talk about of course, the public library has a lot of activities. One thing that caught my eye as I was looking in the Courier here the other day was the Stuff the Doghouse. Talk a little bit about that.
Stuff the Doghouse.
For the whole month of November, I believe,
Yeah,
yes.
that is all about, we received a doghouse made by the corrections facility, the Lake Erie Corrections Facility. The inmates practice making dog houses, or they'll make cornhole games, or they'll make tree houses, or they even made our rocket ship that we had for our summer reading program. And it teaches the inmates from everything from how to use a hammer and a nail to shingles and framing and all that stuff. So we ended up getting a doghouse from them, and we put some items with it, a stuffed dog and a bone and a dish and a giveaway basket. Well, we thought it might be a nice thing, instead of asking people for donations like we do all the time, maybe it'd be nice to do something for the APL. So if you bring in an item for the APL and stuff the doghouse, you could get a ticket and it goes in a drawing, and you could win not the doghouse, but you'll win all the other stuff. The basket, with the giveaway basket with the t-shirt and all the Cleveland Browns boo stuff in it. What can I say?
Oh, we don't want to get into them right now because
Oh my
they are
gosh.
a disaster. And my next guest on my next show, we're going to talk about that disaster. You got another thing here at the library, I think it's this week, called Beaded Earrings.
Beaded Earrings is one of our adult programs. Kathy Altman's in charge of the adult programming, so now that you mention that, I think I should sign up for it, because I'd like to learn how to make beaded earrings.
I think it does say something, register, or you can call 593-1608 or visit conneaut.lib.us.
Right, US.
Is this something, Cindy, that is new, or do we have this on a yearly basis?
The earrings that are new, she tries to come up with different things. Sometimes we have a natural healing lady that comes in, shows us how to make soaps. We have somebody coming in actually to show us how to embroider, and that's coming up. At the end of November, I'm doing a class on mandala, how to paint mandala on the rocks, and she tries to bring up a variety of things. We have a scrapbooking class coming up. What else does she teach?
There's a lot of things here at the library, and there's something for all ages too. This one coming up, Scrabble Night That's for all ages.
Yeah.
And talk to us a little bit about that one.
We have quite a few Scrabble boards here, and we do a little competition. You just come in and you set up and you pick a random seat, and we all sit and play just the board game of Scrabble. I'm undefeated, by the way.
That's always a good thing, right?
Yeah. So come in, I challenge you.
Oh, and who does some of the filming for that stuff? Is it our Matt Crawford? And when they put it on TV, he'll come in here and film, I think, your class. What is it, painting or scrapbook or something? I saw that on the TV once, that it was...
He did come in one time and film something, and I can't remember what that was for, but Matt does a lot of filming in the community too. Yeah, he's another one of our cable board people that's amazing. And
we have some good people on that cable board. I mean...
Lance fills in for Regis sometimes,
yes.
And Jim Suplee just has a great mind for the technical part of stuff. You know, like what kind of servers and lines and cables and all that kind of
they
stuff.
They do a tremendous job, and Matt Crawford and Bob Shackle.
Yeah, Bob Shackle films a lot of the school things that you see on the...
What a help they've been to me, too, because anytime I ask them, when I take the show out of the library, I have one of those two follow me, they're always there to say yes. They're just...
I wish I was
dedicated.
Retired. I could be there too. I would be retired.
Just very.
How's it feel to be retired?
You got a few more years.
I've got 5 more years.
Oh, you got more than that.
I got 5. It'll be my 30 years then.
30 years. Wow.
Yeah, they kind of.
Yeah, that would make sense if you've been at the library for 25. That means you have 5 more years to get to 30.
Yeah. That's general. If I. Think about
digital loans.
Digital loans. You're talking about Hoopla. So Hoopla is
It has 2 names, Digital Loans and Hoopla.
No, it's not. It's Hoopla is the name of the software that we use to borrow digital copies of items, digital books on audio. And what this does is you have to have your a valid library card. You get in, you sign up on our library site, you get your account. And you can download books to your devices. And it's something that we pay for, just like we pay $29.95 for a book, we pay $2.99 for this audiobook, or $1.99 for every time you download this. There's a fee involved in it. In order for us to not go over our budget, a lot of times we have to put in where it tops out at. So if you're downloading materials and you really are enjoying it, and let's say one time you happen to get it's not available now or it won't let you do it, that might mean that we topped out that day. Our limit is set at $200 a day. So just try again tomorrow. You know, we have to have a limit set, or you know, if you go over budget, most people know what happens. You're in the red, and that's not a good thing. So.
And I heard you talking before we went on the air. That's a 2-year thing, then it expires.
Well, your cards are good for 2 years. Yeah, your library card.
And then you have to call to renew it.
You have to call and renew your card. And what all we do is just a matter of updating an email and a phone number and an address. Emails are going to be so important now because that's how you're going to be informed of your hold, or if something's expired, or if we have to contact you for any reason. The mass email is the way to notify people. Those old days were calling, you know, it just isn't.
The old days are gone.
The old days.
We just got to get the older people like myself got to get used to this constant technology change. Really,
I know, and I'm feeling it too. I feel like I'm every day that I am not keeping up as much as I used to. You know, it's hard. The technology is really hard.
We're seeing that at the Conneaut Cable Board right now with the new church service servers.
Exactly. Everything's supposed to be streamed. Everything's going streaming now, and it's almost like too much to even comprehend. Like, you know, how can that be? How can everything live up there?
But we could pull a 17-year-old out there and they would know all about it.
Yeah, I bet.
They would. They would know all about it. One other thing here on the activities, it's bring your own book. Is that
Yes,
right?
BYOB.
BYOB.
BY Young Book. That's one of my favorite things here to do. We meet once a month, and it's just what it says. You bring your own book. We generally meet somewhere. In the summertime, we met down at Township Park, and you bring your own book that you're reading, and you talk about it. You explain to others, and it's so funny. It's like we almost are, when we're done, it's like, oh, let me take a picture of your book so I can read it later, and we put it on our list, you know. There's about 12 of us in that book group. And what I like about it is a lot of times I'm more of a nonfiction reader than I am fiction. So, and there's a couple of us that are like that in the group, that a little bit more nonfiction. So you can really, you can open your mind to reading something different when somebody talks about a fiction book. Like, I love Trudy Hazen's in our group. I love listening to her her explanations.
Minister?
Yes, I think she is. Larry Gash is in our group, and he's a great nonfiction reader. He talks about all sorts of things that I wouldn't pick up and read, and he makes it sound so interesting. It's like, yeah, give me that book. I want to read it too, you know. So there's quite a few of us that it broadens your horizons. I think that's what I like about it, as opposed to where, you know, the other book clubs, you all read the same thing, and sometimes it's okay, but this seems to be my niche that I like. Yeah.
Cindy, let's close with this. This is going to be a tough question for you.
Yikes.
You'll probably.
Oh my gosh.
You said you got about 5 more years to go. What would be something on a public library ad that is not here?
Probably, let's see, I think of it as a selfish way, though. Like, I would like to see the staff have what they need to keep us running efficiently. Like, I'm so, like, we use the back of paper, and we save the stuff for recycling, and we ask the community for milk jugs to make the kid thing. You know, I'd like to be at a place where we wouldn't have to ask for a levy and just have what we need to put on programming without having to beg for stuff. Yeah.
Sounds
That's
great.
that's what I'd like to see. Just
Well, maybe that will
running on
come.
it.
Maybe that will
I
come.
know. Yeah.
Conneaut Public Library runs Monday through Friday. What are the hours?
Monday through Friday, we are 9 to 7, and Saturday, 9 to 1.
So about 5.5 days of operations here at the Conneaut Library. 2 dates, though, that you will not be in operation this month is November the 8th for a staff in-service day, and then November the 11th for Veterans Day. There will be no library. Okay, so will you? Is the 8th is a Friday?
It's this Friday. We'll
This
be
Friday.
closed,
So
right?
you'll be open the 9th.
Yes, we're open
Okay.
Saturday.
Okay. Well, Cindy, it's been great. You do a great job, not only here at the Conneaut Public Library, but out in the community and on the boards that you serve.
Thank you.
So, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cindy Prather, my guest today on Around the Town with Chuck.
Okay, good morning. I'm Jocelyn Seeds.
I'm Tracy Bidwell.
And Tracy's the pantry director, and I'm her partner of Feed the Vets Ashtabula. And this is our grand opening day. And we had a soft opening last month. It went really well.
Yes.
And we are here today with our full
crew ready
entourage
to
of
go.
everyone. We had our honor guard, flag raising. A lot of our government officials are here.
We have the DAV here as well, the Mobile Vet Center from Erie's here, the Veteran Service Commission's here too, representing as well.
Yes.
Awesome day.
So we will be the third Saturday of every month.
From 8 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Yes, so you will, if you are a veteran or a spouse of a deceased
veteran, correct.
or the spouse of someone that can't come in and shop, you can bring your identification card.
And DD-214 to show proof that you're a veteran.
Yes.
And we can get you in, and it's kind of like a little mini grocery store
Yes.
and shop and
Yes,
have
and
fun
we have
and
volunteers that'll help you shop. So if it seems like it'll be intimidating to know what to pick or how does it work, from the moment you hit the door, people will help you.
Exactly.
And then the next time you'll have it down and it'll be old hat for you. And what else do we want to tell them? Oh, November we'll have Bob Cerbella in the kitchen. We're in our kitchen right now, and that was redone by Home Depot. They have a veterans, basically a division of volunteers that know they're doing this for the
this veterans. for the veterans. They came in last Friday or 2 Fridays ago and redid the whole kitchen for us, made it look brand new.
Yes.
Amazing.
So in November,
Built
Chef
us tables.
Bob Cerbella, who's also a veteran, will be cooking with some of our items that we have that are more winter, our beans and our tomatoes and pasta, and be making something very hearty, teaching them how to do it, and then we'll be sending them home with those ingredients, but also freezer bags and things so they can make it at home and freeze it and start stockpiling things in their own home.
Making
That was
things more healthy.
One of the things that you said, that the whole reason we came to be was because you saw
I saw a huge need with the veterans because I work locally at the VA, and there is a huge need. Veterans decide whether they're going to pay for their medications or do they buy food. So I've worked there for 10 years now, and I thought it's time that we need to do something.
Yes.
So I asked Jocelyn to help me, and
here we are. It's been about a year that we've been
In the
getting
process
everything
of-
going, and it took a little while to find the right kind of building, and someone donated this building to us, which was wonderful. And really anything that we've needed has come through a donation.
Donations.
Everything is donation. So if people do want to donate, you can donate.
You can drop off at Seeds Orthopedics, American Legion, and Ashtabula will take donations for us. You can always contact me. You can go to our Facebook site to contact me there. My phone number too is 440-813-5131, and you can call me and I can, pick up the donations or meet you for it. Depends if I'm here. We're here off and on, so you
Right.
can always check here too as well at the pantry.
And you can donate at feedourvets.org, and there'll be a place where you can choose Ashtabula. So you would just have to put that in somewhere, and they'll make sure that those monies get to us to use here.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
we're excited. Hopefully you can catch some of the happenings, and it is very busy out there.
Crazy busy today,
Yes,
which
in
is
and
amazing.
outside, which is
Yes.
wonderful. So thank you everyone, and we'll be planning on for November having more of also holiday donations if we can, as long as they last, as we know that's important.
Yes.
So we'll be having. We also know that they can, if they have game that's butchered at like a Smoky Teas or an official registered butcher, you can donate your game, your deer or your
Turkeys.
turkey. You can donate that meat to us, and we do have meat. We have people that have donated a cow, pig, different things. So those will go to the veterans, and as the hunting season continues on, you can donate your game to us, and we'll pick it up. We have plenty of freezer space, so keep that in mind as you're hunting and thinking maybe your freezer's already full. If the date's still good, we'll take it.
Yeah, definitely.
So thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
How many vets are there in the county?
We have probably over 10,000 veterans here in Ashtabula County, and it's a huge need. So this is just amazing. And I know at the VA we don't see near that many, so getting the word out to them would be great.
And that was something that was important to you because most of the veterans here do go to Erie.
Yes.
Or even farther the other way to go to a food bank.
Mm-hmm.
So that was definitely the reason for everything, was especially many of the older gentlemen and ladies, we don't want them traveling that far, especially in the winter months. So this was just a natural fit, so they don't have to go far.
And it's nice. It feels like home to them, where they're around each other and they're around their kind. So
Yes.
it's amazing.
That was
So
yes, that's true.
they don't have to stand there in line and feel like a number. Here, they're treated like family.
Right. And they don't have to, one of our challenges, which was a good challenge, but when we started really going into things, people were saying to me, because I help at a couple different food banks or shelters, however you want to say it, is they said, well, there's so many in a 2-mile radius or whatever, why can't everyone get along? Why can't they just go to one of the other ones, like Geo Ministries, that does a lot of good work for people? And I said, well, think about it. If your father was a World War II veteran, these are not men and women who are comfortable going, nor should they have to go stand somewhere in line outside. They want to be around their compadres, their comrades. That's very, very important, and we knew that.
Yes.
So that was something that in the beginning, there were some people that had to understand why we were doing what we were doing and why it was different from everything else and why it had to be different. As you said, some of them don't like standing in a line.
Yes.
They don't like having someone standing behind them. So it was very important to have feel comfortable and
Feel
safe.
comfortable.
That was the whole
Exactly.
point. And it needed to be, like I said in a gratitude marketplace, like we have music, which I need to go plug in.
Hey, I forgot about that.
We'll be decorated for the holidays.
Yes.
We'll be serving food, like we start helping them have food to serve for the holidays.
So they
That
don't have
sort
to
of thing.
worry.
So totally different than other things, and everything else has its purpose, and everyone else does a great job, but we knew that there was space enough for us to do this, and obviously there is, so here we are.
Yes.
Good? Thank you, thank you. Okay.
Do your presentation.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I was standing in front of you.
That's fine, I'm fine with being in the background. We're good, I was within the distance of the auditorium. I'm Italian, so I get it.
Okay, thank you, thank
You're
you.
welcome. All right. So on behalf of Congressman Joyce, we would like to present you with a certificate of congressional recognition for your grand opening. I know that the congressman's super dedicated to our veterans, so this meant a lot to him to get this made up for you guys. He's been talking about it, so know that you have support from the congressman.
Thank you. That's amazing. Thank
Yes.
you.
And if
Thank
there's
you.
anything that you guys need, don't ever hesitate to
Thank
reach
you.
out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That means,
Thank you. That means the world.
a lot.
Yes,
Yes, thank you,
definitely.
thank you, thank you. Thank you for coming. Wonderful.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
From the Ashtabula American Legion Auxiliary Unit 103, please accept this donation for Feed Our Vets. It's only $300.
There's no
But we're
only.
hoping,
There's never
It's
an only.
amazing.
we're hoping to do more in the future.
No, this is amazing. It will go. I
Thank
have no
you
idea what that will do.
so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you, thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
And we do mean that, there is no only. That's what,
Yes.
that could buy us a lot of turkeys.
Mhm.
That's the way we look at
Mhm.
it. We'll put it to good use, so thank you.
And on behalf of the American Legion Sun Squadron, Post 103, I'm happy to present you and congratulate you on a fine grand opening. This check for $300 from the Suns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Conneaut Fire Rescue, Matt.
Conneaut Fire Rescue, the best in the town.
219.
Merry Christmas. Thank you for your service.
As we said, the theme this year is Christmas to a Child's Eyes. The annual Conneaut Christmas Parade, always a very welcome event. Thank you all for coming out tonight. And the Grand Marshal, Jim Jones, has been active volunteering in city services for over 45 years, graduate of Conneaut High School, and after graduating went to Vietnam, served as a cryptologist. He's been the Optimist Club member for over 40 years and has been in the Christmas Parade coordinator for a very long time. He's currently the Conneaut Historical Society president, president of the Conneaut Optimist Club, all kinds of things here, commander at the VFW. He's also past president of City Council.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you,
Jim. Terry's Tea Shop.
Terry's Tea Shop. Time to put a hat on there. And Lady Liberty, man. Jacqueline Burdick is Lady Liberty. Congratulations, young miss. Merry Christmas to you.
She's very beautiful, fun looking. Look at that big smile. Hi, smile.
And followed Matt by our little Miss Firecracker. Riley Whitaker.
Love the Lord, love one another, and make disciples. That's the name of New United Methodist Church. Merry Christmas! Be our disciples, student ministries. Was the night before Christmas.
There's the Junior Fair President Rachel Myers, Nashville County Junior Fair from the Royal Court. Nice job, very nice.
Very nice. bringing their own snow.
It's still snowing back here, even though they're past us.
Let it snow, let it snow. Who do you have, Matt?
Charlie's Deli.
Charlie's Deli, I looked at
Remember, they deliver. Charlie's Deli and Catering.
I love going to Charlie's Deli. They got good food.
Yeah, right down the harbor. Give them a call if you ever get a event. And have them cater your event. Right, Chad?
There's Charlie's. How you doing, Charlie?
This is the touchdown pack number 34. Good practice to see you there.
Sometimes still Christmas. Hey, Mr. Grant.
Thank you for bringing up presents.
There you go.
Mrs. Claus is one of the bringing stories.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Cub Scouts.
Merry Christmas. Nice to see you all.
Matt, this is the Ashtabula County Covered Bridge Festival organization here with First Lieutenant Sarah Carraro and Mackenzie Harris. The 2019 Queen. Merry Christmas, young lady.
Merry Christmas, young girl. Pontiac Classified Employees Association. Union Strong. Wow, there's a lot of youngsters on that play.
Yeah, never nothing runs like a deer.
Hi girls, hi girls, hi girls.
That was where the gators, man. Stop in to see them over the holidays and wish them a Merry Christmas. And always a big proud favorite here is the Simpson Family Jeep Company. These are all customers of the Jeep Company, and they have such a strong relationship that they come out and support the company this strong. It's one of the biggest, okay? Merry Christmas.
Children are Christmas. Yeah, right?
Jeeps of every kind with every type of accessory you can imagine.
Fishbone off-road. I like that one. You all decorated up very pretty.
I got a candy cane.
There you go. Now, let's take a moment to thank Greater Pharmacy for allowing us to hook up.
Oh, great idea. Thanks to Carrie and the entire family of Gertis Pharmacy that remember they're also celebrating 60 years. This first began in 1959. Merry Christmas to you.
All those teeth. Wow. Looking good, looking good. Hey, what's your puppy's name? Angler. Oh, you got a couple of them in there. A couple of little kids. Cute.
Got a lot of Jeeps in with some fine mud samples there.
Yeah. Just got back off the river.
That's what they're there for.
You guys like El Casino also. You brought on flatbed for us.
Yeah, good point, Matt.
Yep, so I'd like to thank him for sure. He's pulled me out of a couple of straight.
Ramblers again, Cherokees again, Grand Cherokees, Wagoneers, every type of Jeep you can imagine. You've got little Jeeps with big horns, Matt. Put anything on there, including the big giant horn. And license plate and every color of that is good. Thanks for coming out tonight, guys. And here's Unit 241 from the city of Conway. Reminding us all that smoke detectors save lives. Check your batteries, folks.
That's a Cobra. Driving out right off the road.
And Reese's Funeral Home. Calling the Perks and Pilsner Festival, Matt.
Perks and Pilsner. Down in September. First weekend in September.
Ronnie. It's Ronnie Zimmer driving Zimmer Service Center vehicle there, hauling through a child's eyes. Some at the back there. Thanks for coming out, guys. Beautiful exhibit.
Here comes the button loaded kids. Look at all the smiling faces now. Isn't that awesome? Oh, they're singing a song to us. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
That was pretty good, Matt. I liked it.
I don't know what came over me. My debut. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Big snowman. Hi kids. Merry Christmas.
And that's the Eagle Riders from the Eagle Club. From Port Wayne here in Conneaut. And there's Unit 232, Matt.
That's a work truck looking there. Looks like he's pretty well equipped. Conrad's very fortunate to have such good equipment.
And here's the unit from the other side of the bridge. Heavy Rescue 237. Oh, nice looking truck.
Look at that paint job. Wow. Look,
And that's the Pontiac Cougar Wrestling Squad. Work hard all year long.
Hi, wrestling.
Go Cougars.
Operation Toy Soldier. Stop the bus battle. Please stop and help our local veteran families at Christmas this season. They deserve support and recognition for their dedication to our freedom. I believe that's sponsored by Mercy Funeral Home.
Hold up, everybody. We're going to pick up the papers here. Dr. Tim Neal. Good to see you. He's driving the pickup truck here for Operation Toy Soldier.
Yeah, that's right. Sponsored by Mercy Funeral Home. Feed our vets.
Asheville County
A candidate.
candidate, yeah. For prosecutor, Malcolm Douglas. Good luck in the election. Thanks for coming out.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
This is a new plow truck owned by the city of Pontiac. They're going to straighten you on those streets.
It could be a shame to get all dirty. But they will. It's going to be salt all over and dirt and mud and grime before long.
Luckily, it's not tonight.
No. Yeah, good point, man.
Yeah, good point. It's not windy, it's not very cold. Beautiful night for today. Looks like Pascaine Valley everywhere.
There's a ODOT truck that's up equally quickly new.
Thank you, ODOT, to keep our roads safe.
And Sheffield Fire Company, Matt. Thanks them for coming all the way out tonight.
I believe these are volunteers. The Sheffield Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department. Merry Christmas.
This is coming soon in January 2020, Wholeheart. Trash removal. Everybody's got another choice to consider now. $60 a quarter is what they're saying, Matt.
You can always use a new haul anytime.
Competition trying to finish winning, right? Here's Helping Hands, Farm Animal Rescue, Matt.
Very needed, very needed.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Jazzercise, let's wait and see.
Yeah, they're moving over there next to me, Matt. Jazzercise. Good luck to them in the year 2020 here.
Very good. Merry Christmas.
And Edgewood Alliance Church is next up on this match. Nice exhibit here, keeping Christ in Christmas.
There you go. I like that. Christ in Christmas.
Very nice. Very nice. Thanks for coming out.
Maybe the Savior was born in you. He was like Christ the Lord. He was clean up.
Next exhibit here, Matt.
It's a nice Ram truck.
Happy birthday, Jesus.
Look at all the kids on the truck. Look at them smile.
Connery Church of God. This is the Connery Church of God Kids Club. Thank you, kids, for coming out. Merry Christmas each and every one of you. They look a little cold, like they need to warm up somewhere.
Jesus got another. All your holy days. Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
You might not know this. That was the drummer when I was
Any guess, Matt? Oh, this is Larry Hudson. Oh, yeah, we did that. Thanks for coming out. Exhibit for folks who miss their loved one.
I love the horses. Are those 1 horsepower light bulbs on those horses?
Probably they got a bow on the end, I know that.
1 horsepower light.
Yep, makes the board big practice in Elk Creek or being a part of this, supplying a vehicle to help out and being exhibited.
That looks like Mr. Marty Lander.
Hey, Marty.
Co-chairman of the parade this year and every year. Hey, Santa! There we go. Everybody's waiting for you. Great to see you.
Merry Christmas.
You have another one?
Santa's here. Santa Claus. Right there. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Get out of the way. Merry Christmas.
We love our community and we love our country, and we try to pull together and take care of each other. And this event especially highlights that because it causes us to pause and remember folks that have meant so very much to us. And so if you join me in a prayer. God of heaven, we're first of all grateful to be your children, and we're grateful to live in this beautiful part of the country. Thank you for Conneaut, Lord. Thank you for our families, for our workers. Thank you for our teachers and our policemen and firemen. Lord, thank you for those who have enlisted, who serve in the United States military. Heavenly Father, we pray your blessings on everyone in this community. We pray your blessings on our efforts to build this community and build an economic strength so that when young people graduate, they can stay in Conneaut and help build this community. Father, most of all, we pray that you would help us draw close to you. Help us to put you first in all that we do. And as much as you love us, help us to seek to love you back. These and other blessings we ask in the name of Jesus, our Savior. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, guys, I come to this community every year, and it gets better and better every year. This band is awesome, and you guys are all awesome. And thank you for remembering Cole. The night is for him. But I need the kids in the attendance up here by me, by the tree. We're going to light this tree with the help of the kids tonight.
I'll do it. I'll go out there. Sorry. I'll go out there. Scoodle. Sorry.
Okay, now, the kids, you all have to go ho, 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 like that. And the adults are going to go Merry Christmas. And we're going to see if we can light this tree. You think it'll happen? Okay, guys, we're going to do it. 1, 2, 3.
Merry Christmas!
Okay, guys. There's some lights on here I know that are 10 years old, and they're lighting. So, thank you very much for having me tonight.
One more
Now,
right?
we continue on the party.
Good.
Yeah, that was the best one, right there.
Oh, whoa! You scared me. Hey, you!
We're gonna take one to us real quick.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Martha Sorahan, editor of The Courier, bringing you Conneaut's hometown happenings for the week of December 4th, 2019. Christmas has come to Conneaut. The Optimist Club's annual Christmas parade went off without a hitch on Friday night, November 29th, with more people lining the streets than last year and plenty of excitement in the air. The parade theme this year was Christmas Through the Eyes of a Child. The Conneaut High School alumni and marching bands easily won the Best Marching Unit Award, and longtime parade organizer and community leader Jim Jones was parade marshal. Santa Claus brought up the rear and then hurried over to the Lights of Love tree lighting at Main and Buffalo Streets. It was a good night for everyone. Lights of Love may still be purchased through December 13th from the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce for just $5 a piece. The Chamber is also selling this year a commemorative ornament for just $10 in memory of Sergeant Cole Walker. Proceeds from that ornament sale go to the Feed Our Vets food pantry in Ashtabula. Call the Chamber for Lights of Love or the commemorative ornament at 593-2402. The Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce has opened nominations for the 2019 Citizen of the Year. Anyone may nominate someone who has gone above and beyond in community service over a period of years. Nominations must be made in writing, and they may be mailed, emailed, or faxed to the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce on Main Street. The award will be presented at the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce annual dinner on February 4th at the New Leaf Event Center. Nominations are also open for Chamber champions, individuals or businesses that this past year have made Conneaut a better place to live, work, and play. The Chamber Board votes on the 3 Chamber Champion Awards and has the authority to present other special awards as well. You may contact the Chamber at 593-2402 for information about any of the nominations. Nomination deadline is Friday, December 20th. Thanksgiving weekend was pretty quiet in Conneaut, except down at the lakefront, where high winds on Thanksgiving Day snapped a piece of a blade off the lakefront wind turbine, leading to the closing of Broad Street Extension. The problem was repaired the next day. New City Council members who will take the oath of office at 5:30 p.m. Monday, December 16th, were invited to sit at the table with current City Council members to discuss the city's 2020 budget at a 5:30 p.m. December 2nd work session. The group discussed most of the city's $18.5 million proposed expenditures that are under consideration. Council briefly discussed a possible water rate hike for 2020. Rates went up last year, and Conneaut's water rates remain among the lowest in Ashtabula County. Conneaut City Manager Jim Hockaday and Finance Director John Williams said that the enterprise fund for the water is healthy, but it has to stay that way. The city manager proposes a minor rate increase of about 18 cents per 1,000 pounds of what he called clean, fresh water delivered right to your door. He said that to keep the waterfront healthy, 1% or 1 mile of the water mains should be replaced every year. The city has over 90,000 miles of water mains. No sewer rate increase is being discussed. Council must pass a 2020 budget before December 31st, even if it is labeled a temporary budget. Conneaut City Council's new members will be sworn in at a public ceremony at 5:30 p.m. December 16th in council chambers. Ashtabula County Common Pleas Court Judge Thomas Harris will officiate. A council meeting will follow. Conneaut's Municipal Court Judge-elect Nick Irochi will also be sworn in that evening. Incoming events in Conneaut, the Voices of Hope Christmas Concert will be held 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. on Thursday, December 5th at the Conneaut Human Resources Center at 327 Mill Street. It will feature the Conneaut High School Show Choir, instrumentalists, and other musicians from the community. Admission is $5, with proceeds going to the Conneaut Music Boosters and the Conneaut Human Resources Center. The Conneaut Quilt Guild will meet at 7 p.m. Thursday, December 5th at First Congregational United Church of Christ. And the Conneaut High School boys basketball season begins on Friday, December 6th at home against St. John. Numerous events scheduled for Saturday, December 7th begin with Monroe Fire Hall's annual Breakfast with Santa and Christmas cookie sale from 8 a.m. to noon at the Monroe Fire Hall at 4095 Center Road. A Christmas cookie sale will also be held from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. December 7th at the First Assembly of God at 389 West Main Road. Assorted cookies are $8 per pound. The Seniors Together Holiday Craft Fair at the Conneaut Human Resources Center gets underway 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, December 7th at 327 Mill Street. There will be food, door prizes, Chinese auction, and more. Admission is $1. Children with an adult are free. Conneaut Art Center's annual Christmas treasure sale of gently used holiday items is 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, December 7th and 8th, at the Art Center at 1025 Buffalo Street. Holiday Tour of Homes is 1 to 4 p.m. on Saturday, December 7th at 6 locations, including Grandpa's Castle B&B, the North Coast D-Day Museum, and the D-Day Administration Building at the former New Leaf United Methodist Church on Buffalo Street. Homes on the tour include the Tanner Victorian Home at 930 Main Street, the Watson Home with 50s decor at 639 Furnace Road, and the Nelson Home at 406 Middle Road with a country Christmas theme. You may contact Amanda Smith at Conneaut Public Library at 593-1608 for tickets. Tickets are $25 each and available at each stop on the self-guided tour. The Conneaut Convention and Visitors Bureau opens its Santa House at Station 3 at Main and Middle Roads from 4:30 to 7 p.m. Saturdays, December 7th, 14th, and 21st. Children will receive free books, handmade mittens, and be entered into a toy drawing. Santa will also have a gift for each child, and firefighters will be on hand to give tours of the fire station. The North Coast D-Day Museum at Lake Road and Harbor Street will host Christmas on the Home Front from noon to 5 p.m. on Sunday, December 8th. Visitors are invited to stop by the museum, which is decorated for a 1940s Christmas and features gifts that would have been exchanged nearly 80 years ago. Admission is free, and the museum is handicapped accessible, is located at Lake Road and Harbor Street. Kingsville Public Library is hosting children's Christmas parties at 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Saturday, December 7th at the CIMAC Welcome Center. The Conneaut Art Center Dance Department presents A Christmas Carol, 7 p.m. December 6th, 7th, and 13th, and 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, December 14th at the Art Center. The tickets are $10 general, $7 seniors, and $5 children. Call 593-5888. Rock Nativity, a contemporary retelling of the Christmas story, will be presented at Arlene's Broadway on Buffalo, 236 Buffalo Street, at 7 p.m. December 6th, 7th, 13th, 14th, 20th, and 21st, and 2:30 p.m. December 8th, 15th, and 22nd. This is a musical for all ages. Admission is $10 adults and $8 students. Southridge Christian Academy is sponsoring a chili supper from 4 to 7 p.m. on Friday, December 13th at 924 Center Road. Tickets are $5. Kingsville Public Library's Holiday Open House with music by Edgewood High School's Soundsations Show Choir is 6 to 7 p.m. on Friday, December 13th at the CIMAC Welcome Center. Final bids will be accepted that night for its Trimetry silent auction, which is currently underway at the library. Conneaut High School and Lakeside High School are having a Stuff the Bus competition on Saturday, December 14th at the former Dillard's entrance of the Ashtabula Town Square. The goal is to collect the most non-perishable food or hygiene items for the Feed Our Vets or to collect new unwrapped toys for the Operation Toy Soldier effort that sends toys to children of local active military families. If unable to get to the mall on December 14th, you may drop off donations at Conneaut High School or Marcy Funeral Home. And the final indoor farmers market in Conneaut is noon to 3 p.m. Sunday, December 15th at the Conneaut Human Resources Center at 327 Mill Street. If you're interested in being a vendor for the final indoor farmers market of 2019, you may call Samantha McNutt at 593-5273. And the Conneaut Salvation Army Red Kettle campaign continues at Orlando Brothers Golden Dawn, Fridays and Saturdays through December 22nd. If you can volunteer to ring a bell for an hour or more, contact Clara Lundgren at the Human Resources Center at 593-5273. That's it in Conneaut for this week. Until next week, this is Martha Sorahan saying so long.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Around the Town with Chuck. My name is Chuck Guglielmo, and today we're at the Conneaut Public Library taping the show on Monday, November the 4th. And my guest, no stranger to the Conneaut Public Library, is Cindy Prather. Cindy, how are you?
That's right. Thank you. I'm good.
Thank
yeah.
you for coming on the show.
I know.
today.
I can't. I don't know what you want to know. But
Well, we're going to find out what I want to know. First of all, you are the assistant director here at the
Right.
library.
Mm-hmm.
And how about telling me how long you've been the assistant director and,
All right.
and if you've had anything before you became the assistant
All right.
director?
Well, yeah, I started 25 years ago.
Wow.
So, part-time in the evenings working, and it was perfect for me because my husband would work during the day, and I filled in that the little bit around supper time. I would fill in for when everybody went to dinner because they were open till 8 o'clock at this time. You know, we had later hours. So eventually, as positions opened up, so I would apply for them. They would advertise them in-house, and so I went from a clerk clerk. Then I went into tech services, and then I went into cataloging, and just recently, 4 years now, I've been assistant director.
So quite a slew of jobs that you've had.
Mhm.
And 25 years,
Mhm.
so that takes you back to the days where you were at Carnegie Public Library.
Yeah.
It must have felt like, when you came over here, it must have felt like heaven for you.
But
leaving
it was
that place.
amazing, yeah. No more trudging up and down even though it was super cool up there on the glass floor, we had to move stuff up and down all the time. Anytime we did a reference, all that stuff was kept upstairs, so it made a huge difference.
I'm trying to think, at Carnegie now, the children's stuff was down on the
Down
first
in the
floor, right?
basement, yeah.
And everything else was
Yeah, on the middle floor,
upstairs.
and then upstairs was mostly reference, like magazine reference. That's the days that's before internet, so you know everything was referenced through a magazine or an encyclopedia or some type of reference book that you'd have to refer to for reports.
Mhm.
Yeah, we kept all that stuff upstairs.
So how many of those 25 years were spent at Carnegie?
Let's see, I'm gonna say I was only probably over there like 3.
Okay.
Because we've been here 21 this last May.
21 years here already?
Yeah.
Wow, it doesn't seem that long.
I know,
Just
yeah.
a magnificent,
Yeah, this last
beautiful
May.
library. Everybody I bring in just admires
Right.
the library here.
I know that, yeah, it's a unique look for sure.
Can you talk about some of the other staff members here and what their roles and responsibilities are?
We have Kathy Altman. She's head of our adult services, and she does all kinds of adult programming. She's our lead passport agent. She's in charge of our Gallery 304, which we have for anybody in town that would like to display their artwork. We sign you up for the month, and you can display your local talent right there, and you're able to sell things too from that gallery. We also have Amanda Latva. She's new to the youth department. Stephanie retired after 40 years, and Amanda's like stepped in and taken over and done things differently, and it's worked out just as good.
And she does a great job, even though Stephanie was a big loss.
Oh my gosh, yeah, big shoes to fill, but boy, I tell you, Amanda's really taken charge, and it's done differently with different characters, and her she's made it her own, and it's worked out really good. She's got kids that like to follow her too. Yeah.
And of course, your boss will be Kathy Zappatelli?
Kathy
Or Zappatello?
Zappatello, yeah.
I get
and
mixed
she,
up there. Zappatelli, Zappatello, Zappatella.
Yeah. And I have to tell you, she's one of the best bosses I've ever had, and I've told her that, she knows, but just really easygoing to work for. She empowers you to be the best that you can be. And that's not just with me, that's with all her staff. So yeah, she's is just one of the greatest personalities. And you can tell by the way she volunteers her time in town. She serves on so many boards, and people look up to her for all kinds of advice and leadership. Yeah.
I was going to say, just like you, she's out in the community quite a bit.
Yeah.
Speaking of being out in the community, Cindy, you are very much out in the community. You're on the Conneaut Cable Advisory Board. I'm on
Just
that
like
as
you.
well. You've been on there.
Partners in crime.
You've been on there longer. How have you seen that board develop since the first time you were on till now?
Oh my gosh, yeah, things are so much different. I started when actually Henry Ogoranacek, I hope I said that right.
Oh yes, the teacher.
Yeah, he was on the board. He did a lot of filming, and our cameras then were big cameras, and we had these cassettes that went in that camera, and you have to carry this big camera around. Now our cameras are these nifty little digital things where it's so easy to carry around. So just the technology part of it is
So
huge.
he is Regis took Henry's place.
I believe Regis and Henry worked together. Henry did like what we do, go out and film, interview, that kind of thing. And he even made copies. And this is the time when you would take those cassettes and he would copy them to DVDs to play. So that's old school. That's way back, yeah. So just the changes in that. Regis, that's our editor and our tech guy, our IT guy. He does a great job.
Works really hard at it.
He works really hard. He comes into town 3 nights a week. He lives in PA. So right there's we're
Is he
grateful
from Erie?
for. Yeah, he's from
I thought
Erie.
he was from Erie.
And he's given me so many tips and lessons anytime you've asked him for, hey, can you show me how to use Adobe Premiere? Can you show me how to do the microphone to get better sound, and how not to film into a window, for the lighting. So I've learned all sorts of things through the cable advisory board, and not to mention Martha. Martha keeps us all in line there too, and gives us all kinds of places that we should film or can film or want to film. So she's a great asset too.
I can't think of another community in the area that has something like that, where a lot of local programming done by a lot of local volunteers.
Yeah, it's very unique, and that's like we just said, you don't ever want to lose that license because you'll never get it back. It's one of a kind.
And you do one of the shows on there, it's called The Library Line.
We do
Explain
Library
to our
Line.
viewers what exactly is The Library Line.
Library Line is our library spotlight on the community. We work on how we have relationships with and cooperate with other entities. Whether we do a movie under the stars with the Art Center, or we collaborate with the VFW, or not the VFW, what's the one over? American Legion. Over here, the American Legion. We've worked together with the Human Resource Center. We've done things with the Chamber, and So collaboration is a big thing. So what our library line does, we spotlight somebody in the community to be on our show, and then also what's happening in the library. Sometimes it's a book sale, sometimes we're doing a giveaway, sometimes it's summer reading. So depending on what all is going on, each member kind of has a segment that their specialty is. Kathy Altman will talk about passports, of course, and adult programming, and Molly will talk about youth programming, and Carissa will talk about our young adult section. So we have a variety of things that we talk about.
Very great work too, because
That's a good little show.
it is a good little show.
Yeah.
The Conneaut Cable Advisory Board, you are on some other boards as well?
That's the only one.
Okay, what's this leadership thing that you're on?
Oh, my leadership. So I'm the class of 215, the best class ever. Every class says that. Yes, leadership Ashtabula County. And I'll have to be honest, one of those things, Kathy every year sends somebody from the library to be, and it's a dedicated amount of time that you get involved with leadership, and you learn all about Ashtabula County. And I thought, well, I know about Ashtabula County. I work in a library. I know what they're, the basics. I know absolutely nothing. So after I got done with leadership, I was like, that's one of the 5 best things I've ever done in my life. Yeah, it was something I didn't want to do. And she's like, yeah, we're sending somebody every year. It's your turn. You're going to go. And I'm like, ugh. So, but I did it, and I'm still friends with my classmates. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So we do it. We went to everything from agriculture to education to industry to quality of life. Each month they focused on something, and we learned about what Ashtabula County has to offer. And like I said, if you have a chance to do leadership, do it. And this year we are sending Molly. Molly is the class of 2020.
She excited about it?
She loves it so far, yeah. It started in October, so she's only been to 2 or 3 classes now, but yeah, she'll graduate in the spring.
That's wonderful. Cindy's usually behind the camera, but today you're on the camera. Cindy, when you're behind the camera, you film a lot of things. What are some of the things over the years that you filmed that you thought were very successful and interesting to you?
To me?
Yeah.
Well, I love filming the lake. On those rough days, if you see footage of the rough lake, that's usually me. I love going down there with my camera and just sit there and get footage of the how crazy our lake is, how just like
how mean it can be in the wintertime.
And I send pictures out and some of my video, and people just can't believe how violent that lake gets sometimes. And then some days you're out there and it's like a sheet of glass. We've gone kayaking out there, and that's one of my favorite things to do too. It's just and I grew up on the lake, so I like going down there filming that. I've filmed so many different things.
D-Day.
I've filmed D-Day. Let's see.
A lot of things. I know you've filmed a lot. You've done some school sports as well.
I don't mind doing. I don't mind doing library line. I do all the programming and the. None of the editing, but sort of like what's it called when you get everything together and line up all the segments and
a coordinator.
Coordinator kind of thing. Yeah, I coordinate all the on how it lines up and how to film everybody and what the theme is going to be. Yeah.
Of course, Cindy got me started. You filmed my show for the first year.
Right.
And now...
oh, that's what I should have said. Chuck Guglielmo show. One of my favorite things.
You must enjoy filming, obviously.
I'm way more comfortable behind the camera, yeah. I do, I have been filming a lot of the Sunrise Live segments lately, so...
Now, what do you film at Sunrise Live?
Anything that I feel that can be played over and over, like some of Coco's segments, they're timely.
So you select it, not Coco?
I select the things to film, and I say, this would be a good one, this one, and this one, what time are they on? And like John Patterson, I filmed that one today because it's relevant to what's happening, not just today, but weeks from now. And some of the where if it's something like, I don't know, something that's, say I filmed it today and the event's happening Friday, well, it's not going to air till the next week, so it doesn't make sense to film it. So depending on when the event is happening is what I'll film too. I'm filming tomorrow a segment on hunting. I think that there's somebody from the ODNR coming and giving tips on hunting. So I
Great.
thought that would be interesting,
Yeah.
hunting tips.
Hunting
yeah.
season coming up, end of the
Right.
month here in November.
Right.
Has there ever been a time where you filmed something and then you absolutely said to yourself, I can't turn this in, it just did not come out right?
Yes, and it just happened recently. David Thomas was at the CIMAC Center, and I thought it was all on maps and how to use the auditor site to see how the maps are. And so I go in and I sit down and I film it. The floor at the CIMAC Center is so squeaky that anytime somebody moved in their chair or walked across the floor, it was like, and I couldn't turn it in. I'm like, oh, this was a waste of time, because, not really a waste of time, because I did benefit from it. I just sat there and watched, and I got a lesson myself.
Sure.
You know, one time I pushed the start button and I pushed the stop button and I didn't film something. That was a disaster.
I can imagine.
Go to turn it in and it was like, there's nothing on here, and I'm like, well, I filmed it. It's like, and that was towards the beginning of my career in filming, so I learned a lesson there that.
Well, that was like the time where I turned one into Regis and he says, I can't find the show on here. And remember, there was two of those chips in the
there's
camera.
two, yeah, and I had the other
Yeah,
chip.
and happened to tape on that one. Thank goodness, because
Right.
that was one of the good shows that I've done. Cindy, let's talk about of course, the public library has a lot of activities. One thing that caught my eye as I was looking in the Courier here the other day was the Stuff the Doghouse. Talk a little bit about that.
Stuff the Doghouse.
For the whole month of November, I believe,
Yeah,
yes.
that is all about, we received a doghouse made by the corrections facility, the Lake Erie Corrections Facility. The inmates practice making dog houses, or they'll make cornhole games, or they'll make tree houses, or they even made our rocket ship that we had for our summer reading program. And it teaches the inmates from everything from how to use a hammer and a nail to shingles and framing and all that stuff. So we ended up getting a doghouse from them, and we put some items with it, a stuffed dog and a bone and a dish and a giveaway basket. Well, we thought it might be a nice thing, instead of asking people for donations like we do all the time, maybe it'd be nice to do something for the APL. So if you bring in an item for the APL and stuff the doghouse, you could get a ticket, and it goes in a drawing, and you could win, not the doghouse, but you win all the other stuff. The basket, with the giveaway basket with the t-shirt and all the Cleveland Browns boo stuff in it. What can I say?
Oh, we don't want to get into them right now because
Oh my
they are
gosh.
a disaster. And my next guest on my next show, we're going to talk about that disaster. You got another thing here at the library, I think it's this week, called Beaded Earrings.
Beaded Earrings is one of our adult programs. Kathy Altman's in charge of the adult programming, so now that you mention that, I think I should sign up for it, because I'd like to learn how to make beaded earrings.
I think it does say something, register, or you can call 593-1608 or visit conneaut.lib.us.
Right, US.
Is this something, Cindy, that is new, or do we have this on a yearly basis?
The earrings that are new, she tries to come up with different things. Sometimes we have a natural healing lady that comes in, shows us how to make soaps. We have somebody coming in actually to show us how to embroider, and that's coming up. At the end of November, I'm doing a class on mandala, how to paint mandala on the rocks, and she tries to bring up a variety of things. We have a scrapbooking class coming up. What else does she teach?
There's a lot of things
Oh my
here at the
gosh, yeah.
library, and there's something for all ages too. This one coming up, Scrabble Night. That's for all ages.
Yeah.
And talk to us a little bit about that one.
We have quite a few Scrabble boards here, and we do a little competition. You just come in and you set up and you pick a random seat, and we all sit and play just the board game of Scrabble. I'm undefeated, by the way.
That's always a good thing, right?
Yeah. So come in, I challenge you.
And who does some of the filming for that stuff? Is it our Matt Crawford? And when they put it on TV, he'll come in here and film, I think, your class. What is it, painting or scrapbook or something? I saw that on the TV once, that it was...
He did come in one time and film something, and I can't remember what that was for, but Matt does a lot of filming in the community too. Yeah, he's another one of our cable board people that's amazing. And
we have some good people on that cable board. I mean...
Lance fills in for Regis sometimes,
yes.
And Jim Suplee just has a great mind for the technical part of stuff. You know, like what kind of servers and lines and cables and all that kind of
they
stuff.
They do a tremendous job, and Matt Crawford and Bob Shackle.
Yeah, Bob Shackle films a lot of the school things that you see on the...
What a help they've been to me, too, because anytime I ask them, when I take the show out of the library, I have one of those two follow me, they're always there to say yes. They're just...
I wish I was retired. I could be there too. I would be retired. How's it feel to be retired?
You got a few more years.
I've got 5 more years.
Oh, you got more than that.
I got 5. It'll be my 30 years then.
30 years. Wow.
Yeah, they kind of...
Yeah, that would make sense. If you've been at the library for 25, that means you have 5 more years to get to 30.
Yeah. That's general, if I think about
digital loans.
Digital loans. You're talking about Hoopla. So Hoopla is
It has 2 names, digital loans and Hoopla.
No, it's not. It's Hoopla is the name of the software that we use to borrow digital copies of items, digital books on audio. And what this does is you have to have your a valid library card. You get in, you sign up on our library site, you get your account, and you can download books to your devices. And it's something that we pay for, just like we pay $29.95 for a book, we pay $2.99 for this audiobook, or $1.99 for every time you download this. There's a fee involved in it. In order for us to not go over our budget, a lot of times we have to put in where it tops out at. So if you're downloading materials and you really are enjoying it, and let's say one time you happen to get it's not available now or it won't let you do it, that might mean that we topped out that day. Our limit is set at $200 a day. So just try again tomorrow. You know, we have to have a limit set, or you know, if you go over budget, most people know what happens. You're in the red, and that's not a good thing. So.
And I heard you talking before we went on the air. That's a 2-year thing, then it expires.
Well, your cards are good for 2 years. Yeah, your library card.
And then you have to call to renew it.
You have to call and renew your card. And all we do it's just a matter of updating an email and a phone number and an address. Emails are going to be so important now because that's how you're going to be informed of your hold, or if something's expired, or if we have to contact you for any reason. The mass email is the way to notify people. Those old days of calling, you know, it just isn't.
The old days are gone.
The old days.
We just got to get the older people like myself got to get used to this constant technology change. Really,
I know, and I'm feeling it too. I feel like I'm every day that I'm not keeping up as much as I used to. You know, it's hard. The technology is really hard.
We're seeing that at the county cable board right now with the new church service servers.
Exactly. Everything's supposed to be streamed. Everything's going streaming now, and it's almost like too much to even comprehend. Like, you know, how can that be? How can everything live up there?
But we could pull a 17-year-old out there and they would know all about it.
Yeah, I bet.
They would. They would know all about it. One other thing here on the activities, it's bring your own book. Is that
Yes,
right?
BYOB.
BYOB.
BY Young Book. That's one of my favorite things here to do. We meet once a month, and it's just what it says. You bring your own book. We generally meet somewhere. In the summertime, we met down at Township Park, and you bring your own book that you're reading, and you talk about it. You explain to others. We almost are, when we're done, it's like, oh, let me take a picture of your book so I can read it later, and we put it on our list, you know. There's about 12 of us in that book group. And what I like about it is, a lot of times I'm more of a nonfiction reader than I am fiction. So, and there's a couple of us that are like that in the group, that a little bit more nonfiction. So you can, really you can open your mind to reading something different when somebody talks about a fiction book. Like, I love Trudy Hazen's in our group. I love listening to her, her explanations.
Minister?
Yes, I think she is. Larry Gash is in our group, and he's a great nonfiction reader. He talks about all sorts of things that I wouldn't pick up and read, and he makes it sound so interesting. It's like, yeah, give me that book. I want to read it too, you know. So there's quite a few of us that it broadens your horizons. I think that's what I like about it, as opposed to where, you know, the other book clubs, you all read the same thing, and sometimes it's okay, but this seems to be my niche that I like. Yeah.
Cindy, let's close with this. It's going to be a tough question for you.
Yikes.
You'll probably.
Oh my gosh.
You said you got about 5 more years to go. What would be something you'd like to see Conneaut Public Library add that is not here?
Probably, let's see, I think of it as a selfish way, though. Like, I would like to see the staff have what they need to keep us running efficiently. Like, I'm so, like, we use the back of paper, and we save the stuff for recycling, and we ask the community for milk jugs to make the kid thing. You know, I'd like to be at a place where we wouldn't have to ask for a levy and just have what we need to put on programming without having to beg for stuff. Yeah.
Sounds
That's
great.
that's what I'd like to see. Just
Well,
just
maybe that will
running on
come.
it.
Maybe that will
I
come.
know. Yeah.
Conneaut Public Library runs Monday through Friday. What are the hours?
Monday through Friday, we are 9 to 7, and Saturday 9 to 1.
So about 5.5 days of operations here at the Conneaut Library. 2 dates, though, that you will not be in operation this month is November the 8th for a staff in-service day, and then November the 11th for Veterans Day. There will be no library. Okay, so will you? Is the 8th is a Friday?
It's this Friday. We'll
This
be
Friday.
closed,
So
right?
you'll be open the 9th?
Yes, we're open
Okay.
Saturday.
Okay. Well, Cindy, it's been great. You do a great job, not only here at the Conneaut Public Library, but out in the community and on the boards that you serve.
Thank you.
So, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cindy Prather, my guest today on Around the Town with Chuck.
Done. So, now I have the Downtown Coaches Club president, Don Dale, is going to speak.
All right, good evening. The Downtown Coaches Club would like to thank everyone for coming this evening to celebrate this year's Conneaut High School PIAA District 10 Region 3 champs, right? The Downtown Coaches Club is an organization of parents that help support the Conneaut football team and cheerleaders. We raise money to pay for different items that are needed by the football team throughout the year. I do want our, first our officers to stand. Diana DePopi, Stephanie Roxbury, and Tiffany Coleman. Those are our officers. And then also members that helped out, part of the Downtown Coaches Club is Buddy Deal, Mike, Jody Slayton, Chris Osborne, Jeff Davidson, Georgia Woods, Stephanie and Doug Roxbury, both of them helped out all year. And if I missed anybody, I am sorry, and I thank you all for your time. It's greatly appreciated. Some of the things that the Downtown Coaches Club pay for, I think a lot of people don't realize, and I do have a list here, but I just want everybody to be aware of the things that we do. Senior banners, the Rydell Laundry, we pay for memberships like the Chamber of Commerce, the Coaches Clinics, the Countdown Clock, the fencing advertisement, the NWPFCA membership dues, tackling system, the website, Rydell football jerseys, brochures, programs, items for camp, tug of war rope, the Wolverine Gridiron Club. I don't even know what some of this is. I just know we paid for it. Echo, Huddle subscription, pop-up tents, wristbands, portable hard drive, helmet decals, tackling wheels, spirit wear, trophies, this banquet every year, along with each meal on Thursday night, the food after football games, and the food provided all year round. We do have some businesses that donated this year meals. Would be the Conneaut Prison, Biscotti's, and Charlie's Deli. We'd like to thank them. And we also have Sparky's and the Dairy Queen, who also paid out to the diamond level. I'm not sure if anybody's here from them, but thank you very much. We do the 50-50 raffle, and we're always looking for help, right? That's right, we're always looking for help. So next year, we're asking that if there's any part of it that you'd like to do, even if you can't come to the meetings, but you'd like to help out, sell 50-50 tickets, help out at the games, we would really appreciate it. The next year's group, when they start having meetings, which will start right after the beginning of the year, just let us know you want to help, and we'd love to have you. And we're also still selling the championship t-shirts in the back, the signs with the kids' names on them, and anything else I'm missing back there? Good? Okay, so please, if you want those, oh, also seniors, you can purchase your white jerseys this evening as well, if you want those. Okay? All right, next.
All right, now it's my coaching staff that's here. Again, these guys are great people, great mentors, and if any of these kids, there's 40 of them, so they're all going to find someone to latch onto, someone they can trust and when they need something, and that's what all family is all about. It's about growing, and these coaches are what makes that happen. So it's a lot more than what they do on the field. It's a 12-month-a-year commitment that these coaches are there for these kids. So to thank the time they put in, first up, Tony Passanen. Stand up, Tony. Come on. Oh, yes, stand up. All right. I thought that was. He coached our linebackers, running backs. He's the head girls coach, and he's kind of been my right-hand man since I've been here. He was the first guy to take me in the first day that I was in Conneaut after I got hired, and ever since we've had a great friendship. And if there's a go-to guy that I need in a crunch situation, I know that Tony's there for me. I know his family's there for me, and hopefully he feels the same way about our family. But it's just a tight-knit connection. That just a great guy. I love him, and I'm glad that he came back to the staff this year. So thank you, Tony. Next, Bill Lips. Offensive and defensive line coach, head baseball coach. Just amazing knowledge. I guess I shouldn't say how many years you've been coaching because that would age you, right? So he's a little sensitive about that. The kids absolutely love him, and he's the one guy on staff that can kind of like put a kid down and then make him laugh the next second. So he has that ability to make sure, even though he's tough on the kids, they're going to go home with a smile on their face, and the kids know how much he loves them. And just does a great job for us. I feel like every year that's something I don't got to worry about. We don't got to worry about the offensive line, okay? Because we know that they're going to be coached well and get it done. Every year, we have question marks here, we have question marks there, and then he ends up figuring it out, and we have a great offensive line, which our running backs appreciate, right? Good. Coach Lips. Next, Tim Telbacca. Tim, obviously very organized coach, the head basketball coach, great person, great guy, great mentor. But I put a little extra on him. Late in the off season, I said, hey, can you be our defensive coordinator? You know, so and obviously he didn't question it once. He was, yes, I'm all in. He was our defense coordinator this year, and you guys saw the results. Our defense was amazing, outstanding. Our varsity defense was scored on one time other than the Wilmington game, but in 9 games they had 1 touchdown given up, and that's due to the time he put in organizing practices and the game planning he did. Our kids knew what the other team was going to do before they did it, and it made for an amazing defense. But Coach, we appreciate everything that Coach Tabaka. And Coach Eric Hodges. Coach Hodges is definitely the most liked coach on staff, especially by the girls. Young, great teacher, young, great coach. Played soccer, never played football, and was willing to help us out. You got to feel that in there, right? Hey, willing to help us out, and has done an amazing job. And this will be his first off season with us. We're excited to just learn football, and he was just a great presence, being around the kids and being that positive side, making sure, hey, if anything else, these kids are going to get a positive. It's going to be from Coach Hodges. So thank you, Coach Hodges. All right, next, everyone knows how much Monica does for us, and so I'm going to call her up here, and she's going to announce her staff that helps her throughout the football season.
Thank you. So mine's going to be pretty short because I only invite normally the seniors to this. There should be 3. So most of you guys know I had a pretty good set of helpers last year, and they ended up graduating. So I really didn't know what I was going to do. And at the end of last year, there was a switch in the hospital systems, and I didn't know if I was coming back. So I didn't really plan on having student trainers this year. And I had a couple girls and 1 young gentleman that came and helped. But we have 2 seniors here tonight, and we also have a sophomore who is moving, so we're trying to honor her. She's moving to Florida. And then we also have a special guest as well that I'll talk about in a minute. So first, Kylie Singleton, you want to come up? They were mad that I was making them come here. All right, my 1 senior who came back this year was Ryan Young. He unfortunately couldn't make it tonight. But then my next senior is Allie Tatry. And then for those, I want to say thank you to the Downtown Coaches Club. They did buy sweatshirts for both of the seniors. And then this year I had Coach Rock let me know that the football team wanted a special person on the sideline with us. And for most of you guys probably don't know, since I've been 18 years old, I've been dealing and working with kids with special needs. So I was greatly happy to have this person come up, and I know he's loved by all the football players. So Johnny, you want to come up? He made a great towel boy this year. All right, and that's it for me. Oh wait, actually no, I lied. So this is something I added in this year, and I'll bring it to you guys. So don't have to come back up. But when I went to Mentor as a student trainer, we actually got lettered in sports medicine. So we were part of the football team. We were there with them, all the practices, all the games. Fortunately, most of my student trainers also play sports because, you know, Pontiac's not as big as Mentor. But we haven't gotten to the point where we're getting them letters or any kind of, you know, anything besides community service for helping out with this. So I bought little trophies for them. So I'm going to give them that. Just wanted to. So thank you so much.
All right. As we said, it's a huge program. We appreciate all the support, band, everybody else that helps. And obviously band has their own thing, but we do have the cheerleaders to recognize here today, who is run by my wife, Emily Dobrin.
Good evening. We're going to recognize the varsity and junior varsity cheerleaders for football season. Amazing group of girls this year, as always. Probably the busiest group of students you could possibly find. I was looking through the list tonight, and 8 of them played other varsity sports this same season. 3 of them were in the band, and 11 of them do competitive dance. And some of those overlap. So there's not a single girl who doesn't do something else that's of a major commitment during season. So while it's a scheduling nightmare, I do really appreciate just how active and involved these girls are in the community. They are amazing leaders at the high school, and I'm really proud to coach them because they do things that I can be proud of, and I really appreciate that about them. So we're going to start with calling up the seniors, starting with our senior captains. And Emily Talbacca is going to be helping me out for basketball season this year. Yay. So she's going to help me out tonight too. Emily Hosey. Senior captain. She's also receiving an Academic Excellence Award and her second-year letter. Catherine Joslin. She is also a senior captain. She's receiving an Academic Achievement Award and her second-year letter, and she was also voted as our team MVP, which she received that award at the sports banquet. Kayla Coe. Kayla's receiving her Academic Achievement Award and her second-year letter. Kaylin McClintock. Kaylin is receiving her Academic Achievement Award, her 3-year letter, and she was voted our varsity most spirited. Sydney Squara. Sydney is receiving her Academic Excellence Award and her second-year letter. Those are our seniors, and they received a gift from the Downtown Coaches Club as well. Now, for the rest of our varsity, we have Claire Eaton. Claire is receiving her Academic Achievement Award, and she received her first-year letter. Lauren Ensman. Academic Achievement Award and second-year letter winner. Leah Vendetti. Leah is receiving her Academic Achievement Award and her first-year letter. And our final member of the varsity squad is Jaden Coy, who wasn't able to be with us tonight, and she's a first-year letter winner. And I should tell you too, since we're going first, the Academic Excellence Award is a 4.0 and Academic Achievement is above a 3.0. So it's a smart group of girls we've got. Our JV squad, you can come up as I call your name as well. Ella Burden. Ella is receiving her Academic Excellence Award. Linda Dalton. Linda's receiving her Academic Achievement Award. Hannah Stiltner. I don't think it's here this evening. Caitlin Grew. Academic Achievement Award. Lydia Jarina. She's receiving her Academic Achievement Award, and she was voted JV Most Spirited. Leanna Laux, Academic Excellence. Vanessa Miola, Academic Excellence. And finally, Maddie Morrison, Academic Achievement. And thank you, girls, for a great season.
All right. So now we're going to go through the team. I'm going to announce all the underclassmen and the awards they got this year. And a quick explanation, just so you know what we're talking about when we announce them. As my wife said, academic excellence is a 4.0. Academic achievement is over a 3.0. If I say they have an all-in award, this is one of my most important awards, I think, that we give out as a program. But all-in means that they didn't miss a practice from August 1st on. Okay, no matter what the circumstances, no matter what it is, you didn't miss a practice. I think the only thing that I give a pass on there is like if it's a college visit, something to better their future. But other than that, all-in's all-in. You're in every practice no matter what. Ironman Award means they played all 40 quarters. And again, that's with the exception of this year. Like, I took kids out in the fourth quarter because we were winning so much. But if they were healthy and played every quarter they were allowed, they can play before I took them out just because we were winning so much. That's called the Ironman Award. And then I'll announce if they got all district, which is the district Northeast Lakes District. If they got all county, which we know what that is, and if they got all region. Okay? And as we know, these guys should all be proud of themselves. If they are in this room, if they are part of this team, they worked their tails off, and they were a part of a championship team that went 9-1, the best record since 1985, and that's the most important thing, because let me tell you, every one of them deserves more awards than they're going to get. Okay? It's just that kind of a deal. We had 13 amazing seniors, and every one of them started. Okay? And they all played their part, and we had a lot of underclassmen that did amazing things. But there's not enough awards to go around. But every one of them, what's important is how well they did this year together as a team, as a family, and we're proud of each and every one of you. All right? So, starting with our 9th graders. You guys can come up. Now, 9th graders, just so you know, because you're new to this, you're going to come up here, you're going to grab a carnation. These are carnations over here. I wouldn't know that either at your age. These are carnations over here, okay? And then when I release you back to your seat, you're going to give whoever had you, whatever cheerleader was your cheerleader, you're going to bring that carnation to your cheerleader. If you have no clue who your cheerleader was, just give it to any cheerleader. Hopefully you knew who your cheerleader was. Had some questions in the past. All right, starting off. Colton Cameron, Participation Award for Academic Achievement. Dakin Chabot, Participation Award. Darren's not here today. Darren didn't come, right? Larry Ham. Participation Award, Academic Achievement. Good job, Larry. Nathan Costin. Participation Award, Academic Achievement. Moses Schwartz. Participation Award, Academic Achievement. Owen Shields. Participation Award, Academic Achievement. Zach Rice. First year letter winner, Academic Achievement, and All-In Award. Right here, you got a freshman group. Now, here's what's special about this freshman group. We had 3 first-year letters on this freshman group. To be a freshman in letter with the amount of seniors that we had this year is a pretty impressive thing and a really good thing for the future. All these guys did a great job on the JV squad this year. Our JV team did very well. We had to play some tough teams like Cathedral Prep. Like we beat Wilmington, which was the first loss they had in 4 years. But all these guys were a part of that. All these guys are going to enjoy their wonderful first off season, their first true off season, where they're going to go 11 months of working hard for next year. And we're super excited for the future of this group. And hopefully, if these guys are telling me the truth, they're going to double in size, right? You guys are going to get like half of your friends that come out, so we'll be up to like 16 guys next year in that class. But give it a round of applause for the freshman class. It was a great job. All right, guys, you guys can give your carnations and sit down. Sophomores. Joey Bowen, first year letter winner, Academic Excellence and All-In Award. Chase Carpenter, first year letter, Academic Achievement Award. Robert Hagstrom, first year letter, Academic Excellence Award. Jason Hurd, participation, Academic Achievement Award. Patrick Cantola, participation, Academic Achievement. Alex Coleman, second year letter winner in Academic Achievement. Kiefer Mandigello, first year letter, All-In Award. Nick Osborne, second year letter winner, Academic Excellence, Ironman Award. Dylan Stewart, Participation Award, Academic Achievement. Eric Woods, Participation Award, Academic Achievement. These are our sophomores. This is the biggest group we have going forward into the future, so that's a good thing. This is the bulk of our JV squad that I said did so well this year. This is like the heart and soul of that JV squad. These guys had a lot of great games, beat a lot of good teams. When we played those bigger teams, they competed, and when we played the teams that were our size, we won big. Okay, and it was because of these guys. In the past years, the biggest growth for most kids, not everyone's the same, we know that, but the most growth is between your sophomore and junior year. Kids usually grow 3 or 4 inches, gain some good positive weight, hit the weight room hard. So their determination for these future years is going to be a big thing. And we got a couple second-year letter winners on this group, which means they lettered last year. So guys that have started for 2 years now. So it's a very important group going forward. We appreciate the work you guys put in. And again, almost every one of them had academic excellence, and I think 2 of them had academic excellence. Most of them had academic achievement. Just a very smart group of young men. Thank you, sophomores. All right, juniors, Telus Andrews. First year letter, academic achievement, All-In Award, Ironman Award, got first team all-conference wide receiver, first team all-county linebacker, and honorable mention all-district for wide receiver and linebacker. Lane Herman, first year letter winner, academic achievement and All-In Award. Sean Herman, participation award, academic achievement. Joey Merlin, just had hip surgery, so he's, hopefully he's gonna have a bionic leg next year now. Third year letter winner, Ironman, first team, all county, honorable mention, all district. Probably deserved a lot more than he got. Great kicker. I'm guessing he had the most points as a kicker, probably around. I didn't look it up, but probably. Anthony Nunes, first year letter, academic achievement. Ryan Osborne, participation, academic achievement. Billy Schmayman, first year letter winner, academic achievement. Jake Slayton. Jake was on the IR. He started as a sophomore, two-way starter as a sophomore, and we missed him this year. So hopefully he's going to have a bionic knee and be be the man next year. Right back to it. And Jacob Wiley, second-year letter winner, academic achievement. I said it, academic achievement. Jake Wiley, yeah. First team all-conference, and honorable mention all-county offensive lineman. Good job, Jake. All right, you guys can take your carnation and sit down. That class right there is obviously our future leaders. These are the guys that are becoming the seniors. So we already had a talk. Those guys are now the leaders. We're going to do a lot of off-season leadership deals, and there was a lot of great players that contributed to this team this year in that group. And there was a couple kids that would have started and flourished on any other team hadn't there been 13 seniors in front of them. They were just amazing athletes. But a lot of good athletes. We're excited to see what they perform on what they put on the field next year. And you're going to see a lot of special things from a lot of special kids in that group right there. So thank you, juniors, that are going to be our future leaders. Thank you. I'm going to talk about the seniors for 2 seconds here before they get announced, because the seniors we do a little different. I'm going to have them come stand up here one at a time as one of the coaches talks about them. But as a group, it was a very special group to the staff, to the program. Like I said, it was led by these guys. Their work ethic, which you guys have heard me say over and over, started their 7th grade year or earlier. These guys are a close-knit group. They have great personalities. They're pretty brutal to each other, I'll tell you that. But they're pretty brutal to each other. But if any adult in here would ever talk to any of these kids, you would say they are the most polite, just good kids. Polite, good, outstanding gentlemen, and they truly are. Okay, we just know how friends are with each other. But I was amazed. It was great coaching you guys. It was absolutely. We had some good competitive 7-on-7, right? But it was an amazing coaching you guys. 13 starters. I never had 13 seniors that all started. It's unheard of. 13 guys. 10 of them were academically over 3.0. That doesn't happen. So it's just a smart group of kids, a great group of kids, and they are going to be truly missed by the program, myself, and all the coaching staff. So thank you, seniors. And like I said, I'm going to have the coaches come up here talk about you. When they announce you, come stand up here. See if you can figure this out. You'll get some awards in the front here. Give the carnation to your cheerleader, and then we have a rose. If your mother's here, you can give it to your mother or your mother figure, someone who's been there to support you, a family member here to support you. But we want to thank the mothers out there because we know all you do for your sons, how much you love them. So that's how this little session will work. All right, first up, Tim Talbacca.
Should have had a PowerPoint, right, guys? First of all, I want to say a couple things before I introduce the seniors that I was chosen to speak about. I want to thank Coach Aqua for the chance to coach the defense this year. Many lifetimes ago, I coached some defense back in Ashtabula, but I was really flattered to have the opportunity, and I really enjoyed working with these guys. They did a fantastic job. Obviously, the results were there. I really appreciate having the chance to coach them. I want to also mention these seniors. These guys remember me. I was the JV coach when they were freshmen, and we had a real fun time when they were freshmen. I always, as a coach, you think when you've coached as long as I have, you think about certain groups and certain time periods, and that was a very special time for me. That was really a really fun group to coach as a freshman. We won a lot of games that year. We won 4 close games. Our record was 7-2. They claimed it was 8-2 because Fairview was scared to play us. But I remember that year very clearly. That was a lot of fun for me. It's hard to believe that they're all seniors now. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Brandon Smile. Brandon's a 3rd-year letter winner, academic achievement, Ironman, first team all-district defensive back, honorable mention all-county defensive back. Brandon played corner for us. He played wide receiver for us. We tend to forget now, since he's been a receiver for the last couple of years in defensive back, he was also the quarterback on our team when he was a sophomore, when he won, Region 4, District 10, 2 years ago. I really enjoyed, he's also the P&T holder. I coached special teams for quite a long time, and You know, I'm away from that now, but I always remember the special teams position, so he was our holder for the PATs as well. Brandon's a big physical corner, big physical wideout. I thought he was one of the better blocking wideouts I've coached in my time here at Conneaut. I've always been very impressed how smart of a player Brandon was. I don't have any idea what he's going to do with his future, but if he wants to be a football coach, I think he'd be a great football coach, because Coach Rock will back me up on this. There's times in 7-on-7s and in practice we'll just let him call the plays and sit back and watch, because he has that good of a feel for the game and he has that ability to read defenses. Really enjoyed coaching him, like I said, right through from his freshman year through now, and I think he played a major role in many different parts of our program. I'm really happy that he had such a good senior year. Let's give him a round of applause for Brandon Smile. I also got to give him a Pop-Tart because it's kind of a grassroots thing. My lovely wife Emily, she makes nice breakfast for me before films every Saturday morning, right? And so after the Edgewood game, I come in with my breakfast and I had an extra Pop-Tart. And I'm walking through, the kids are getting ready for tape, and hey coach, there's a Pop-Tart. I said, what a pick last night, I'll give you a Pop-Tart for a pick. And that became a thing every week. I'd come in Saturday morning and give a Pop-Tart for a pick. So Brandon. So I also give you guys Pop-Tarts. Okay, next, Aiden Thomas. Aiden's a fourth-year letter winner, which is extremely rare in football, especially these days. Academic achievement, Ironman, all-in, was first-team all-conference wide receiver, first-team all-county defensive back, and was also honor mention all-district as a wide receiver. Brandon played free safety for us, was also a wide receiver, and was a punt returner. I've been fighting for years to have him return punts for us, but I was vetoed by Coach Rock for a couple of years. I think he got a couple returns this year, right? But he's an extremely physical player, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I always think about this story, this probably week 3 or week 4. Not to get too complicated here, but there was a deal where on a certain formation, Aiden does most of our defensive backfield calls formation-wise. And so there's an adjustment he can make where either he's going to be a deep guy or he's going to be what's called a down guy up in the mix there. And he would always check into being the down guy. And I couldn't figure out why that was, because they were basically either one's the same. And I figured out he just wants to go hit somebody. If he's deep, he can't do that. So, which is fine, which is okay, but I figured you out there, Aiden. But again, he was the quarterback of our defensive backfield. This whole season, we've given just a couple of formations and a couple of defensive concepts, and they take it from there. Even early in the season, there was stuff we'd see in scrimmages we hadn't even practiced for that year, and he'd get the defensive backfield into the right call because he has so much experience back there. I personally have a connection with him. I've coached him in two sports for 4 years. I think he's a great kid and a great athlete, and we're going to miss him next year in football. Aiden Thomas. Is Carter Kazarowski here? No. Okay, Leon Moffitt. Leon was a first-year letter winner. He was also first-team all-conference and second-team all-county defensive line. I give Leon a lot of credit because he made a position change. He had been a linebacker and a running back last year, which was his first year playing football. And actually, Coach Lips had the idea to move him to what's called the 3-tech, which is basically a defensive tackle. And it was kind of rough at first, but once he got used to it, he was fantastic. And by the midpoint of the season, he was one of our most aggressive, one of our best defensive players. I see him as a very dedicated athlete. And again, to kind of take a new position like that, which is a whole different part of football, I thought that was outstanding. Unfortunately, Leon's season was cut short by an injury at the Cash game. I don't know if you want to agree with this, but the tape of that is spectacular. I mean, he got upended and flipped over, and except for his knee getting blown out, it was pretty cool to watch. It's kind of a dumb thing to say, I know. But yeah, like I said, Leon did a fantastic job. There's some nuances on the defense line. It just takes time for a person to pick up. And I thought Leon did a great job of learning things. And again, with some coaching from Coach Lips and Coach Rock and myself, I think he really picked up on it. Leon does have one regret though. We were playing at Wilmington, and he had a perfect chance for a scoop and score. And unfortunately, the ball went through his hands. But I know he's going to make up for it this basketball season and make us forget about that, right? Anyways, proud of you, Leon. Great job for the last 2 years. And thanks for playing football. He plays the defensive line. I'm going to give him a Pop-Tart. I can't leave him out. Thanks, everyone.
All right, Coach Passon.
Tim's a tough act to follow, so I'll do my best. I'll definitely speak a lot slower. 6 years ago, due to some changes in staff at the middle school, I had to teach 6th grade math for a year, and that was the first time that I got to know many of these seniors, and not even on the football field, but even the cheerleaders as well. I can still remember where they all sat in the classrooms. I can still remember a lot of the arguments they had. Some of those arguments they still have today. As 6th graders, you could see from a football standpoint that this group had a real passion and love for the game. I then was moved back to 8th grade after that year, so I was also their teacher again for 8th grade as well. They still had that same love and passion for the game. The only difference is some of their mouths definitely got much bigger and bigger that year. But it's an honor for me to talk about the 3 young men that I get to talk about this evening. The first one is Richie Picard. Richie is a 4-year letter winner, and Coach Tallback had talked about that. That's an extremely hard feat to accomplish in any sport, let alone football. So that's just super impressive. He received academic achievement, first team all-conference tight end, and he was honorable mention all-county tight end. I coached him on the defense side of the ball, so I mean, I'll gear most of mine towards that. The great thing about having so much talent on one team is that you're going to win a lot of games. The trouble at times is dealing with, the egos that come with it. Richie was my breath of fresh air every single day. I absolutely loved his personality and his approach. Richie was not, concerned with stats or awards or those kind of things. He would do whatever was necessary to help the team win. Every single day he had a smile on his face. He loved being on that field and he loved being a part of the team. But don't let that smile confuse you. Between the lines, he was one of the most competitive kids I've ever coached. I really relied on Richie a lot this season. He was kind of like another coach on the field. And it was evident in a couple games he missed. We had a horrible time getting defensive calls into the game without him on the field. Richie finished the year with 36 tackles. 3 of those were for a loss. But that does not really tell the whole story. He was constantly doing what he was supposed to, and he would be taking on lead blockers and really help set up his teammates many times to make a lot of plays. I'm going to miss Richie a lot next season, whether it was counting on him to be my coach on the field or sitting back in practice thinking about how we could get Aiden mad next. But I'll never forget him, and I'll definitely be using him as an example for years to come. The next senior up is Seth Fedor. Seth is a 4-year letter winner, again, super impressive. Academic achievement, Ironman winner, first team all-conference, first team all-county, and first team all-district running back. I mean, that is an outstanding year. Now, I was with Seth a lot because with running backs and on the defensive side as well with linebackers. So there's many things that come to my mind when I hear the name Seth Fedor. I won't share some of those with you. On the field, it would definitely be passion and fire. I absolutely love the intensity he plays the game with. Most of the time, I loved when he wore his heart on his sleeve. I would say about 90% of that time. The other 10% I wanted to kill him. On defense, I honestly think I took him for granted this year as the linebacker coach. This was my first year coaching linebackers, and with him being a 4-year starter at our drop position, which is outside linebacker, I knew that he really knew more than I did. So that allowed me to focus my attention to helping the younger, inexperienced middle linebackers. Seth had 38 tackles, 8 of which were for a loss. He led us in sacks with 9. On offense, he was absolutely amazing. And unfortunately, because a lot of times he was sitting out second half of games or the final quarter of games, the numbers are even more impressive if you think about it. He led us in rushing with 1,180 yards and 21 touchdowns. He also added 90 yards receiving and had another TD catching it. What I'm most proud about is the fact that he ran the ball 93 times and never once fumbled. That shows how serious he was about his craft. He told me all this stuff to say, by the way. What I love most, though, about him was his approach. He never took a drill off. And that's really this whole senior group, and I know the coaches are all going to talk about that. He was going to go 100% no matter what. Even if it was running on air and sprinting another 20 yards and working on ball security. Obviously, we're going to miss his production on the field, but that fire and passion is definitely going to be the hardest to replace, and that's a tall challenge for next year's guys. Our last senior is, my last senior, is Ryland Davison. Ryland is a third-year letter winner, a winner of the academic achievement, winner of the all-in. He was first team all-conference at quarterback and linebacker, conference player of the year, conference offensive player of the year, county offensive player of the year, and first team all-district as an athlete. And that really sums him up best. I mean, to be able to play quarterback, which is such a mental position, you got to be almost like another coach, and then to play as well as he did at linebacker is really impressive. I remember coming home one night when I was teaching 6th grade, and I told my wife that I have a student who kind of reminds me of me when I was my age, and she said, "Why is that?" And I said, "Because all he wears to school every day is football jerseys and sweatpants." And it's funny, but it showed how much he loved football. And when I think of Ryland Davison, that's exactly what I think of, is the love of the game, but also how driven he was. I remember seeing him run the bluffs when he was in middle school, or even earlier than that. As a freshman, he didn't have the natural ability like Seth did, but everything Ryland has accomplished is due to his desire and hard work. I've been coaching 19 years in many different sports. I have never seen a kid work 12 months a year like he has. I would see him on the field in the snow working out. He would call me and ask me if he could come in, if I could come in early or stay late after basketball practice so he could work out. And on top of that, he started bringing other players with him. On offense, he led us in passing with 849 yards and 11 TDs. He was second in rushing with 902 yards and 16 TDs. The offensive numbers are definitely very impressive, but honestly, that's not what impressed me the most about him this year. I guess naturally, as a linebacker coach, I was more impressed with his play on the defensive side of the ball. His instincts and nose for the ball are absolutely amazing. He could read and shed blockers with tremendous speed, and as a result, he led our team in tackles with 80, and 20 of those being for a loss. I think the best thing about Ryland is the legacy that he has started. Now we have many kids who are working on their own, and that love of football that he showed as a 6th grader in sweatpants will be impacting our program for many years to come. Just one final thing, I'm going to miss these three more than I can say. They brought so many key ingredients to our team, but I'm mostly going to miss them for their personalities, and that really goes for this entire senior class. I mean, they were just a special group to be a part of, so thank you guys.
Coach Eric Hodges.
First off, I just want to thank the people in the Conneaut community. Me being a first-year teacher, a first-year coach, you guys have been amazing, kind of accepting me and taking me in. Coming from that school over there to the west, I really appreciate it. And I wasn't sure how I'd like it out here, but I love it. We got a lot of good people in the community, a lot of good men right here, young seniors, young ladies, young football players over here. So I just want to appreciate everybody who's kind of accepted me and taken me in as a member of the Conneaut community. First young man I want to talk about is Chance Ryan. Chance Ryan, sometimes known as Chase to Coach Tallbacka. I don't know how many times, at least once in practice he got called Chase, but that was the only time he'd ever get frustrated. Defensively, had 46 tackles, which led the secondary, 1 interception and 4 pass breakups. On the offense, unfortunately for him, he had a freak of an athlete, Seth Fedor, in front of him. But despite that, he still had 38 rushes for 320 yards, 5 touchdowns, and a touchdown on a kickoff return, which I don't think I'd ever seen Coach Lips so happy as he was then. Played the perfect role as a backup running back. Anytime he was called upon, he was right there, had his helmet on, he was ready to go in. Always did his job, did whatever was asked, a very coachable young man. And he has the right work ethic for whatever he wants to do, wherever he goes. Chance is receiving the 3rd-year letter award, academic excellence for 4.0, the All-In Award, Ironman Award, and was selected to first team All-Conference DB and honorable mention All-County as a DB. Chance Ryan. The next young man I want to talk about is Jay Green. Jay Green defensively had 5 interceptions, which was 2nd in the county. He led the team in pass breakups, 24 total tackles as a corner. Offense, probably didn't get as much as he wanted just because of the talent that we had, but whenever we needed him, he was there, he's ready to go. Helmet was on, hey Jay, we need you in there. He was right in there. Kid's got a big heart. Plays with huge heart, loves the game of football. Absolutely loves the game of football. Unfortunately, he had to sit out his sophomore half of his junior year with his knee injury. I know that killed him. I wasn't there to see it, but I know it killed him. I came back this year ready to go. Had a great off season. I remember leaving school one day last year. It was 3 o'clock. I was leaving school, and I'm driving out there in my little car that he makes fun of me about. And he's out there in the snow. It's snowing like crazy. He's out there in the snow catching passes from Ryland. Kid loves the game. Works year-round at it. He just has a big heart and a big love for the game of football. Did his job. As a senior, we get a lot of guys that don't really want to play special teams, don't want to jump in. Whenever we say, hey, we need somebody to fill in, Jay was right there, ready to go, jumping in, asking, hey, what can I do? Huge heart for football and for life. Monica kind of mentioned that, we had Johnny was a great towel boy for us this year, and I think Jay was kind of the leader of that, getting him involved and just being a great young man. And I know Johnny really appreciates that. I know Jay appreciates it too. Jay's awards this year, he is receiving his 3rd-year letter, the Academic Achievement Award, Ironman Award, first team All-Conference as a DB, 2nd team All-County as a DB, and honorable mention All-District. Jay Green.
All right, and Coach Lips will finish this off. The remaining seniors.
All I ever got out of Coach Tallbacka's talk was that his lovely wife makes Pop-Tarts for breakfast. So, Pop-Tarts, cartoons, the Tallbacka house is just, it's a place I want to go. I know we've had some end of the year awards, all leagues, all counties, all everything, all this and all that. And I think, some of our guys, for whatever reason, whether it's because we're playing in Pennsylvania or for the majority of the time, I do think that we kind of get screwed. And but I think none more than him. He should have been the coach of the year in the county. Wasn't selected that, and that's probably, that's a big screw in right there. So that's just my soapbox. The other thing is, we had a pretty good offensive line this year, and not one of those members of the offensive line made first team all-county, and that bothered me a lot. I've coached a lot of players, coached a lot of offensive lines, coached, like he said, a lot of years. And a lot of those years has been on the offensive line. And I don't think I've had a better offensive line. I've had better tackles, and I've had better guards and better center. I don't think I've had 5 kids who got it like these 5 kids did, and they were pretty damn good. And not having a member on that group, first team all-county, when almost every one of them made first team all-league, it's just a shame. So with that being said, I'll get off my high horse or whatever it is that I'm on, and I'll bring up the first guy that I'm going to talk about, and that would be Logan Johnson. I told Coach Passman that I was going to attempt to do this for Logan in Logan's voice. And I think if you've ever been around him, you've heard that voice several times. Most of the time it was in my classroom last year. The biggest thing I can tell you about Logan, when Logan was a freshman, and I'm talking to our freshmen right now, he was never on my radar to play here. I didn't think he was ever going to be any good. And that's the truth. He was just this little kid that ran around, ran into people, lined up on the scout team, got his ass kicked, and I just went, oh my God, this kid, he doesn't have an athletic bone in his body, he can't play the game, and next thing you know, he starts for 2 years, he's an all-league player, and he's pretty doggone good. So if you're a young kid, this is something to look at and say, really? You're telling me a really good football player. 3 years ago? 4 years ago? Nope, no way. But he has he got in the weight room, got a little pride in what he was doing. We have 5 linemen that get it mentally, and some of that means you don't have to beat on him as much. Pretty good. He ended up a really good player for us. It can happen. You guys that are just on that fringe and not sure where you're going to be, this is a case in point of what can happen. Logan Johnson. Hold on a second. I got this. I'm supposed to say some stuff about it that's on here. Logan is a 3-year letter winner, member of the AA. Oh, I thought it was Alcoholics Anonymous. We could go together. First team all-conference offensive lineman. Logan Johnson. Tyler McCurdy. This is another kid that when week to week, I don't know if this kid can play for us, let alone as a freshman. How much you weigh, Tyler? 154-pound nose guard. It's insanity is what it is. It really is. Why would you even think of doing this unless you just completely despise this young man because he's going to go out there and get destroyed? Well, that was it. I despise him. So we put him out there, throw him to the wolves. What really blew my mind, they double-teamed him. Why? They double-teamed him every snap. If they would have blocked him one-on-one, then they got a guard blocking the linebacker. They double-teamed him, and our linebackers were free. Didn't make a whole lot of plays. He did exactly what he was coached to do. And I continually double-teamed him at 154 pounds. I didn't understand it. but it was okay with me. Another young man, when he played running back and he played this, he played all over the field trying to find a niche. I said, I'll take him, whatever, bring him over here. He can't. There's no way he can play on the offense and defense. Nope. But at least he'll be out of your guys' way. I'll keep him over here. I can yell at him a little bit. He'll try to get in there. And next thing you know, he's a starter for us. On a championship team at 154 pounds. It just blows my mind. It really does. And they were constantly double teaming. Tyler McCurdy. Member of AA? No, not a member of AA. That has to do with academics, Tyler. So you are a second-year letter. Damon Bowers. I really believe Damon should have been a first-team all-county lineman, and he wasn't. But Damon is a third-year letter winner, academic achievement, first-team all-conference, second-team all-county. I believe he was a second-team all-county center last year, weren't you not? Yeah. Damon, 2-year starter for us. When he was a sophomore, he was the guy that I would, you got to have 5 guys, but he was the guy. He was our 6th guy. He came in there, played a little guard, a little tackle, a little center, and he was kind of the backup for all the positions. And Tanner Capon got hurt at Titusville, and he had to play like 3/4 of the game, and we never missed a beat. And I knew right then that Damon was going to be pretty good. We were playing, this year we're playing Northwestern, and I really think that Northwestern game, it could have went, we think maybe we scored on our first drive. We drove down and scored on a screen pass. So what happens now is the lights go out. Remember that night? Lights go out. And I do think that took a little bit of time for us to get our lights to turn back on. And we were really struggling a little bit. And it's in the second quarter, and we call a trap play. Now, we don't run a whole lot of plays. It might look like it to average people up there. We only have a couple plays. And trap is something we really haven't even practiced a lot at this time. When you go to a dance and you take a girl to the dance, you only take one, and you try to run that play all night. Because if you got too many girls with you, there's not a lot of things going on. You got too many plays. You can't do that. You got to just settle. We were a counter team, man. We ran counter to death for 2 years. And we're going to hang our hat on counter and run counter, run counter, run counter, run counter. We're athletic up front. And all of a sudden, we got a trap call. I saw him. Trap? And you look out there, and there's Damon. We got it. And it's a bad play call. It really is. Because we're running this thing into, well, it was. We got an inside shade on Damon, meaning the guy that we're going to trap is real close to the center, and Jake Wiley is going to pull the trap, and Damon just comes out of there, and he's talking to everybody. And he's like, hey, got a long trap here, you got to trap the 5-tech. And sure enough, we score a touchdown on that play from about 50 yards out. Make it 14-0. And it really kind of changed everything. We had smart linemen, incredibly smart linemen. When they can do something like that in a game that's for the championship, those are beautiful things. They really are. And this guy's going to be missed, Damon Bowers. What is going on? Hunter Dale. This is a damn good football player right here. You guys watch our games and watch number 50 play. He's a really good player. He's a 3rd-year letter winner, another member of the Alcoholic Anonymous Club, academic achievement, all in. He's an Ironman, first-team all-conference, offense and defensive line, all-county defensive player of the year, first-team all-district. Very first play of the year. Does anybody? Don't tell anybody what it was. Does anybody remember the very first play of the year? Edgewood has the ball, and they drop back to pass. What happens? Sack. Set the tone for the whole year. I really believe that. His year, it sure did. We played Cash, and I really was worried about that game for a long time. You know, we got them down on the schedule, and you see them, and you're thinking, that's going to be a game where we're going to have to play 4 quarters. That's one of the reasons we did a lot of running in practice, because I really thought we're going to get to 4 quarters that night, and some of our guys are only playing 2.5 quarters, 2 quarters, because of the breakdown. The game he had against Cash, unreal. They double McCurdy. I blocked McCurdy too before him, right? Easier, because it's easier. When Hunter was a freshman for us, he drove me crazy because he was always walking around. He was injured, he couldn't play, and he'd just walk around, and he would tell me how great he was. I did not know him from Adam. I'm going to be great. I'll be playing here. I'll be starting there. I'll be doing this. I'll be doing that. I'm all everything. Sure. Just get away from me. Because that type of crap I hate. But he was constantly telling me how good he was. Get away from me. His sophomore year, he's lined up a defensive end on our scout team against our offensive line, and we cannot block him. Can't block him. So he ends up being our nose guard that year. He ends up playing defensive end for us for 2 years. As good, and this is my 33rd year doing this, he's as good a defensive line as I have ever had. He's phenomenal. That's all.
All right, I don't know if I can match that, for sure. If anybody can. All right, moving on a little bit. All right. Just to kind of break it up here for a minute, I'm going to have Brandon. Brandon wanted to come up and talk. He asked me if he can say something or do something, so I was like, sure. Hopefully it's a good thing.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to say a couple words for Stephanie Roxbury because of everything she's done for us this season. Between coming to every game and taking pictures, making sure that we're always fed and stuff. And we just want to show our appreciation for her. So, us seniors, we put together some money for her. So, we got her some flowers and some stuff in a bag for her. Let's take a look here first.
That was straight from the players, from the seniors, so it's very special when it comes from them. All right, we're gonna go for our special awards here, and I don't have to say a whole lot about some of these because the coaches just said it all. They really did in their speeches, other than who they are. Like I said, many great players here. The top ones that get these awards had maybe something special that stood out. Most all of them were the guys that got the all-ins, got the Ironmans. Some of them have got it for several years and that kind of thing. But just were difference makers on the field. So our awards, I'm going to start off with the MVP because we already know who it is if you were at the last banquet. Our MVP is Rylan Davison, so come up. Again, Rylan was, the big thing about him is his work ethic. Coach Paston talked about when I moved here years ago, he was doing, his dad had him doing the ladders and all that stuff years ago, but he continued it, and the big thing that made him valuable to the team in that way is that he brought kids with him. you know, the Jay Greens were working with him, and then the Tellis Andrews, and then we got the Jason Hurds, and now you got young kids that are doing the same thing he's doing at 6 in the morning and out on the field, and that's going to be a big contribution to the future of this program, let alone what he did onto the field. You can just go through the stats. Like we said, he was our leading tackler. He was our leading point getter on defense by 20 points. Most touchdowns overall, second leading rusher. So he did a lot of amazing things on the field. There was 2 separate games in his career where he ran a touchdown, had a receiving touchdown, and he threw a touchdown. That doesn't happen, and he had 2 games where he did that, one his junior year, one his senior year, let alone with his defensive excellence. So very deserving MVP of our team, most valuable player, Rylan Davison. Yeah, good. One of the coaches want to come up here and do these? Thanks, Tim. All right, offensive player of the year. I think it's easy if you listen. Again, it was the funny thing about this young man is he was an outstanding defensive player for 4 years. Might have been, and I don't know if I'm correct, Seth. Seth's our offensive player of the year, Seth. But I believe you started for 40 games, correct? Did you? Did you miss one? Yeah. I don't know. In my memory, he started, but I know he started as a freshman, and it doesn't happen very often. I only know one other kid that started as a freshman, and he didn't make his whole senior year through. So he's the only kid that I know since I've been here that started as a freshman, started all 4 years, and so he didn't just play as a freshman. He started defense, and then this year his defensive play was very good, but his offensive play for us was a difference maker. 21 touchdowns, another touchdown on defense. Just like I said, a difference maker. He was the one that ran the ball on that trap that Coach was talking about. So he got a nice block, and then the other 50 yards was all him. Against Cash, he was the guy on offense that made that game happen. That was the game that we went into like, hey, this is going to be a barn burner. This is going to come down to the wire, and he just blew up, and he was unreal that game, and they couldn't stop him. He'd get the block he needed up front, and the rest was history. He made it happen. Tough kid. He ended up, we didn't know at the time, he fractured his wrist in that game. What quarter? Early in the game, right? Second quarter, kept playing, and then finished the year. Okay? And then finished the year. So he finished the year with the fractured wrist and didn't get checked till like a week ago. But just an outstanding player for us for 4 years. We're going to miss him greatly. Thank you, Seth. Defensive player of the year, okay? Again, as the coach has already said all the stats, amazing. Hunter Dale, come on. Absolutely amazing on both sides of the ball, like Coach said. One of the best defensive ends since I've been here, that I've been around, and it's showing. He's getting the college offers. He's getting guys coming to see him play. He had 15 tackles for loss this year and 8 sacks. That's just unheard of. Okay, unheard of. Several coaches after the game or in meetings were like, that kid was unblockable. I mean, they straight out said, hey, 50's unblockable. We can't figure it out. Can't figure out how to block the kid. And then we didn't really talk about him too much on offense, but on offense, we ran a lot of sweep this year, and he's our left tackle, so we ran a lot of sweep to the left because he had no problem with his speed of reaching guys and then putting them on our back. And then he on counter, which is our key play, he's wrapping around. We ran sweep left and counter right, because then he can pull, wrap, and then knock guys down. And had a lot of pancakes that way. But anyways, defensive player of the year, great person, great kid, Hunter Dale. Lineman of the year, okay? And probably the best overall lineman, very smart kid, hard worker, Damon Bowers. Again, very deserving of first team all county. It's amazing sometimes how things work out, but just a great kid, a great person. I remember when the kids during our camp, they got to talk about someone who impressed them as a person, someone who just they looked up to. And several kids just said, I look up to Damon Bowers because he's a good, that's what they said. They were like, I don't know why, he's just a good kid, he's a good person. And would never do anything or say anything bad about anybody. And so not only was he a a dominating lineman and a very smart lineman, and the guy that would make all the calls in the line, but he was also just a good, great person. And when you combine those things, it's a wonderful thing to coach. Great job, Damon Bowers. This next award we added this year. And anytime we add an award, I think it's something special because we added it for a reason. Something sparked us, and it was like, you know what, this is deserving of an award. So we came up with an award called the Special Forces Award. Okay, and then we wanted it, and it's going to be a good thing for the future too, because special teams is so important, and we don't give a lot of, we don't award. We never awarded special teams, but there was a player out there this year that turned our heads in our kicking game. Okay, and it was absolutely amazing of the things this kid did, and I want to explain in a minute here when I say his stats. But Anthony Nunes, come up. I was sitting there thinking with the coaches, and we're like, Anthony Nunes had 44 tackles. Now that was like the sixth leader. I think it was the fifth or sixth leader in tackles, and he didn't start on defense. So more than half of those tackles were on special teams. If you think about it, you play a 10-game season. Now we did kick off a lot because we scored a lot, but he's on the kickoff team, and sometimes he ran down on punts. And then when he got in the game, when he got in at the end of the games, the second half of games, he did outstanding getting the ball. But to have 44 tackles and about 25 of those on special teams is just absolutely amazing. If anyone watched us when we kick off the ball, and our kickers got good legs, they kick the ball down there, and he is the first one down there making plays. And I've had so many people this year say, hey, your special teams is great too, and no one ever talks about it. And a part of that is because of how great our kickers are, obviously. But there's not enough attention given to those guys that run down there that don't get noticed to make plays. And Anthony Nunes, he was something special on special teams this year. Great job. And our Winners Award. Our Winners Award is one of those awards we talk about character often. We talk about character all through the season. We start off in two-a-days talking about it. Some years we've had winners manuals. Sometimes we just have videos and that kind of thing, but we talk about how good it is, important it is to be a good person, let alone we want someone that's doing the right things on the field, off the field, at least to our knowledge, and is just doing the right things and the way they handle situations and tough situations. We felt as a coaching staff, this kid handled tough situations very well. Never complained about anything, ever. I don't know if he didn't talk too much, but very quiet kid, did his job. A lot of other kids in his spot would have probably been angry. But this kid is our backup running back. He was behind Seth Fedor, who said how great he was. So this kid sat behind him where this kid could have probably, if he was a starter, he could have got 1,000 yards maybe. But he was just a great running back, and he knew his role as a backup running back. Last year, he did not start on defense, and he just kept going. He kept going. He was underrated. Next thing you know, by week 3 or 4, he's starting in the defensive backfield. I just felt like the whole way he did everything he was supposed to, how he was supposed to, didn't get a lot of recognition for it, but handled everything well all year long in all aspects of his life. Except for he was late a couple times, probably hanging out with his girlfriend a little too long. But other than that, Chance Ryan, come up. Amazing kid. All right, now I'm going to call up Don Dell for our, I think I'm on my right spot here, let me check. I got 2 sheets here. I'm going to call up Don Dell for the Joe Daggett Award.
Okay, before I announce that, I do want to say that this year we lost a member of our football family this season, Kim Schwartz. Her son is a freshman, Moses Schwartz, and through an incredible outreach of kindness from her family, they decided to donate money in her name, which provided the purchase for our championship t-shirt. So I'd like to, all of us, give a round of applause for that family. Okay, for the Joe Daggett Award, I'm really excited about this year. So the Joe Daggett Award is given to an individual who amplifies Conneaut High School spirit. It honors an individual who is a true spirited fan. Someone who comes to football games for the love of the sport and to encourage each player to perform at their highest performance. This year's recipient is always smiling, happy, encouraging, and you can hear her cheering from anywhere in the stands. She always has open arms for anyone she sees, and she truly gives the best hugs. This year's recipient is Terry Church.
Well, I really want to thank people helping me out a lot. I do with the cheerleaders, especially the band, with Anna Lee, my favorite niece, what I'm going to really miss a lot out of the band because she always does a lot. And Robert, especially with the football, and Steven especially, he does so good at everything. I'm really happy, and I'm never going to miss football games ever. And thank you for this stuff. I really appreciate it.
Terry also shared with me that she's also a cheerleader for the Special Olympics, so I thought that was really cool.
All right, gotcha. All right, and then our last little deal here, we're gonna have Chuck Guglielmo come up and announce the seniors one last time. And when he announces the seniors, you guys can walk up here, and cheerleaders, you could also give them your frames when they do that. And that'll conclude our presentation. Thank you all for coming.
I want to thank the DT Club for inviting me to this celebration. I want to thank Coach Rocco for giving me one last time to announce this fantastic group of seniors. This player started the year on the injury list, and when he came back near mid-season, he returned with a vengeance, making numerous tackles. I remember calling his name about 3 times in his first game back. Let's hear it for number 55, Tyler McCurdy. This player scored a touchdown early in the season versus Lakeview. He was tied for second in the county with 4 interceptions. Or was it another number? I'll have him tell you when he comes up. Number 6, Jay Green. This player wakes up feeling dangerous on game nights. He caught 9 passes and scored 3 touchdowns. Probably would have had a bit more if it wasn't for getting his bell rung. Cost him 1 1/2 games. Number 9, Richie Picard. This player was involved in 4 touchdowns this year, 1 receiving and 3 throwing. Told me in the preseason preview that his goal was to improve on interceptions thrown. He threw the ball 39 times, only 1 interception, and it came late in the season. Number 19, Brandon Smile. If I had to vote for the quietest Spartan this year, it would have been this guy. He was 6th in the county in receiving yardage with 280 and 3rd in interceptions with 3 and receiving touchdowns with 2. Let's hear it for number 27, Aiden Thomas. This player told me in the preseason preview that I did that he wants to be able to see fans on the south side of Jocelyn Field standing, clapping, and he wanted to put smiles on their faces. And by the way, he made a serious tackle inside the 5-yard line in the first minute of the game at Cash to prevent the other team from scoring first. Number 56, Logan Johnson. This player had his season cut short due to injury, recorded a safety deep in the end zone against Sharpsville, had 4 tackles for loss, and had a rushing touchdown against Lakeview. Number 42, Leon Moffett. This player didn't even know that he was going to be here tonight when he was in the 9th grade due to a serious injury. But he's here, and boy, are we glad he's here. 60 tackles on defense, first in the county with 15 tackles for loss, second in the county with 8 sacks. And sacks were also Spartans. We're talking about number 50, Hunter Dale. The program this year said this player was a sophomore. I bet you wish he was, Rocco. But as we all know, he was a senior. We call him the Pancake Man. Number 72, Damon Bowers. When I had the team on the show Wednesday morning, we all agreed that this player was an unsung hero, but not by any Spartan coach, by any Spartan player, or by any Spartan fans. He was 3rd on the team with touchdowns, his longest 55 yards against Sharpsville. And he was in the top 9 in the county and points scored with 42. Number 26, Chance Ryan. This player here was 2nd in the county in yards rushing with 1,111. I know that's a little bit different than what Tony had. But 43 less attempts than the player of the year. 149 yards less than the player of the year. I think if he is 43 more carries, he blows by the county player of the year. He was also first with 22 touchdowns. First in scoring with 132 points. 6th in tackles for loss at 8. First in sacks in the county with 9. His name, number 10, Seth Fedor. This guy always makes my day because when I interview him and I say, I can't wait to see you on opening night, he says, I can't wait to see you too. 1 yard shy of 1,000 yards rushing at 999. Scored 19 touchdowns, threw for 11 more for a total of 1,855 yards. 3rd in points scored with 114. Number 1 in tackles on defense with 80. 2nd in tackles for loss with 12. Number 8, Rylan Davison. You will all be missed. And let's get one more round of applause for these 12 great seniors. Our other senior was Carter Kozlowski.
Thanks again for coming tonight. Go Steelers.
We are recording.
Okay, I'd like to start tonight's meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone can stand, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Just a moment.
Okay.
The sound system's not working. Somebody turned everything off. Again. Okay, Mrs. Andrew? Here. Mr. Ah?
Here.
Mrs. Bisbee? Here. Mr. Fitchett?
Here.
Mr. Green?
Here.
Mr. McVoy?
Here. Do I have an approval of the minutes from November 20th, 2019?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to dispose of the reading of the minutes and approve as typed.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Green. Discussion? If no discussion, all those in favor of the minutes? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's the approval of the minutes from last meeting. We'll next move into the mayor's report, which for tonight will be the mayor's court report for November 2019. Fines total $5,284. Village court cost $1,504. Computer assessment $472. Computer supply $138. For a subtotal of $7,398. State court costs were $1,613. State costs $164.50. And indigent driver's funds $70.50 for a mayor's court total of $9,246. Zoning permits, we had zoning permit for $225, an occupancy permit for $200, a variance for $200, totaling $625 for zoning, and grand total for the month of November, $9,871. Year to date, we stand at $145,580. That's all I have for the mayor's report for tonight. We'll now enter into committee reports and discussions. We'll begin with lands, buildings, and utilities. Mrs. Bisbee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to report at this evening, except that our next meeting will be next Wednesday at 5:30.
Thank you very much. And health, Mr. Fitchett.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, our last meeting was November 20th. After the regular meeting, we dealt with some HSA contributions for employees, some budget transfers for streets and cemetery, bid discussion for the police department and funding, and discussed the parking ordinance that's on the agenda tonight. Our next meeting is tonight, and we have just a couple of things. We're going to talk about the golf carts and the income tax updates and K-9 equipment that we have as surplus. Other than that, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Police, fire, rescue, Mr. McVoy.
Police, fire, and rescue held their monthly meeting prior to this council meeting. There'll be a motion later to open a BC for operating supplies for the police department. And I'd like to make a special mention about our police department. They raised $1,005 for breast cancer awareness for the month. I believe it was October, wasn't it?
Correct.
And it'll be donated to the ACMC Cancer Foundation. It was nothing that was donated to the village. It was all donated to the cancer awareness program. But we acted as an agent, and it's another kudos every month. It seems like you guys are getting nice accolades.
Thank you.
And that's all I have for the police department. For fire and rescue, we have one motion. It'll be for the graphic designs for our ambulance, and it's almost complete with doing a renovation instead of purchasing a new ambulance, and we're going to be saving a whole bunch of money. So that's a motion I'll have later. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Street Department, Mrs. Bisbee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We met this evening before council. I will have two motions this evening. One will be for a Super BC, and the other will be for for us to have to do a grant for road cones. We also discussed repairs to one of our tractors, and we also have some fallen trees at Sunset Park that will need to be removed.
Yes.
That is all I have this evening.
Okay, thank you very much. Parks and Campground, Mrs. Andrew.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have nothing to report this evening except our next meeting for campgrounds will be here at Village Hall on December 11th following Lands and Buildings.
Thank you.
I have a question for Parks and Campgrounds,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
All right.
The electrical permit or drawings that were presented to campgrounds, has there been a chance to review those? Because I'd like to take those over and get a permit issued for the electrical work for that.
Mrs. Bisbee, or I'm sorry, Mrs. Andrew, actually, I think the meeting you were out of town, I think she reported on that. If you wanted to update us.
Yes, I discussed them at our last council meeting, and they were left on the table for reviewing, and they're currently in my box. They've been reviewed publicly. They haven't gone through the actual campground meeting itself, but yes, they've been reviewed as far as...
Well, the next step is if you approve it then at your meeting, I need to take that back to the engineer that you guys have approved it. We'll get the final stamp on it.
Okay.
And that'll be able to be issued for permit purposes.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all you have for
Yes,
Parks and...
that's all I have.
Okay. Next, we'll go to golf course and Mr. Green.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we met on November 14th at 7 a.m. at the golf course. Most of the cleanup for the fall is completed, so that's in good shape. We're having some issues with the boiler down there, so that should be on everyone's radar at this point in time. We've sold about 12 memberships this far. We expect this to be a heavy month of membership sales. Adam is working on building the tee sheet for 2020. We are looking to do some expansion with the food service for 2020. We think there is an opportunity there, so we're paying some attention to that. We are researching some ways to remove stumps at the course. There are a lot of them, so we're looking for a way to be most economical there. The committee did approve entering into agreement, and this will go to the Finance Committee tonight, with Southeast Golf Cart Company for a 5-year rental agreement on brand new carts with GPS capability. The Golf Course Committee also will be approving and entering a lease to own agreement with Baker Vehicle Systems for a new fairway mower. So that'll go to Finance this evening. Our next meeting is December 12th, 7 a.m. at the golf course.
Thank you very much. Finance, Mr. McVoy.
Mr. Fitchett will take that.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, our last meeting was after the November 20th meeting. We had a brief presentation on 457 accounts from Joe Zappatelli, which we referred to your office for further action. Talked about the HSA contributions, the minimum wage for salaries, your recommendation for 2 of the employees, which I believe is on the agenda tonight, the municipal league membership, a couple software updates, the transfers I spoke about in law, streets and cemetery, moving the money, and the finances for the police work to be done, which is on the agenda for tonight. Our next meeting is tonight, and we have, I believe this is the municipal league dues for mayor's court for our new mayor, and review the temporary budget which has to be submitted at the end of the month. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Planning Commission, Mr. Green.
Nothing to report at this time and no scheduled meeting.
Okay. That completes our committee reports. We'll now enter into departmental reports and begin with the police department. Chief Krasinski.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. For the month of November, the police department handled 316 calls for service. We logged 5,060 miles. Our fuel consumption was 557 gallons. And man hours, we logged 792. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Fire Department, Chief Hubbard.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for the month of November, the fire department had 30 calls, 138 man-hours. We used 51 in gas and 58 in diesel at 544 miles. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go to Rescue and Assistant Chief Furtick.
Mr. Mayor, for November, we responded to 15 calls with 9 transports, 228 miles, 32 gallons of diesel, and 66 man-hours.
Okay, thank you. Street Department, Street Commissioner Peters.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for the month of November, we cleaned some catch basin, had rotor in to blast a couple storm drains, did some ditching on 193, plowed and salted, stockpiled salt and grits, worked on equipment. Cemetery, we had 1 burial. We logged 1,371 miles, used 201 gallons of diesel and 140 of gasoline. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank all you guys. I know this is a busy time of year. Everybody's been really busy. Everybody's doing a great job. We'll next enter into presentations to council. Do we have any presentations this evening for council? If not, we'll go to public statements. Are there any public statements this evening?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a public statement,
Okay.
if I might. We're going to have a new business in our village starting in February. I don't know if anybody knew that on council, but it's where the old corner restaurant was. And Tony Rose and his wife are going to open up cracked pot, ceramics, and pottery. So it's going to be a place where people can come in and sit down and make their own little pottery and trinkets for weddings and things like that. But the projected date is a soft opening in February. Is that correct, Tony?
Yes.
So, you know, welcome. It'll be nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Coffee and donuts in the morning so we can go back to the old place.
I'm sure my wife will.
Best of luck to you,
Thank you.
Tony. Any other public statements right now? If not, we'll go to ordinances and resolutions. We'll begin with, we are taking these off the table, right? We'll begin with ordinance O-19-058 to be placed as an emergency.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings on 3 separate days for ordinance 019-058. Ordinance repealing section 351.11 of the Village of North Kingsville Traffic Code and declare an emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McVoy. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I move to place ordinance 019-058 on final passage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Ah. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Ordinance O-19-058 has passed and is duly recorded. Ordinance O-19-059 to be placed as an emergency.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings on 3 separate occasions for ordinance 0-19-059, an ordinance to amend the language of section 351.12 of the Village of North Kingsville Traffic Code prohibition against parking on streets or highways and to declare an emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Fitchett. Roll call, please.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I move to place ordinance 0-19-059 on final passage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Ah. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Ordinance O-19-059 has passed and is duly recorded. Resolution R-19-064 to be placed as an emergency.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings on 3 separate days for resolution number R-19-064, a resolution to increase appropriations in the general fund capital outlay from $83,522.51 to $88,522.51 for payment for additional repairs to the municipal building and to declare an emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Andrew. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
I move to place resolution number R-19-064 on final passage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McVoy. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Resolution R-19-064 has passed and is duly recorded. Resolution R-19-065 to be placed in first reading.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put before council Resolution R-19-065 in its first reading. This is a resolution to establish salaries for full-time employees per the ruling of the U.S. Department of Labor on January 1st, 2020 by changing sections 3 and 4 of Resolution R-19-026 for employees of the Village of North Kingsville.
Okay, discussion. Any discussion on this in first reading? If not, Resolution R-19-065 has been placed in first reading and is duly recorded. Resolution R-19-066 to be placed as an emergency.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend requiring 3 readings on 3 separate days for Resolution R-19-066 to transfer $3,000 from the general fund to the cemetery fund for necessary expenditures and to declare emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McVoy. Roll call, please.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to place Resolution 19-066 on final passage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Green. Discussion? If not, roll call, please.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Resolution R-19-066 has passed and is duly recorded. Resolution R-19-067 to be placed as an emergency.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings on 3 separate days for resolution number R-19-067 to transfer $50,000 from the general fund to the street fund 2011 for necessary expenditures and declare an emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Ah. Roll call, please.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
I move to place resolution number R-19-067 on final passage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Fitchett. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. McFoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Resolution R-19-067 has passed and is duly recorded. Are there any other ordinances or resolutions this evening?
068.
Okay, and that is an emergency?
That's an emergency.
Okay. Resolution R-19-068 to be placed as an emergency.
Mr. Mayor, I move to suspend the rules requiring 3 readings on 3 separate days for Resolution 19-068. It's a resolution to approve the Village of North Kingsville entering into a contract with Schwartz Construction Limited for renovations to the Municipal Building Police Department and to declare an emergency.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Andrew. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McVoy?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I move to place Resolution 19-068 on its final passage.
Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Mr. Green. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Mrs. Andrew?
Yes.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McVoy?
Yes.
Resolution R-19-068 has passed and is duly recorded. Are there any other resolutions or ordinances this evening? If not, we'll move to motions. We have motions?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put before council a motion to approve the Village of North Kingsville's share of the HSA contribution to John Andrew for $4,170.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Fitchett. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to present to council in the form of a motion to approve payment to Baldwin Group Incorporated for the 2020 Mayor's Court Annual Software Maintenance.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Green. Discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to present to council a motion to approve leasing a copier from IGM Painesville, Ohio through Wells Fargo Financial Leasing Company for 60 months at $110 per month, for black and white copies and color copies billed out quarterly from IGM.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. McVoy. Discussion?
Yes. What are we going to do with the old copier? That's ours, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And what are we going to do with
I'm
it?
not sure what department it's going to, but one of the other departments will get it.
Good. Okay.
Yeah. Other discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple motions.
All right.
First one is to approve Anderson and Crew Flooring to install carpet in the police department remodel for $2,466.36.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Green. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I am.
Okay. Let's do a roll call then.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Mr. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Andrew?
No.
Mr. Ah?
Yes.
Mrs. Bisbee?
Yes.
Mr. Fitchett?
Yes.
Okay. Motion approved. Next motion?
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple more motions. One is to open a BC in the amount of $1,000 for the police department for operating supplies and materials, which will go towards office equipment, a desk, and any miscellaneous during and after the remodel project.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ah. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I have another motion. It's for our rescue department. It's to issue a PO to Kelver Graphics for $1,815 for graphic and decals on the 579 ambulance. That's labor and material, and the money is in the account.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Andrew. Discussion. Any discussion? Yeah, is that Clever Graphics? Clever Graphics, for the record, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Any other motions? Do you have any others, Ron?
Well,
Give you a minute, come back.
no, I don't have any more, we don't have to do any more with Schwartz Construction, do we, for the remodel?
I don't believe so.
I think that was all taken, everything was taken care of. Okay.
Yes.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Mike? Anything?
Nope.
Okay, other motions down here? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to apply for grants for road cones through the Public Entities Pool of Ohio in the amount of $991.89.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Andrew. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, I have another motion to open a Super VC in repairs and maintenance for $6,500.
What department?
Street Department.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Ah. Discussion?
What's this BC for?
Fixing the backhoe.
For repairs of the backhoe?
Yes, repair maintenance.
Okay. Other discussions? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Any other motions that way? Okay. If not, we'll go back to public statements. Are there any other public statements this evening?
I have a presentation I'd like to make, Mr. Mayor.
You have the floor.
This is a plaque that's for the village of North Kingsville, and I'm the representative of NOPEC, and I would like to present this to North Kingsville Village, being a member since 2001. And this was at the General Assembly, and I brought it back with me. So I will
Thank you.
forward it to you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any other public statements tonight? If not, I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Green. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries and we stand adjourned.
Alrighty then, welcome back. Wednesday morning, midweek, Halloween week, last 2 days of the month, however you want to look at it. Today's October 30th, and we're so glad to have some good friends. Now, some of the folks in the studio right now are first timers to the show. The guy in the middle is kind of an old veteran at this now with me. You've been here with me a number of times.
It's all summer.
Let me introduce, well, I'll start in the middle because you said, I think I know that guy. That's Dan Wagner, and he's been with me and Marty and other people about First Fridays in Ashtabula. You came through summer and fall to talk about all the activities. Hard to believe that part's kind of run its course for the year.
It is.
If you think about it, ended in October there.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to have you back, but let me introduce the others. Next to me here, if I've got it right, Dick Dana.
Yep.
And Kat Lilly.
Yes.
I mean, welcome back. You guys, if I have the name right, homemade, handmade music. You're a band that plays together. Now, is it just you three, or is this the group, or is anybody missing today?
No, this is it.
This is your trio.
Anybody that shows up.
Peter, Paul, and Mary. Peter, Paul, and Mary we got here. How do you like that?
Yeah.
Let me ask whoever, what kind of music does homemade, handmade music, what do you guys play? What's your range? What do you do?
Well, the homemade, handmade band,
Okay.
we do, we try to stick with more traditional type music and bluegrassy type things.
Okay.
And, you know, country type of stuff. But we also do, well, nothing I think our latest song, oh, no, we do a contemporary one song. But,
Okay.
But generally, even our rock songs.
He's got one down.
One. It came out last summer, but.
Uptown Funk, right? No, I'm just kidding.
No, they are from like the 90s
Yeah.
and, you know.
Well, you moved into the 90s, all right.
Yeah.
There you go, man. Those are our new songs.
Those are our new songs.
So you'll play some Americana music, kind of is what it sounds like to me. Songs that we'll all know. And let me ask you, whoever, let me start with you. What interests you? Why do you love to play music and with this group? And what's music mean to you?
It's really difficult to say why I do it, but I've done it since I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. And
Really?
People, it seems as my friends that play music, they're kids that parents will try to give them piano lessons and guitar lessons, and they'll be okay at it, or they'll be in school band, but they don't continue with it. But then there's crazy people like us that just can't give it up, can't seem to give it up. Right. And I was never able to give it up.
So did you do much playing in school, or were you just kind of outside?
Well, no, I never played in a school band, but I was always in bands in school, rock and roll bands. We were playing school dances.
The garage guys and stuff.
Yeah, playing school.
What's your instruments? What do you do?
I just play guitar.
You're a guitar guy.
Yeah.
And a vocal as well?
I sing some, yeah.
Okay. Dan, what's your quick music story? Why and how music for you?
Yeah, like I said, it's a bug. It's in your blood. You just can't.
Start young or when?
I did. I was starting, since I was a little kid, my parents. But I started in band in 4th grade.
Okay.
So I've been playing for my whole life.
What's your instruments you handle? What do you do?
Well, I play guitar.
Okay.
And saxophone's what I like.
Oh, do ya?
Yeah. Which is a whole nother story, which if we got time, I want to more...
Sax is a whole other story.
Yeah, because we have 2 groups here, and we do 2 types of music.
Oh, okay.
We have split personality.
We do.
I found it out as soon as I met you, Richard. All right. Matt, on the end, what's your music story? Why music for you?
Well, I started taking piano lessons when I was 5.
Okay.
So
I've been right there with you, too, with the piano lessons, yeah.
And I always loved it, so I'm just another fool that never quit.
Did you do much school playing growing up, kind of a thing, or no?
I took piano lessons for 2 years at the Cleveland Institute of Music.
Oh, wow.
And I never was in the school band or anything, but just...
Now with piano, classical, everything, what did you play?
Yeah, I was schooled on classical.
Okay.
Not too much anymore, though.
Now, I saw you brought a drum set with you today, but do you still do the ivories and that here and there?
Piano's my main instrument, but in this ensemble I play percussion.
Okay.
And I can play a full drum set, too.
Really? How long have you 3 been together playing in this group? How long have you been together?
This group is new.
Right.
But we have been in other bands together.
Like you together with other bands over the years, but your threesome is a little bit newer.
Right.
Where might we find your group playing, or is it around Asheville County? Where do you all play when you get a gig? Where are you playing? Besides right here on our show.
Wait, you can probably catch us most often at some open mic where somebody will let us get up and play. As far as paying jobs, you know, there's a few. Geneva Lake, there's wineries and stuff around.
Okay.
We've played Dublin Down.
Yeah. Oh, you've been in there as well.
Sweetest Day. If
Played
you would
Dublin
have went on
Down.
Sweetest Day, we would have been there.
I gotta go the next time you're there.
In Geneva, Dan and Kat, for a long time, even before this band, have hosted an open mic, you know,
at the old mill.
At the old mill, which is on a Sunday from I think 4:30 to 7:30 every week, and they have different people host it. And there's some regular hosts, and we'll show up there and do
Well,
it.
we'll be at Louisa's coming up.
Really?
Louisa's.
What's Louisa's?
Oh, it's a Mexican restaurant in downtown Geneva.
Okay.
Really, really good Mexican food.
And when are you talking about being there?
Thanksgiving Eve, we do...
The Wednesday before Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
so that's a little bit in advance, 27th.
Yes.
You'll be out there.
We do that every year.
Oh, that's cool.
And then we do for the Christmas parade too, at the beginning, the first Friday in December. We
Okay.
always do that at Louisa's also.
Wow.
We do that night.
Let me ask you this: what you all play all sorts of music, all sorts of songs. Do you have a favorite tune that you play together as a band, or just what's your favorite song in general in the music world in general?
Well, that's an impossible question to answer.
Is it?
Because at any moment, what will happen is at least in my experience, is I'll get, if I learn a new song, and they're never new. I mean, like I'm learning songs from the 40s or something. but that song becomes the song that runs through my head constantly.
Yep. I see you all nodding about that.
And it becomes that becomes your favorite song for the moment.
Okay, Sam, are you similar to those things?
Yeah, you'll get obsessed with one song and you'll be thinking these lyrics are the meaning of life and everything, and everybody should hear this song, and then like, a month later,
You hear another one.
You hear another song, you're going,
Because
oh my God.
that love of music, it's always evolving then for you. It's just something pops up and changes, but I think we all go through some of that. Think back on our soundtracks in our cars. Are you always playing that same MP3, CD? I was going to say 8-track, but I'm dating all of us here watching this. But you're moving around with things over time. You have a favorite here, but then it changes. Do you notice when you play for folks, is there an audience sort of fave they kind of really get along, or do they just get along with everything you do? Do you notice one that really picks up the audience a little bit that you perform?
If we find one, we're going to note it down.
Come on, the audience is have to love you if you're going back more than once.
Yeah, but people, it
gets clapping or something.
Sing-alongs are, like those were the days.
So you have some songs you invite them to sing along with you, or they just do it anyway?
Everyone, they can't help themselves. Just in the blood there. Yeah, like Take Me Home, Country Roads is always a big favorite,
Yeah, people will. Yeah, that's an amazing
Did
song.
you not do a John Denver song for me the last time you were here? I think you picked this Denver song.
I did. It was the
And I didn't know
the Garden song.
The Parts and Pieces or something like that?
Yeah, the Garden song.
You did
yes,
do that.
I did 2 verses.
I've never heard that one. I don't know why I missed it, but that was new to me that day.
Yeah.
And that was pretty cool.
Yeah. So, well, thank you.
It was nice. Let me see what I wanted to ask you about. Oh, what is it with, why do you feel that music, it's one of those art forms, art affects us in so many ways, and different types of art. Why do humans, I would almost say we need music. Why is that? Why is music so important to us? Most everybody likes music in some form. Why do you think that is?
I don't know, but because I spend a lot of time on YouTube, they found flutes that are, 4,000 or 5,000, 10,000 years old. So apparently humans have been making music for a long time.
It came from nature.
And it's just
the sounds that you hear,
sounds,
the birds,
the feeling of
melodies.
the sound
you hear.
of the, your heartbeat, rhythm, the waves hitting the shore.
Okay, because like you say, different times of our lives, different types of music just sort of hit us at that time. Sometimes when you're younger, you like that hard driving music. Then I know I'm starting to, I don't know what happened to me. I like all types. I'm pretty eclectic. But all of a sudden, I'm listening to like some crooners kind of a thing, like a Sinatra, Dino, Bublé, these kind of things.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, which I probably wouldn't have had in my list 10 years ago.
Right.
But you sit there and you sing it.
Well, growing out of the, being a baby boomer,
there you go.
Growing out of the rock and roll, and I know this, as our bodies slow down, we seem all of a sudden, we're singing, boy, that old
Zeppelin tune.
Zeppelin doesn't do it anymore, right? You want to hear Bieber, not Bieber.
I know what you mean, though.
Bublé.
Well, and I think the lyrics take over too. You're not so much into the rhythm as you are into the lyrics.
Okay.
I went.
Do you think that is a lot of it then, the words?
Definitely. I went through a Cole Porter phase.
Okay.
Where all it took, I saw a movie about him, but then I just heard one set of lyrics, and I thought, wow, that's really clever. And then I started listening to him, and then it was like, wow, I had to hear more and more and more.
Oh, sure, pick one of the great songwriters.
Until I exhausted it.
But you really got into that for a little deep dive study for a while.
Yeah. And I tend to
Did you enjoy that when you got into it? Were you glad you did it?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't want to use the word favorite because you said that's difficult, but is there a great musical influencer for you that's, you think, boy, that person really, I resonate with them? Does somebody resonate
It changes
with you?
over time.
Does that still
Sometimes
change?
you're really, of course, when you're young, the Beatles.
Okay.
But as I get older, I find that I really like stuff from what they would call the American Songbook. And people like Cole Porter, said, those guys, Yip Harburg, who wrote Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and a bunch of those songs the lyrics, especially if you're into the lyrics, you really begin, as you get older and more, I think a little more mature, you really start to appreciate the artistry that those people have.
Okay, some artists work for you, resonate with you, Dan?
Today, it's Johnny Hartford. I've been listening to him.
And why do you think that's hit you in a strong way?
Once again, the lyrics he's writing about getting older and just some of the songs. I heard them like 30 years ago, a long time ago. But it was I could never play his tunes. They were just too. So now 30 years later, I can actually play some of his songs. So.
All right.
And I'm really enjoying them. And
who resonates for you a lot of times?
Well, I was inspired probably by Bessie Smith, the old blues singers like Bessie Smith, Billie Holiday. My father had a great record collection, so I listened to a lot of his swing. And Peggy Lee, then more contemporary Linda Ronstadt really inspired me, Bonnie Raitt.
Boy, some of those names still resonate. I mean, they're all just so worldwide known today. Are you guys vinyl or other media? What do you think? Are you vinyl guy?
I've fallen. I'm like a teenager. I am now. It's whatever on my phone that I can find on YouTube.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't watch. I don't really have a TV, to be quite honest with you. I'm sorry, but I've sort of reduced everything to the phone. Anything I have to pack around, you know, like cassettes. I used to have cassettes.
Oh, that was the day, of course.
And all that stuff. And I know there's guys that are really into that, but then you've got to take care of all that stuff, and I just, you know.
So for you, it's
really, I'm a thoroughly modern Millie.
Phone for because vinyl's made a big resurgence. Vinyl for you at all? What do you feel about that?
I kept all my records.
You kept them?
I kept.
Do you play them much actually? You really don't?
They just decorate the living room.
Because they say there's something about the sound on the record recordings compared to the cleaned up music kind of a thing.
Or the audio files, and they don't come listen to us.
Okay.
The people that really are discerning.
So not for you either, really, listening to any records or vinyl for you?
I have 1,000 record albums.
Do you listen or just a collection?
I listen to them sometimes.
What do you think is maybe one of your best ones in the collection? Best meaning like maybe is there a valuable one in there or one that's rare?
I actually, my dad's albums that I inherited, I really can't part with.
Yeah.
But I have sold some vinyl at record shows and stuff. But probably the ones that mean the most to me are the ones that my dad actually listened to all the time.
There's a connection there.
Yeah, Johnny Cash, Roger Miller.
You can't beat
and
some
all
of
the
those.
old swing. He had, the Dorsey brothers.
Sure.
And Glenn Miller and Benny Goodman. All those records I still have.
That's really neat. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do here. Before we're going to break, and then what we're going to do, we'll actually have this group play a couple of songs. You've agreed to play right here in our studio and do a couple of songs. This is going to be a lot of fun. We'll get to that in a minute. Before we go, if folks would want to pass your name around, say, hey, maybe this group could play a gig for us, or just how do we best contact your group? What's the way to do that?
Facebook, Dan Wagner.
Find Dan Wagner on Facebook, and then is your group on Facebook as well?
No, but I am.
Do we want to give your phone number out?
Sure.
440-813-7833.
Yep.
440-813-7833.
Okay.
And pretty much you wouldn't mind playing anywhere in our Ashtabula County area.
Believe me, we've played all over. We've played from flea markets
to the dog.
Oh, you've done it all.
Yeah, we have. We really have. Over the years, I think between the three of us, I know we've played in every bar and many churches throughout the whole Ashtabula County.
All right, then I got to ask the question. Were you ever behind any chicken wire while you were playing?
No.
We had to worry about flying
those kind of places.
I actually came close one time in Grand River. And we was with a country western band. It was quite a few years ago, and we're hauling all this equipment and hauling it in. There's a guy sitting at the bar, Well, after we got all this stuff in, it was a lot of stuff. And he looks at us and he goes, if you guys don't play country western, that stuff's going out of here a lot quicker than it came in. So yeah, we play some tough places.
You've been everywhere. Why don't we take a little break? We're gonna come back, we're gonna listen to homemade, handmade music right here in our studio. So we'll break, come back. This ought to be a real treat. Back with more in just a bit. Alrighty, folks, here we are with the homemade, handmade music band. They're here to play for us. We've got Dan, Dick, and Kat ready to play a couple of tunes for you right here on Sunrise Live. Guys, take it away when you're ready.
Hey, Dan.
What?
I'm going to do this song without a brain.
How can you do a song without a brain? How?
Well, I don't know. Ask me how I can talk without a brain.
Well, how can you talk?
I do it every day.
See, you stole my joke. Okay. Here we go.
hours, conferring with the flowers, consulting with the rain. I'd pretend I'd be scratching with the thoughts that I'd be hatching if I only had a brain. I'd unravel every riddle for any individual in trouble or in pain. I'd be thinking I could be another Lincoln if I only had a brain. And I could tell you why the oceans by the shore, I would think of things I never thought before. Then I'd sit and think some more. I would not be just a nothing, a head all full of stuffing, a heart all full of pain. I'd be gay, I'd be merry, life could be a ding-a-dairy if I only had a brain. Out of reason, things I can't explain. Maybe then I deserve yet even be worthier of you if I only had a brain.
Wow, thank you. That was awesome. That was really cool. Thank you. If you want to, Cindy, I'm saying this, I know I'm live on air. If you want to switch our camera to just those three, it's fine with me. While they're on.
Sure.
You're going to do a second tune for us? That's awesome. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Everybody knows this.
How many don't remember that from the movie? Absolutely. All right, where are we going to go in number 2 here?
I'm going to go to a Jason Isbell song. This is called, it's a song, I noticed all the flags along the highway, and I saw they brought Sergeant Cole
You're right.
Walker
Last
home
night.
last night. And if I can get through this, stop crying. But this is a song Jason wrote. He's his community had almost the exact same thing happen to them. Okay. And he wrote a song about it. He won a Grammy. So I hope it's appropriate. And
can you get through it okay?
I hope so. I'm already getting choked up. Can you see through your window? I can't see anything from mine except flags all along the highway and scripture on grocery store signs. Maybe 18 is too early, maybe 30 or 40 is too. Did you get your chance to make peace with the man before he sent down his angels for you? Mamas and grandmamas love you, 'cause that's what they know how never planned on the bumps in the sand, or sleeping in your dress blues. Your wife said that it would be funny when you came back home in a week. We'd celebrate you as you turned 22 in a bar or a tent by the creek. Your daughter would just about be here. Your very last tour would be up. But you won't be back. Oh, you're all dressed in black and you're drinking tea out of styrofoam cups. Mamas and grandmamas love you. That's all they know how to do. You never planned on the palms in the sand, or sleeping in your dress blues. Gymnasium's ready, full of flowers and old legionnaires. Nobody showed up to protest, just a sniffle and stare. But there's red, white, and blue in the rafters, and silent old men from the Corps. What did they say as they sent you away to fight in some Hollywood war? You know I'll never forget you. You showed us what we had to lose. You never planned on the bombs in the sand, or sleeping in your dress blues. No, you never planned on the palms in the sand, or sleeping in your dress blue.
That's a great story song. Beautiful collection. Thank you, Dick, Kat, Dan. I appreciate you coming on our show. Would you ever come back again? I'd love to have you.
No.
No. I know we're not a paid gig, but we'd love to have you.
We don't have any of those.
Homemade, handmade music, 440-813-7833. You're a lot of fun. It looks like you just play well together. What a great couple of songs you shared with us here today. Thank you so much for sharing on our show.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, love it. We're going to take a little break. We'll come back with more Sunrise Live for you in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. That was a great set.
Good evening and welcome to your Conneaut City Council meeting for December 9th, 2019. This time we'd ask Pam to call the roll.
City Manager, Mr. Hockaday.
Here.
Finance Director, Mr. Williams.
Here.
Council President, Mrs. Newcomb.
Present.
Mr. Emery.
Here.
Mr. Kozeski.
Here.
Mrs. McVoy.
Here.
Mr. Prokowski.
Present.
Mr. Shanford.
Present.
Will please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This evening's invocation will be by Reverend Scott Walls from New Leaf Church. We're so glad you're here this evening.
Thank you, President. Let us bow. Almighty God, we give thanks and praise to you for this day and for the opportunity for the best of Conneaut to get together and put their minds together, Lord, to come up with decisions and discernment that would somehow help Conneaut and glorify you. And so, Lord, we just ask that as you do that mighty work, that miraculous work within us, Lord, that you would give them peace. Lord, that you would help them to have a clear mind. Father, that those who have come to speak this evening would be given the same so that they might be able to speak clearly to the issues that they have at hand. Lord, we thank you for this community that we live in. It is most awesome. Thank you for the way you are blessing it. And Lord, we just expect so much more because of who you are. And so, Lord, we give thanks and praise to you in the name of Jesus, our Savior and our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you. Next is the disposing of our meeting minutes for our meeting of November 25th, 2019. Has everybody received a copy? Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes as presented? Motion? Motion by Mr. Sanford, seconded by Mr. Emery to approve the minutes. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Emery.
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski.
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy.
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb.
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski.
Yes.
Mr. Shanford.
Yes.
The meeting minutes for November 25th stand approved. Okay, we have special presentation that's on the agenda tonight, so we're going to move it forward in the agenda, and it's to honor the United Church of Christ. Reverend Frank Walford's here with some of his parishioners. We're very pleased that you're here this evening, and it is known as Resolution Number 99-19, and it is being Mr. Sanford's resolution. Okay. Mr. Sanford, you want to read the resolution?
If Ms. O'Connell would read the
Would you
resolution.
like me to read it? Okay. A resolution to recognize the 200th anniversary of the First Congregational United Church of Christ in Conneaut. Whereas the First Congregational United Church of Christ was founded in Conneaut in 1819 by early settler and Revolutionary veteran Reverend Joseph Badger, originally as a union between Congregational and Presbyterian affiliations. During the pre-Civil War years, the church altered its affiliation to Congregationalists due to a difference in opinions. Whereas the early church met in the homes of individuals until the first church was built in 1828 on land which is now occupied by the city cemetery. The church on the corner of Buffalo and Main Streets was constructed in 1907 by a local industrialist, George Record, as a memorial to his daughter. At the time of construction, the building contained the only library in Conneaut. Whereas the First Congregational United Church of Christ has remained active in the community throughout the years, hosting Boy Scout troops for over 100 years and consisting of a gym, which is still used for dance classes and wrestling, basketball, and drill team practices. Its sermons are broadcast on local cable television for all Conneaut residents to experience. Now therefore be it resolved that the Conneaut City Council wishes to recognize the 200th anniversary of First Congregational United Church of Christ for their continuous involvement in the community and providing humanitarian service and spiritual guidance to the residents of the city of Conneaut.
Mr. Sanford.
I think we should, I make a motion that we act on this resolution.
Motion by Mr.
Suspend, excuse me, I apologize.
Okay. He was so excited.
Procedure and such. I make such a motion to waive the 3 reading rule on Resolution 99-19.
Motion by Mr. Sanford, seconded by Mr. Kozowski to waive the 3 reading rule. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Sanford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozowski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
The 3 reading rule has been suspended.
And this time I would like to act on Resolution 99-19.
Motion by Mr. Sanford, seconded by Mr. Prokowski to act on the ordinance. Ms. O'Connell, would you call roll, please?
Try Mr. Sanford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozowski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Resolution number 99-19 is passed. I would ask the members of the congregation and Reverend Walford to please come forward. Mr. Sanford will make the presentation.
Right by the X.
By the,
Got to stand on the X.
fix the.
Thank you.
Members of the First Congregational United Church of Christ Community, Pastor Wolford, I sincerely wish to congratulate you and your faith community on your bicentennial year. Bicentennial, as I said in the last meeting, of any kind is monumental, and certainly for a faith community in our hometown to have a presence and culture here in the city for 200 years is certainly something to be celebrated, and you guys have certainly done a wonderful job memorializing that fact. So it was with great pleasure that on behalf of City Council, I present this proclamation and resolution to you to hang in the library of the First Congregational United Church of Christ.
We are grateful, and we hope to continue as long as we can.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Let's get a Jesus in here. We're going to come out? Oh, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
By Nick Sanford's book.
Nick, you want the box?
You can slide it in that, Mary.
Frank? Put it in there if you want.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Easier to carry in the rain and, fumbling on the sidewalk.
Okay, next item on our agenda is audience comments. Mr. Smith, did anybody sign in?
Nobody signed in.
Okay, thank you, sir. Communications, Ms. O'Connor, you have any communications need to be read into the record?
No, I do not.
Does any member of council have communications be read into the record? We'll move on to our reports of our administrative staff and start with our city manager, Mr. Hockaday.
Thank you, Council President Newcomb. Couple of quick updates. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. The Reesburg pipeline went into service on December 1st. So it is live. I know they're still working on some stuff on Dominion's end that's in Dominion Station. So I don't know that it's fully pushing gas yet, but it is live and ready to do so. Congratulations to all those folks at RH Energy Trans. That was a tremendous project. They do have a lot of restoration work that they're going to need to do. Most likely a good deal of that restoration work will be happening in the spring of 20. Obviously a little late in the season to start planting grass. So they will be back in the spring, and they still have some things to button up. Chamberlain and Parish Road, that is completed save the signals and the uprights, which are scheduled for delivery later this week. They are going to hopefully start installation of the new signal sets at the end of this week, and other than that, they are completed. So those are the temporary signals hanging up there, the old signals. So hopefully we can get that done in about 4 days. So it'll stem into next week, but it will be completely put to bed after that. The telemetry project at the drinking water towers. All the towers are now hooked through telemetry and they have digital readouts. Allows us to see a lot of things. That is completed. Kind of jump down to my other pieces of projects that are completed. Obviously 2019 paving is completed, and a couple of other project closeouts, such as the Resident Street sanitary sewer lining project is now fully complete. They lined all the laterals this last week, so we've closed out a lot of projects. Of course, as we just open up a few more with the 90 and Mill Street water lining project and Lake Road stormwater project. So kind of at that year-end transition between projects. We also finished out our state capital request this last week. I passed around copies of our request. That was due to the House this last week. It's actually not due to the Senate until January. We're asking for their feedback and any refinement on that. But it gives you an essence of at least a pictographic example of what we're looking to do down there that would serve the area between the port and the Port Authority's Transit Marina Dock project and the waterfront facility. So I give that to you for your review as well. Looking at major things, we finished our compost grinding. We do this almost every year, every other year. We try and come in, grind all the material at the compost facility. It is permitted and regulated under Ohio EPA permit for compost. We do submit annually. So we like to grind that material, allows it to decompose into soil. Just a note to residents, if they so want some of that soil, the finished materials, it is available to residents. So I would tell them to talk to the Public Works Department. We're required to remove from our facility 25% of the volume of the material that comes into our facility annually. So it's not just a stockpile, it actually moves and turns. So as a service to residents, those materials are available. They are also available commercially, but there are fees and charges for anybody who'd want to purchase it commercially. And those rates are set by council. We got a water leak on Hayward that was addressed over the weekend, and we also assisted UH in doing a crossover. When we did the Parish and Chamberlain project there on Parish Road, they took the opportunity to tap onto the water line on the west side of Parish Road because it has much better pressure than even the Brown Avenue Tower sitting next door. They operate in different pressure zones, so hopefully they will be able to experience some better water pressure. It'll also give them an opportunity to potentially switch back and forth. If we'd have a problem with the zone, they'll be able to transition between the zones and never lose water service. So it's a great opportunity. I was glad to see UH do that and take the opportunity while we had the road fully removed and opened up. So it was a good chance for them to do that. I'm happy to answer any questions council might have. I know we covered a lot in our budget meeting a week ago. If there are any other questions or other pieces regarding the budget between now and the next budget meeting, if you could let us know in advance so we can prepare for that. John and I would be happy to prepare anything.
If anybody didn't receive a copy, please let us know. I think Tom received a copy because we knew you couldn't be there, so if you have any questions, please let him know. Thank you. Any questions other than that for the city manager? Report of our finance director, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mrs. Newcomb. Just to follow up to what Mr. Hockaday said, there are going to be a few changes on the capital report, and there are some minor changes in the actual operating budget, and I will email you the account lines that are affected and the amounts. So they're pretty minor though. But so tonight's report, I know I had promised this report in the past, and I finally got around to putting this together for you. It's the SIB loan debt report for the street department. We have 6 SIB loans outstanding right now. The Parish Chamberlain is about $814,000. That's a 15-year loan. The rest are 10-year loans. The Route 20 engineering paving, that is Route 20 West for $408,000. Route 7, Route 531, that's Broad Street and Lake Road. That's $387,000. Route 20 East paving was $190,000, almost $191,000. Lake Road storm sewer was $132,500, and Chestnut Street storm sewer was $103,000. So altogether in SIB loans, we're at $2,035,000, almost $2,036,000. They're all at the same interest rate of 3%. And what I did at the top, you'll notice that I included each of them and the payments that are due each year from 2021 through 2036. You'll notice that most of them, or a good portion of them, are coalesced in between 2023 and 2028. Those will be rather lean years for the street department. What I've done is, if you look at the total expense by year, it's $75,000 for all of the SIB loans combined in 2021, and 22 it rises to $182,000, and then it rises to almost $250,000 from 2023 through 2028. There's some relief after that in 2029 through 2036, but what I did is I tried to use as a comparison, to use what we would allocate to repay these loans for debt service on these loans. So the gas tax increase that was passed in July of this year will receive the full amount next year, which will be about $248,000 is the estimate at this time. So if we take that revenue and deduct the expenses from that, so I did an excess of revenues over and under expenses. In 2021, we're going to have about $172,000 in excess revenue. That drops to $65,000 in 2022. In 2023 through 2028, that amount drops to $7,000. So there's only going to be an excess of $7,000 from that additional revenue source to repay this debt. And then in 2030, 31, it jumps back up to about $122,000 and $180,000. By then, we'll probably have new SIB loans that we'll have to finance, but at this point, I put assumes no change in either revenue or expenses at this time. So there are some other loans outstanding in the Public Works Department. I put those at the bottom half of the page. The two largest ones are the tandem trucks. That one was for $305,000, and the tandem truck trailer, that's $191,000. And then I also gave you the annual debt service and the principal balance that's remaining on there. So right now, the other loans comprised about $777,000 in outstanding principal when they were initiated. Right now, that is reduced to $538,000. So total debt outstanding in the Public Works Department is going to be about $2.6 million. For those lean years that I discussed a little bit earlier, we have a couple options. We could, the fund balance that hopefully is built up within the Public Works Department for those few years where we're generating excess revenues, we could use those fund balances and also use the Capital Improvement Fund, which is Fund 373. It's got about 1.58% of the income tax, which is collected in that fund. We use it as a capital improvement fund, but we also have used it as a debt service on capital equipment that we purchased. We could basically take those appropriations that we had used for debt service and use them again to pay debt service on equipment during those years that we're not generating that much revenue. And then once we begin to generate that revenue after 2028, then you can resume the payments from that gas tax revenue. So that's just one option you could consider doing. The other option, of course, is you would have to transfer more money from the general fund, and then that puts an additional burden on the general fund, and it affects a lot of different departments in that respect. I gave you the individual amortization schedules for all the SIB loans. Each one of the SIB loans deduct 2 years off of each one. The 15-year loan is actually only a 13-year payment term. The first year, there are no payments. The second year is accrued interest. There are 3 of the loans that right now have accrued interest, which is the Parish Chamberlain has a cumulative accrued interest of about $10,000. I think the next one is Route 20. That's about $3,300, and I think the last one is Chestnut Street Storm Sewer has accrued interest of $3,000. That's built right into the repayment amortization schedule. So like I said, the parish chamberlain is a 15-year loan, 13 years of payments, and the rest are 10 years, but only 8 years of repayment. But you can go through and look at that. I also included the amortization schedules for the trucks and the lease. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
So, just like your other infrastructure, the street has to cycle its infrastructure. No different than water or sewer. So, for instance, one of the things that rolled off, I believe, 2 years ago, year and a half ago, before we started Parish and Chamberlain, which is the Parish Road Bridge.
Yes.
And I believe that was about an $89,000 a year payment. So, basically you're recycling that debt to pay down some of these larger projects. And in the course of this, we will have dealt with the east side paving of Route 20. That will include Broad Street north of Jackson up to Lake Road to Whitney in paving and reconstruction. It would also include Route 20 full depth repair west of the Parish Road intersection out to about Gore. That's about a little over $4 million in just direct construction. It would also include there's some urban paving that'll come up on Route 20 as well that same year. One you don't see debt service on is Center Road Bridge. We've got 95% of that project covered, so there's no financing related to it. So we have to keep cycling on some of this heavier infrastructure. I mean, we know what condition Route 20's in, and it costs money to do that. So, while you have to watch it and you don't want too much money going out or anything like that, we have tried to schedule this so it's a minimal impact. The gas tax increase is covering these costs related to the replacement of this infrastructure. So that's important for us, and we need to keep doing it. And as this debt cycles on, I would expect that the council then would hope to say, okay, what's next and what else do we need to fix? Because, we need to keep up with these capital projects as they don't get cheaper in the future, so.
Just a question, not a question, a comment, as since we're having quite a few new council members, is when you say SIB or you say NIP, let them know what they stand for.
State Infrastructure Bank.
Okay, so, because that's probably what's the hardest thing getting used to is all the acronyms. So.
The other thing I would add too is if we didn't have this additional revenue from the gas tax this year, the Public Works Department would be in a deficit situation. We would either have to transfer more funds or we would have to reallocate the 1% that council has, reallocate that 1%, the higher percentage of that to the Public Works Department in order to keep that department operating at the same level. So.
Okay. And you are going to stay through the payment off of these loans, right? 2036.
Pardon me?
You're going to stay here as long as these loans are.
I'm
okay.
sure someone else will be here by then. But,
Well, thank you, Mr. Williams, very much. A lot of work goes into this. Any other questions for Mr. Williams? Our law director, Mr. Smith.
I have submitted written reports for 2018 and 2019, which you all should have. I have nothing further to add at this moment.
Any questions for the law director? This time we'll move on to the reports of our standing committees. Are there any standing committee reports at this time? Reports of our special committees. Any liaison reports? Coming up soon, Mr. Emery.
On December 4th, the Cable Advisory Board had a meeting, and we just spoke about some equipment updates and possible programming updates.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Move on to assignment of ordinances and resolutions that are on the agenda this evening. There are none on the table. There are none in third reading. Second reading is ordinance number 95-19 will be introduced by Mrs. McVoy. Ordinance number 96-19 will be introduced by Mr. Prokosky. Ordinance number 97-19 will be introduced by Mr. Sanford. Ordinance number 98-19 will be introduced by Mr. Prokosky. Move on to ordinance number 100-19, Mr. Emery. Ordinance number 101-19, Mr. Kozeski. Ordinance number 102-19, Mr. Kozeski. And ordinance number 103-19 will be introduced by Mrs. McVoy. Ms. O'Connell will start with ordinance number 95-19.
An ordinance to create Fund 300 Chestnut Middle Road paving for the purpose of accounting for receipts and disbursements of grant funds for the paving of Chestnut Street and Middle Road.
Okay.
Oh,
Mr.
these-
Williams.
Yeah, these next two ordinances, they're funded through grant funds, so we're required to create separate funds for them to account for all of the receipts and disbursements that are associated with these projects.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. McVoy.
At this time, I'd like to waive the 3 reading rule on ordinance 95-19.
Motion by Mrs. McVoy, seconded by Mr. Emery to waive the 3 reading rule. Ms. O'Connell?
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford? Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy, the 3 reading rule has been suspended.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to act on ordinance 95-19.
Motion by Ms. McVoy, seconded by Mr. Prokowski to act on the ordinance. Any other questions or comments before we proceed? Ms. O'Connell?
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Ordinance number 95-19 is passed. Move on to ordinance number 96-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski.
An ordinance to create Fund 301 Conneaut Dredge Facility for the purpose of accounting for receipts and disbursements of grant funds relating to the construction of a dredge facility.
Mr. Prokowski.
I'd like to waive the 3 reading rule on ordinance 96-19.
Motion by Mr. Prokowski, seconded by Mr. Sanford to waive the 3 reading rule. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes. Mr. Prokowski, the 3 reading rule has been suspended.
I'd like to move to act on ordinance 96-19.
Motion by Mr. Prokowski, seconded by Mrs. McVoy to act on the ordinance. Any comments or questions before we proceed? Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes. Ordinance number 96-19 has passed. Ordinance number 97-19, introduced by Mr. Sanford.
An ordinance to amend the 2019 budget through appropriations and fund and interfund transfers attached Tier 2 and marked Exhibit A.
Mr. Williams?
This is a pretty short budget amendment. The fire chief had requested that we move $3,000 from vehicle maintenance into incidentals to pay for a pension, physical, and psychological for a new firefighter. So the net impact on the general fund is 0. Fund 316 is the NOPEC fund. We did receive another grant allocation from NOPEC, so we are appropriating $39,000 of those grant funds. And then in the water fund, we just moved some money around there to cover some additional overtime expenditures for an extended sick leave from one of the employees was out for an extended period of time, so they had to cover those shifts with overtime. That was $4,000, and we reduced contractual services by $4,000. So the net impact on the water fund was 0.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Sanford?
Yes, at this time, I move to suspend the 3 reading rule on ordinance 97-19.
Motion by Mr. Sanford, seconded by Mr. Emery. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Sanford, the 3 reading rule has been suspended.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to act on this ordinance.
Motion by Mr. Sanford to act on the ordinance, seconded by Mr. Kozeski. Any further discussion or comments before we proceed? Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Ordinance number 97-19 is passed. Move on to ordinance number 98-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Prokowski.
An ordinance approving the editing and inclusion of certain ordinances as part of the various component codes of the codified ordinances of Conneaut, Ohio, and declaring an emergency.
Mr. Smith.
Yes, this is our annual adoption of the new code that incorporates the amendments that you've made during the past year. And it's pretty standard stuff.
As well as updates in the ORC.
And there's some updates for the traffic in the ORC, so that if there's a particular traffic case, we can cite it under city code, and we get the fine money. Whereas if it's under the state code, we don't get the money.
True. Thank you. Mr. Prokowski.
I'd like to move to declare ordinance 98-19 an emergency.
Motion by Mr. Prokowski, seconded by Mr. Sanford to declare an emergency. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozowski?
Yes.
Mrs. McBoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes. Mr. Prokowski? The emergency has been declared.
I'd like to move to waive the 3 reading rule on ordinance 98-19.
Motion by Mr. Prokowski, seconded by Mrs. McBoy. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozowski?
Yes.
Mrs. McBoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes. Mr. Prokowski, the 3 reading rule has been waived.
I'd like to move to act on ordinance 98-19.
Motion by Mr. Prokowski, seconded by Mr. Sanford to act on the ordinance. Any comments or questions before we proceed? Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozowski?
Yes.
Mrs. McBoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes. Ordinance number 98-19 has passed. We'll move on to ordinance number 100-19, which will be introduced by Mr. Emery.
An ordinance to authorize the city manager to enter into a property lease agreement with Bessemer and Lake Erie Railroad Company for the purposes of developing and operating a sediment processing facility and not declaring an emergency.
I'm not going to explain a great deal more. We've talked about this one to death, obviously.
Oh, we got to make you explain it again.
It's for the lease of
Someone new
approximately
may be
3
watching
days.
us tonight.
Yeah. So, but we do have this also set for executive session. We have a couple memos from the law director as well as some outside legal counsel regarding that lease, and obviously those have been submitted to council for their review. We can discuss it in executive session. We'd ask that you go ahead and move this to a 3rd reading. That way we can answer any and all of council's questions regarding this lease arrangement and vote on it on the 23rd.
Did we plan an executive session for this evening?
We had discussed it. It
I
didn't
remember
show up.
that, but I'm just,
It's not on the
it's not on the agenda.
Doesn't need to be.
Well, I just thought I would clarify.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay, now I forgot where I am, okay. Mr. Kozowski.
Mr. Emery.
Close.
No? Emery? Oh, it's going Emery, Kozowski. Okay, Mr. Emery.
I'd like to make a motion to move ordinance 100-19 into 3rd reading.
3rd reading, okay, thank you. Ordinance number 100-19 is in 3rd reading. Move on to ordinance number 101-19, introduced by Mr. Kozowski.
An ordinance to amend Chapter 109 of the codified ordinances of the city of Conneaut and not declaring an emergency.
Okay. So this
Oh,
goes
not
to
Smith, okay.
Yeah, this is it amends our RFP ordinance, our request for proposals ordinance. When we constructed this several years ago, this is a common and typical method for the disposal of real estate assets, but it can be other assets of the cities by negotiation. So, for instance, we call it the bunkhouse property. Several years ago, we put that out for RFP as opposed to another method to solicit alternative offers than just straight demolition of that structure. Usually for things that are difficult for the city to handle through a direct bid process, we can use that RFP. When we constructed it to state real estate. We did not include personal property or tangible personal property of the city. So this also now would include tangible personal property of the city and will allow us to use that same RFP method. It's advertised, it's noticed in the newspapers just like bids and commodities and requests for qualifications are. So it's still a public process. It still requires council's consent and vote on it. But it's just an alternative method for things that are difficult to commoditize. So obviously when we're talking about pens, pencils, paper clips, that's an easy bid item. When we talk about professional services in excess of $50,000, we use an RFQ process. That is actually not a monetized bid process. And then the RFP is kind of in the middle between those two. So this simply amends it to include personal property.
Okay, thank you. Everybody knows what an RFP is, right? Okay. We're good.
And it's
Right.
just a footnote there that the reason you can adopt these types of ordinances is because 30 years ago, the city adopted a charter. And we're exercising our home rule powers through the charter to do these things. Otherwise, we couldn't do them.
Out of the code. R is a request for proposal, for you do not know. And an RFQ is a request for qualifications. So all these fun things you get to learn. Okay, now I remember where we are.
Mr. Kozeski.
10119, Mr. Kozeski.
I'd like to waive the 3 reading rule on ordinance 101-19.
Motion by Mr. Kozeski, seconded by Mr. Emery to waive the 3 reading rule. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Perkowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Mr. Kozeski, the 3 reading rule has been waived.
I move we act on 101-19.
Motion by Mr. Kozeski, seconded by Mr. Perkowski to act on the ordinance. Is there any further comments or discussion? Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Perkowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Ordinance number 101-19 has been approved. We'll move on to ordinances in first reading, and I'll start with ordinance number 102-19, introduced by Mr. Kozeski.
An ordinance to authorize the city manager to apply for and, if awarded, accept and enter into an agreement on behalf of the City of Conneaut and Ohio Department of Natural Resources Coastal Management Assistance Grant and declaring an emergency.
Okay. So what we're applying for is about a $24,000 total project. It is what is called a NPSIS plan. That's non-point solution plan for HUC 6 category watersheds, and those are hydraulic unit categories, are what HUCs are. It's based on size of watersheds. We're required to have them for a number of subsequent funding opportunities the city is going to solicit, such as Great Lakes Restoration Initiative dollars. So Conneaut has 3 HUC 6 watersheds within its jurisdictional boundaries. So we would have to complete a plan. So we've asked for 16 of the $24,000 in grant in the ODNR application, if council would approve it. I do need it tonight if I'm going to submit it next week. And obviously, we would provide the other $8,000 in funding. We have had a couple conversations with the Metro Park, since the Turkey Creek Metro Park is also included in this, that we could potentially cost share partner on this. And obviously, we would hope that they would be a part of that NPSIS plan as well. And they said they would be. So, and that just opens up opportunities for not only ourselves, but the Metro Parks for, those funding opportunities related to watersheds and sensitive areas within the city.
Okay. Mr. Kozeski.
I'd like to, at this time, I'd like to declare ordinance 102-19 an emergency.
Motion by Mr. Kozeski, seconded by Mr. Prokowski to declare an emergency on the ordinance. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski, the emergency has been declared.
At this time, I'd like to waive the 3 reading rule on 102-19.
Motion by Mr. Kozeski, seconded by Mr. Emery to waive the 3 reading rule.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski, the 3 reading rule has been suspended.
I move we act on 102-19.
Motion by Mr. Kozeski, seconded by Mr. Sanford to act on the ordinance. Any comments or questions before we vote? Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Ordinance number 102-19 is passed. Move on to ordinance number 103-19, which will be introduced by Mrs. McVoy.
An ordinance to reappoint Martha Sorohan, Matthew Crawford, and Cindy Prather to the Cable Advisory Board for a period of 5 years beginning January 1, 2020 and ending December 31, 2024, and declaring an emergency.
Mr. Emery discussed at your meeting about these appointments?
Yes.
Okay.
All 3 are currently on the board right now, and all 3 are very competent and very important to the board. Martha does a lot of scheduling and finds events and programming updates. Matt does an incredible amount of filming around the town, and so doesn't Cindy. She, helps with programming and content for the cable advisory board, like for the cable channel in general.
Is there any openings on the board?
As of now, no.
No. Okay, Mrs. McVoy.
At this time, I'd like to declare ordinance 103-19 an emergency.
Motion by Mrs. McVoy, seconded by Mr. Emery. Declare an emergency on the ordinance.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy, the emergency has been declared.
At this time, I'd like to waive the 3 reading rule on ordinance 103-19.
Motion by Mrs. McVoy, seconded by Mr. Sanford. Ms. O'Connell?
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy, the 3 reading rule has been suspended.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion to act on ordinance 103-19.
Motion by Mrs. McVoy, seconded by Mr. Prokowski. Is
Waving.
there any comments or questions? Thank everyone for their service, and we're glad you're staying with the board. Ms. O'Connell?
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Ordinance number 103-19 has passed. At this time, I would entertain a motion to excuse Mr. Garrick's. Motion by Mr. Sanford, seconded by Mr. Emery to excuse Mr. Garrick's absence. Ms. O'Connell?
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozeski?
Yes.
Mrs. McVoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shamford?
Yes.
Ms. Garrick's has been excused. Is there any unfinished or old business to come before our council? Mr. Kozeski?
Have nothing.
Mr. Emery? Mr. Sanford?
Nothing.
Mrs. McVoy?
I just wanted to relay a compliment that the city received from some of the constituents for the Christmas decorations around the town. So I just wanted to thank Mr. Hockaday and his team who have done the decorating uptown. It's been noted and people are appreciating it.
That's Public Works.
Thank them very much.
They're always climbing those poles.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Prokowski. This time, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session. Mr. Sanford? Or,
Yeah, what's,
what do we,
Acquisition.
acquisition of property. Sanford. Mr. Emery seconded the motion. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Emery?
Yes.
Mr. Kozowski?
Yes.
Mrs. McCoy?
Yes.
Mrs. Newcomb?
Yes.
Mr. Prokowski?
Yes.
Mr. Shanford?
Yes.
Okay, we are in executive session. We will return to adjourn our regular meeting.
Hi, I'm Martha Sorahan of The Courier, bringing you Conneaut's hometown happenings for the week of December 11th, 2019. A new country music festival is coming to Conneaut. Buccia Vineyards' Bill Holden made the announcement last week of a new 15-hour music festival. Named the Conneaut City Limits Music Festival, it will start at 4 p.m. Friday, June 12th, through Saturday evening, June 13th, 2020, at 3 venues: Buccia's Vineyard on Gore Road, Sparky's Place on Erie Street, and Breakwall Barbecue at the Public Dock. Since purchasing Buccia's 2 years ago, Holden has brought music to the winery every weekend, some tied to his former residence of Nashville, Tennessee. The Conneaut City Limits Music Festival will feature nearly 30 performers, both current and emerging regional artists, with conversations and exhibits on 4 stages. The event will also feature good cuisine, beer and wines, cocktails, and one-of-a-kind merchandise. Conneaut City Manager Jim Hockaday called the festival a great addition to the city and praised the creativity and collaboration of local business owners. He called the festival a great kickoff to the summer season. Conneaut City Council at its December 9th meeting recognized First Congregational United Church of Christ for its bicentennial year. Conneaut City Council Clerk Pam McConnell read a proclamation describing the congregation's beginnings from 1819, the construction of the current building at Main and Buffalo Streets in 1907, and numerous community activities that continue there in addition to weekly worship. Several church members, including Pastor Frank Walford, were on hand to accept the proclamation. Walford said the congregation is grateful and the church will continue its work in the community as long as it can. In his report to City Council, Conneaut City Manager Jim Hockaday said the Reesburg pipeline is finished, that the traffic signals at Parish and Chamberlain roads will be going in at the end of the week, and that other 2019 projects are completed while others are going to be starting up in 2020. He also said that the city is offering decomposed soil from the compost site free to residents and for a fee to commercial operations. The compost site closed for the season December 6th, and the city is required to remove 1/4 of the pile. You may contact the Public Works Department for more information. Conneaut City Council also approved an ordinance authorizing the city manager to apply for an Ohio Department of Natural Resources Coastal Management Assistant grant and approved the reappointments of Matt Crawford, Martha Sorahan, and Cindy Prather to 5-year terms on the Conneaut Cable Advisory Board. Council then entered into executive session to discuss the property lease agreement with Bessemer and Lake Erie Railroad for the lakefront dredging sediment processing facility. New council members being sworn into office in council chambers at 5:30 p.m. Monday, December 16th by Ashtabula County Common Pleas Judge Thomas Harris were invited to sit in on that executive session. They are John Arcaro, Council President, Rick Gaw, Ward 1, Terry Moisio Jr., Ward 2, and also being sworn in next week will be Joe Emery, Ward 3, Tom Kozeski, Ward 4, at-large Angel McVoy. New council member being sworn in is Tammy Ledford, at-large. Conneaut Municipal Court Judge Nick Irochi will also be sworn in. The public is welcome to that swearing-in ceremony. Council's next regular meeting is 7 p.m. Monday, December 23rd. There are still a few days left to purchase Lights of Love from the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce. Each light is in honor or memory of a loved one, friend, or pet, and costs $5. In return, donors receive a free ornament. Special this year with a $10 donation is an ornament in memory of Sergeant Cole Walker. Proceeds from the Walker ornament go to the Feed Our Vets Food Pantry in Ashtabula. You may call the chamber at 593-2402. Lights of Love may be purchased through Friday, December 13th. Conneaut residents have until Friday, December 20th to nominate someone for the 2019 Citizen of the Year. The Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce established this honor back in the 50s to recognize outstanding community service over a period of years. Nominations must be made in writing and mailed, emailed, or faxed to the Conneaut Chamber by December 20th. The award will be presented at the Conneaut Area Chamber of Commerce annual dinner meeting on Tuesday, February 4th at New Leaf Event Center. Nominations are also open for Chamber Champions, individuals or businesses who have made Conneaut a better place to live, work, and play in 2019. The Chamber Board will vote on the 3 Chamber Champion Awards, while the Citizen of the Year is determined by vote of the Conneaut Chamber Board and past Citizens of the Year. You may contact the Chamber at 593-24 for information. Saturday, December 14th is the big Stuff the Bus competition between Conneaut High School and Lakeside High School at the Ashtabula Town Square. The groups are collecting non-perishable food and hygiene items for the Feed Our Vets Food Pantry in Ashtabula, and they are collecting new unwrapped toys for the Operation Toy Soldier program through Marcy Funeral Home that delivers toys to children of local active military families. The mall collection takes place at the entrance to the old Dillard store. If you can't make it to the mall, donations are being accepted at Conneaut High School or Marcy Funeral Home at Harbor and Liberty Streets. About 150 people took peeks into local residences at the Conneaut Rotary Club's holiday tour of homes on Saturday, December 7th. They saw the 50s-era basement of the Watsons on Furnace Road, Santa Clauses and electric trains at the Nelson Home at Biscoff and Middle Roads, the D-Day Museum, the sanctuary of the former First and New Leaf United Methodist Church, the Tanner's Victorian Home, and Grandpa's Castle B&B on Main Street. Rotary Tour Chair Amanda Smith said everyone was pleased and that planning is underway for the next holiday tour of homes in 2021. She said she hopes everyone went away with holiday cheer and a few decorating ideas. Incoming events, Case Place on Route 193, just south of I-90 in Kingsville, will host Santa Claus from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Thursday, December 12th, with free photos of kids with Santa. For each adult meal purchased, one child is entitled to a free meal. Conneaut High School Winter Concert of Vocal and Instrumental Music will be held at 7 p.m. Thursday, December 12th at the high school at 381 Mill Street. Southridge Christian Academy at 924 Center Road will host a chili supper from 4 to 7 p.m. Friday, December 13th. Tickets are $5. Kingsville Public Library's Holiday Open House with music by the Edgewood High School Show Choir Soundsations is 6 to 7 p.m. Friday, December 13th at the CIMAC Welcome Center. Final bids will be accepted for the Trim-a-Tree and Homemade Craft Silent Auction. Arlene's Broadway on Buffalo presents Rock Nativity, a contemporary musical of the Nativity story, at 7:30 p.m. December 13th and 14th, 20th and 21st, and 2:30 p.m. December 15th and 22nd. The show is directed by Mark Pendleton and features Conneaut's Tom Udell making his Rock Nativity debut as King Herod. Tickets are $10 adults and $8 for students. The Conneaut Arts Center Dance Department presents A Christmas Carol at 7 p.m. December 13th and 12:30 p.m. December 14th at the Arts Center at 1025 Buffalo Street. Tickets are $10 general, $7 seniors, and $5 children. Call 593-5888. Kingsville Fire Hall will serve a holiday pancake breakfast from 8 to 11 a.m. Saturday, December 14th at the Fire Hall, 3130 Main Street, with eggs, sausage, juice, and pancakes. Photos with Santa will be available from 8:30 to 10:30 a.m. The Conneaut Convention and Visitors Bureau hosts the Santa House at Station 3 at Main and Middle Roads, 4:30 to 7 p.m. Saturdays, December 14th and 21st, with a free treat, books, and handmade mittens for kids, along with entry into a drawing for a toy. Conneaut Station 3 volunteer firefighters will offer tours of the fire station. Conneaut High School and Lakeside High School. I think I repeated this already.
Yep.
I did. Scratch it. All right, I'll just move on. Regis is exasperated. Okay. The final indoor farmers market of 2019 is noon to 3 p.m. Sunday, December 15th at the Conneaut Human Resources Center, 327 Mill Street. Interested vendors may call Samantha McNutt at 593-5273. And the Conneaut Arts Center is offering Santa's Workshop from 6 to 9 p.m. Thursday, December 19th for children in kindergarten through 5th grade. The event includes a pizza supper, cookie decorating, gift making, craft stations, and card making. This is great for parents who need a few hours to finish holiday preparations. The cost is just $5 per child. Call the Conneaut Arts Center at 593-5888. And the Conneaut Arts Center is also offering a sip and paint class from 6 to 9 p.m. Friday, December 20th with Chris Davis. Paint Cardinal on Slate. And you are invited to bring wine and snacks to share. Call 593-5888 to reserve a spot. Kingsville Public Library is offering reindeer games, an evening of games and fun and cookie decorating for the whole family, from 6 to 8 p.m. Friday, December 20th at the CIMAC Welcome Center, 3205 School Street. Register by calling 224-0239. New Leaf United Methodist Church will host Breakfast with Santa from 9 to 11 a.m. Saturday, December 21st at 110 Gateway Avenue. Breakfast includes pancakes, sausage, and juice by donation only. Chinese auction tickets will be available, and proceeds go to the New Leaf Child Care Center. Conneaut Community Kitchen will serve free lunch from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturday, December 21st at First Congregational United Church of Christ at Main and Buffalo Streets. And First Baptist Church will hold its monthly free diaper and baby wipe distribution from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturday, December 21st at 370 State Street. The Conneaut Salvation Army Red Kettle campaign continues at Orlando Brothers Golden Dawn Fridays and Saturdays through December 21st and the morning of December 24th. If you have an hour or more to volunteer to ring a bell, contact Clara Lundgren at 440-477-2949. And finally, if you're looking for a last-minute gift, Conneaut Area City Schools hopes that you will consider the gift of a memorial brick that will be laid at the entrance to Joslyn Field. Bricks are an affordable way for people to donate to the Spark campaign. Visit the Conneaut Area City Schools website for more information. That's it for this week. Until next week, this is Martha Sorahan saying so long.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Around the Town with Chuck. My name is Chuck Guglielmo, and today we are out at Conneaut High School Garcia Gymnasium and doing our basketball preview for the boys team. And today we are taping this show on Tuesday, December the 3rd. And with me is the head coach who puts this all together, Tim Talbach. Tim, how you doing?
Great. I'm glad to see you guys. I'm happy you're here at practice tonight.
And we're glad to be here, and again, thanks for letting us be here. Tim, before we get started and get into the team, let's just do a quick little review about back in the day when you played, because you were a great player for the Harbor Mariners. I'm going to say somewhere in the late 80s. Talk about the way the game was played then compared to how it's played today, as you see it.
Well, my senior year was the last year before the three-point line was a high school basketball, part of the high school basketball. So we had all 2-pointers. My senior year, we finished 20-4. We wound up in the district finals, lost to Chagrin Falls team. We were actually number 1 seed, so it was kind of an upset that we lost. But as far as the game goes, we ran a lot of motion offense. I know we tend to run some motion here at Conneaut. We run some Princeton stuff. We also run some set plays, obviously. But yeah, in those days, we played a lot more of a motion sort of a game, more of a fast break game. You saw way more man-to-man defense than we see nowadays, in some cases, I guess I should say. But yeah, the game certainly changed. The three-point line has changed the game in a major way. I talked to my guys about it. I saw a statistic where in 1987, when the Celtics played the Lakers in the NBA Finals, they took something like, I think it was 88, 89 three-pointers the entire 6-7 game series, okay? Whereas in one game against the Cavaliers a couple years ago, I think it was in 2017, the Warriors took 40. So they're taking more three-pointers in 1 or 2 games in an entire series. That's made such a big difference in the game of basketball.
I guess 3 points is better than 2, but I still like pounding the ball inside. I like those good percentage shots. Tim, also back in the day, of course, you had all those rivalries. I had a lot of friends that played for Harbor, Geneva, Ashtabula, Conneaut. Those rivalries, those were great, weren't they? And you played in many of them. What was some of the biggest game you can remember?
Oh, geez, it's hard to narrow it down, actually. Like you said, Ashtabula Harbor was a big game. Harbor Edgewood, Harbor St. John. Those were humongous games for us. As a kid, I remember St. John always was a big rival of ours. They played pretty good basketball in those days. So did Ashtabula, for that matter, and so did Edgewood. I mean, everybody was good. We had Riverside and Madison in our conference. But it seemed like every night the gym was packed. One of the drawbacks of playing, in District 10 is that if we have a long teams like a Titusville or a Oil City come in here, they don't bring a whole lot of fans. The teams that are close to us, like the Merciers Preps, the Girards, the Fairviews, Northwestern brings a pretty good crowd usually. But you don't have quite the same atmosphere as you had back in the 90s and 80s. That's for sure.
Of course, we're just a few days before this season starts for the Spartans, Friday night. As you prepare for the season, kind of give us a breakdown on your roster in terms of upperclassmen, lowerclassmen, and some of your returnees.
Well, our returning guys who played a lot last year are Ethan Knight, Kyle Woods, Aiden Thomas, Jeremiah Ortiz. Those 4 guys all littered for us last year and played quite a bit of basketball. Anthony Burkhardt also played a lot as a freshman and a sophomore. He was letterman last season, looking for big things out of him. And then we have 2 other guys who are seniors who played some last year, Trevor Armenia and Leon Moffat. They were primarily JV players, but they both bring a lot of size to the table. We're expecting big things out of them. We have a sophomore, Delonte Lane, who's going to play some varsity to start the season. He's just improved dramatically over the course of the summer. He's one of those gym rat type of basketball guys. And yeah, we're looking at those guys. Tyler Guerin is a senior coming out. He hasn't played since his freshman year. He's got some size too that's going to help us. But we like our roster right now.
When you look at the schedule, it looks tough. It really does look tough. We've seen District 10 the last few years. They seem to play a defensive style type of basketball over there. The Erie First Christian, Mercyhurst Prep, Fairview. Are those the same 3 teams you think that could be top of the division?
I would say Mercyhurst Prep. They returned our league player of the year last year in Matt Bengal, who was a real nice player, 6'3" type of a guard. He's back. I think Mercyhurst Prep's going to be one of the favorites, certainly. Fairview's always good year in, year out. I haven't seen Erie First Christian this year. Actually, I saw briefly part of a game on tape from somebody else. But I don't know much about them because they did graduate 3 of their starters who were 3 of their 4 best players. And Girard's always good. They have a fantastic program there. It's going to be a tough league from top to bottom for sure.
With a 22-game schedule, that leaves you with 6 non-conference games that are all against Ohio schools. Unlike football, where in football, I guess they got to play a Pennsylvania non-conference school. The non-conference teams, what are they looking like this year that you're going to play?
Well, we're thinking about St. John right now. Obviously, we play St. John in a couple of days here. They've been our focus for the last week or so. Coach Turner does a great job with those guys. we've had a tough time with them. We've lost to them 2 of the last 3 years in our gym. We need to correct that. They play a different style. They're one of the teams that plays a lot of zone these days. They're very scrappy. They're hard. They've played 2 games already. It'll be our opener. So we just have to be fundamental. We have to take care of the basketball, limit turnovers, and defend their jump shots. But St. John's won. Certainly the Edgewood game is going to be a big game for us up at Erie Insurance Arena. We also have PV on the road and Grand Valley at home, both also county schools we play. Looking forward to those games. And we host Fairport Harbor on February 1st. It's a matinee game, noon start for the JVs on a Saturday, which is kind of a change for us to round out our non-conference schedule.
If I remember last year, you opened up against the Heralds in Ashtabula, and that was opening night, of course, and Conneaut played extremely well that night. Usually first game you look for jitters. I know St. John made a little bit of a comeback in the second half, and then the second time we saw them, they were on a roll themselves. Talk a little bit about what went right in that opening game and what needs to go right Friday night.
Yeah, we got on a real big roll in the first part of the game. Our pressure defense was real good. I know that we get our athleticism out front gave them some problems, and we shot the ball pretty well early in that game. And we built a pretty big lead up. They got the ball to their postman last year. Jacob Hartman was one of the better players in the county for sure. He got the ball more in the second half, and that kind of gave us some problems. We also got in some foul trouble, but we were able to maintain that lead and kind of coast through the fourth quarter there at the end. We got to be able to play good defense tomorrow night, not give up drives to the basket. We've been really emphasizing the heck out of boxing out, making sure we don't give up any second chance shots, and again, taking care of the basketball. We've really been working. We have a couple new guys playing guard right now, and we got to really make sure we're taking care of the basketball and not committing silly turnovers.
We talked a lot about the rivalries of the old NEC. I'm noticing in District 10, maybe you see something differently, that Northwestern and Girard are becoming rivalries.
Absolutely, yeah. Certainly Northwestern being our closest opponent. I mean, they're actually probably even a little closer than going to Edgewood, actually. They're one of our rivals for sure. Girard goes back to 2 years ago. We had a game here where they beat us. They scored a basket with 2 seconds left to beat us by 1, and that was a real intense rivalry sort of a game. We've had a hard time at Girard gym. We've gotten beaten pretty badly there all 3 years in their gym. So we're certainly looking at our road game against them as being something we're pointing towards to try to perform better in their gym. And like I said, we played them very well in the last 2 years in our gym. We almost had them last year too. But yeah, certainly there's the proximity plays a factor in that as well.
I read the article in the Post-Gazette that you did for the basketball preview, and some key factors that you mentioned in there, if you talk a little bit about a few of them, intensity.
Yeah, we're going to maintain intensity for 4 quarters. One of the things I really think that our defense has to fuel our offense, we're not necessarily a high-pressure team. We do want to obviously play good defense, and upon getting stops, we want to run the fast break. I've always been a guy, it's tough to run a fast break off of a made basket. We got to get stops to run fast breaks. I think this group does a nice job of executing in transition. We got to get ourselves out in transition. Intensity also means defense. We got to make it difficult for our team, pressure the basketball, talk, rotate, that sort of thing. And that comes with bringing your intensity.
What about making good decisions with a ball?
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to find a time. When's the right time to squeeze something in there, and when's the right time not to? When's the right time to reverse the basketball? When's the right time to attack? It just takes a lot of time with that. That's why we have to practice basketball. That's why we have an off season. But those things all happen better as the year progresses, and we're hoping to be smart with the basketball right off the bat.
I know one thing you've seen the last couple years, and we see it too. Your teams play good. They'll have like 2.5, maybe even 3 good quarters, and then they have that one drought, that one quarter that does them in where they struggle to score the basketball. How do we correct something like that?
Yeah, absolutely, man. That's a $100,000 question right there. We have played last year at Fairview we were down 6 points late third quarter, and they went on a run against us. So we got to correct that. Be able to play 4 quarters consistently. Again, even watching our scrimmage against Greenville Saturday morning, we played them pretty evenly. We had one quarter that we had a 9-4 lead. We turned the ball over 4 times in a row, and they wound up beating us 14-12 in that quarter. It's one of those things where we just have to be more consistent in taking care of the ball, getting good shots, and defense should be there all the time. There shouldn't be any. If your offense struggles, your defense should pick you up, I believe, and that's something we're working towards as well.
And I would think getting the offensive rebounds would be key. Turnovers, cut down on some turnovers, especially the turnovers that lead to points by the other team.
Yeah, exactly. Throwaways on top hurt you for sure. And you mentioned offensive rebounding. I think this is going to be a very good offensive rebounding team. Between Anthony Burkhart's the next level offensive rebounder. So is Aiden Thomas. So is Leon Moffitt and Trevor both do that pretty well. Kyle Woods being a guard right now is a good offensive rebounder. So we're thinking getting second chance shots should be definitely a strength of ours this season.
Scoring wise, who do we look for on the team to provide a lot of the points?
Well, it's going to be by committee. My team's always been kind of a score by committee sort of thing. Certainly returning from last year, Kyle Woods, Jeremiah Ortiz are the 2 leading scorers coming back. Certainly Anthony Burkhardt has developed his game over the offseason. Ethan Knight's going to play huge minutes for us this season. I think those 4 plus Aiden are going to be guys we look to score a lot of. But it could be anybody. Trevor Armini's shown some signs of being a big scorer. Again, Delonte Lane as a sophomore can score the basketball. I haven't mentioned Robert Hagstrom, who's also a sophomore, a big body kid. He's going to kind of split time between JV and varsity to start this season. But he's certainly a developmental big man who's going to be an impact player at some point in time in his career.
I just got one final question for you, Tim. Looking just at this Friday night's game against St. John, I know you've mentioned a lot of things, but if I narrowed you down to pick one thing that would be a big key to beating them, what would it be?
Limiting our turnovers for sure. If we take care of the basketball, we think we have a good chance to beat St. John, but we have to take care of the basketball. If we turn the ball over and give them chances in transition, that's going to be bad news for us. We've really emphasized making good decisions with the ball and not turning the ball over on our offensive end.
Well, Tim, we wish you the best of luck. I know we are looking forward to covering, I think we've got 17 of your 22 games, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. So good luck to you on the season.
Hey, thanks so much for covering us. We really appreciate it. We appreciate the attention, and hopefully we'll have a great season.
Okay, thanks. And we'll be talking to some of the Spartan players here on Around the Town with Chuck. All right, we are back, and now we're going to talk to some of the players. With me are 2 seniors, that's hard to believe, Jeremiah Ortiz and Ethan Knight. You've been with the program for 4 years. Ethan, what are you hoping this year that maybe you didn't see in the first 3 years?
We have a winning record this year. I'm going to look forward to it.
Jeremiah, what about you? Same question. This is your 4th year as well. What do you hope to see this year that maybe didn't happen in the first 3 years?
Just better team bonding, playing together as a team and win.
Jeremiah, I don't know if you remember this, but in your freshman year, we were doing the games, and you were doing some filming for the varsity when you were playing on the JV. And the one thing you liked is when we interviewed you, and you like to be on the camera, don't you?
Yeah, I'm used to the camera, so I'm here.
Ethan, I know it's basketball, but congratulations on your award that you got in soccer.
Thank you.
Honorable mention, I think it was. No, second team or honorable mention? Honorable mention, yeah. Talk a little bit about how that soccer season went. I know it didn't go well. I talked with Joey Merlin, but individually, for yourself, what did you think?
I had a good time. We didn't do the best, but it's just memories that you'll have for a long time. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
When you go and look at your schedule this year coming up for basketball, your conference schedule, teams over there in the District 10, your traditional heavyweights like Fairview, Erie First Christian, Mercyhurst Prep. Can we play with those teams this year?
I think so, because we might have lost Mikey and Blaine, but we're still solid, and I know that they lost a lot of seniors and stuff. So I think we'll be all right.
Jeremiah, when the inside the game itself, limiting turnovers, getting the offensive rebounds, and avoiding those droughts. The Spartans will play good in the past for 2-3 quarters, and they'll have that 1 6-7 minute drought where everything goes haywire. How do you work on trying to put 32 minutes of good basketball together?
We in practice we do a lot of changing the lineups and stuff. So when we have different lineups in, I think we go on a drought, and some people don't know where to be, what to do. So we just gotta work better as a team to stick without those droughts.
You guys are 2 of about, I think, 6 seniors on the team, so you're so it's a veteran team, but we also got a blend of youth. Talk about some of those underclassmen, Ian, that can come right in and make a difference here this year.
I think Delonte's pretty good, and we got Marcus. They're gonna help us off the bench, and they're people that we need to rely on to help us.
Jeremiah, see, we got a new boy here on the team. He's over here in the paint right now with the light blue. I'm gonna guess he's a guard.
Yeah, junior guard.
What can you tell us about him? Where did he come from?
North Carolina. His dad played basketball here, I'm pretty sure. He's a shooter.
So, a 3-point shooter?
Yeah.
Okay, boys, we want to wish you the best of luck. It all starts Friday night, first of 22 regular season games. And we'll be looking forward to seeing Ethan and Jeremy knocking them down from three-point range as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, with me now, Aiden Thomas. Aiden Thomas from the football field to the basketball floor. What kind of transition has to happen?
A lot more running, a lot more quick running.
Speaking of running, I can see why they said Sunday night that somebody wanted to put you back on punt returns. You were running down that court pretty fast.
Yeah. I don't know what to say.
You got more speed than I think you have.
Yeah, sometimes.
What are you looking forward to, Aiden, this year for yourself on this basketball team? Now, this being your senior year, you've been with the program for 4 years. This looks like we got some numbers that have risen. We got a good group of seniors, 6 of them, I think, and also some underclassmen that look like they have some ability too. What are you looking forward to as far as improving outside of the wins and losses on the basketball floor?
Being more fluent, like together as a group, running plays and stuff. We just get confused a lot sometimes.
To me, this also looks like a teammate, and you being one of them, that are going to be good on the boards, especially on the offensive rebounds. A lot of big guys inside.
Yeah, we have some pretty good size, I think. A lot of guys here can jump pretty good.
Last year, during one part of the season, you were red hot from those shooting-wise from the, if I remember, midline, baseline shots from about 15 feet out. Is that your favorite shot?
Favorite shot's a layup, but favorite jump shot, yeah.
Have you ever tried a three-pointer?
Yeah. I had two last year.
Oh, really? See, I don't remember. Anyway, Aiden, before I let you go, I got to say what you guys did for me during the football season. Just a tremendous, not me, just me, but the whole community. What a great season. What will you take away from that football season?
How good it was, like how good we played together.
It was all about chemistry, wasn't it? I asked somebody in the press box what impressed them most about the Spartans, and one person told me that it was how you guys were able to dominate the opponent, which I totally agree with that. But I thought mine was better, and you mentioned it. I thought the chemistry, especially that Davison and Fedor, I mean, both of them battling for total yardage, and it didn't matter to them who got what, did it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, Aiden, good luck Friday night against St. John.
Thank you.
All right, Aiden Thomas. And we got more Spartans coming up here. Anthony Burkhart's going to be our next victim. Here comes Anthony. How you doing, Anthony?
I'm good, thank you.
Glad that this is now your 3rd year in the program. Is that correct?
Yes.
I remember you as a freshman, and from the freshman, I talked to Steve Wahanick, your junior high coach there. I said, that guy looks like he's going to be a player, and Steve thought so too. You're a hustler. You're a great rebounder. He actually hit a 3. I wish you shoot a little bit more. I think you can hit 3s too, and you can pound the ball inside. I think you are going to have a great season. What are some of your goals coming into this season that you didn't do the first 3 years, now that you're junior, that you want to do?
Well, especially in the first scrimmages that we had this season, I've been way more confident with the ball, and that's like my number one goal, is just to be confident and actually take some shots rather than help out the team in other ways like rebounding and assists, like trying to score the ball myself, and I'm doing that. I've been doing that during scrimmages. So
I remember you telling me that last year when I asked you about scoring the ball. You weren't real confident in doing that, and now you are confident in doing that. What's changed?
Just my awareness on the court, when to take shots, when to not, when to pass, just all that, just IQ. Especially we got a great group of guys this year. Everyone's unselfish, and it just helps out a lot when we can share the ball and give it to each other and trust each other.
Team-wise, what does this team have to do this year better that maybe we didn't do in past years?
Definitely like what I just said, like sharing the ball, trusting each other as a team. Because if you don't have trust on a team, you're not going to win games. And
now, what do you mean by trust on a team?
Just share the ball. Like, if someone's open or whatever, you got to swing it to them. Like, even if you don't think they're going to make it or whatever, like, like your ego is too high or whatever, you know. Like, we don't have that on this team that much this year, so we just got to find the open man and swing the ball, and we should be good.
Now, you guys, of course, know more about basketball than I'll know. I've never played the game. I love the game. I love covering the game. But did it seem to you like in the last, this team could play for 2, maybe 2.5, maybe even sometimes 3 good quarters, and then you would run into that lull, like a quarter where you just couldn't do nothing offensively or defensively, and you really lost the game in that one period? Is that how you saw it? And if it is, how do you correct that?
Yeah, we've been watching a lot of film this year, and that's definitely we've definitely seen that during scrimmages this year, where one quarter it's just our breakdown quarter. Like we'll win the whole entire, you know, like 3 quarters, and then maybe the 4th quarter we'll just break down, stop hustling, turn the ball over. We've been working on that in practice, and we've been touching on it. Coach has been touching on it, and we're working on it tremendously. But yeah, I agree with you.
I think you're going to have a tremendous knockout season, Anthony. I'm pulling hard for you and the team, and good luck to you Friday night.
Thank you.
All right, Kyle Woods is going to be our next victim. How's Mr. Kyle doing? Good to see Kyle Woods. Kyle, I hear you weren't playing football this year because you were working out. Somebody by the name of Georgie told me that. You were working out playing basketball during the off season. Talk about that. How'd it go?
Every day I got after it, and you know, I understood what I had to do, you know, from last season, and I really incorporated, you know, free throw shooting and just getting, you know, my shots up every single day. You know, I went to Snap Fitness and I conditioned myself, and you know, I felt like it really helped my confidence coming into the season, and I know what I have to do.
I can't believe I'm sitting here with Kyle Woods. It seems like 2 weeks ago you were in the 8th grade Sunday school class with me.
Yeah, time's really flying by. I can't believe that, you know, my poster's up there and I'm getting interviewed right now. It's crazy.
I think I told Anthony, because I really truly believe he is, and I truly believe you're going to have a monster season. You got St. John coming up Friday night, and I can remember last year on opening night against St. John, you had a monster game. Matter of fact, you may have had 2 monster games against St. John. What are you looking forward to this time around?
Well, you know, if you recall, we played them at home the last time we played them, and we got, you know, it was a really tough game for us as far as officiating goes, and I've been thinking about them every single day that I wake up. I've been thinking about St. John and playing them. So, you know, I want revenge. Coach Schabacker wants revenge. This is a revenge week for us in getting back. You know, they don't have a lot of size, and even though I'm playing a guard, I still think that my size is going to be pretty good for us, and, you know, I think that guys like Trevor and Burkhardt are really just going to be able to operate on the floor with no problem.
I've asked a couple of the other players. I'm going to ask you too, see if it seemed that way to you. The last 2 years or so, Spartans teams could put 2.5, maybe 3 good quarters together, and then for some reason, whether it be the 2nd quarter or the 3rd quarter or what, there would be a lull there where we couldn't get anything right, offensively or defensively. Did you see it that way? And if so, how do we change that?
Yeah, absolutely. I started varsity my sophomore year, and you could definitely tell that there was it was almost like a mood swing with us as far as quarters went. You know, we'd come out and we'd battle teams the first 2 quarters, and we'd come out in the 3rd and we'd lose it in the 3rd, and then by the 4th, you know, we were down by 15. And, you know, something that really helps fix that is energy, consistent energy. It's not coming out too strong in the 1st quarter and exerting all your energy in the 1st, but it's taking that energy that you have from, you know, the pregame, from the days before, and consistently distributing that in each and every quarter that you play. So we're not just playing hard the 1st and 2nd quarter. We're playing hard the 1st quarter, the 2nd quarter, the 3rd quarter, and the 4th quarter. And that's what we're going to do this year.
It also seemed to you that the Spartans struggled at times to score points, but it also seemed to me many times the Spartan players would take shots, they'd go in the net, and they just would come right back out.
And, you know, that we all have to pick each other up after that happens, because, you know, that's just a part of the game of basketball, and, you know, people's egos get hurt when shots don't start falling, but, you know, when that starts happening, we got to be able to rely on one another and, you know, have somebody to fall back on and to really boost us up so we can play to our full.
Do you also believe, Kyle, that when your team makes a great shot and it goes in, say, like a circus shot, it was just a great shot, that we can't be down there celebrating too much. We need to get back real quick on defense, because if you watch the Cavaliers, they will make this great shot. Then all of a sudden, 2 seconds later, the other team has scored because they didn't get back on defense.
Absolutely. You know, celebrating is something to do after the game, after we've won, and you know, maybe look at it on film, you know, post it on social media and, you know, kind of get your ego up. But getting back on defense is a very important facet of this game, and we're really looking forward to doing it this year.
Always good talking to you, Kyle, and I think you're going to have a monster year. Good luck to you.
Thanks. Good to see you, Chuck.
All right, we're going to have Trevor Armini coming up here next, a guy that I've been trying to talk to for the last 2 years, and for some reason it never worked out, and now I get my chance. Trevor, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine.
Good. Trevor, you're senior? Yes. Senior already. Trevor, I didn't get to see you play all that much, but to me you look like, you know, you're real tall, you're going to get a lot of rebounds. I think that's probably your specialty, getting the rebounds. What about offensively? What kind of a scorer can you be, do you think?
I think offensively, I'm mostly, you know, down in the low post. Sometimes I think I can get, if I have a good open mid-range shot, I could take that. Obviously, I'm not going to be shooting threes as much as I would like to think I was like Curry or any of them main guys. I'm not. Mostly in the post. If I have a good, if I have a good open mid-range shot, I'll take that. But for the majority, I think myself as more of a rebounds, down low if I get it. But other than that, I don't really see myself doing too much. But I think that's a lot to work with. I could do that.
With you and Burkhardt and Woods and Hangstrom all got some height. Looks like offensive rebounding, getting those offensive rebounds could be a big key, and defensive rebounds too, and that always helps.
During a lot of our scrimmages, we had a lot of offensive rebounds. I think there's one we had maybe 4 or 5 offensive rebounds, same possession. I think if we carry that momentum through into the season, that could help us tremendously against a lot of the tougher teams we're going to have to face. I think if we just keep it up in general, we'd have a real good look to be one of the top teams this year, I think.
I think you're absolutely correct against some of those tougher teams. If you can limit them to one shot and don't give them a second shot, I think that'll go a long way for this Conneaut team. What do you think?
I would agree to that. There were so many times last year where we had not gotten an offensive rebound, or if we hadn't got the defensive rebound, other team got it and they just had another open shot, and if we had gotten the rebound, that wouldn't have happened. And I think if we could look more on getting good rebounds, getting good outlet looks, running fast breaks good, not forcing shots, not taking tough shots, as long as we swing it around a couple of times, get some good looks, I think we could really do a lot of damage this year.
And how about this, Trevor? How did you see it? You guys know more about the game than I do. Last year or two, the Spartans could put 2-3 good quarters together, and then for some reason, they would go into a lull for a 6-7 minute period, almost a quarter, where nothing went right, offensive, defensive, and that's where you guys lost a lot of the games. If you think that is true, how do you improve upon something like that?
Well, I think a lot of it starts with little things. You know, one bad pass leads to one guy putting his head down, and one guy puts his head down if he doesn't really focus into the game. Well, then you have a 4-on-5, and if you have a 4-on-5, that's just not going to work out. And then more people start to put their heads down, and then we have a whole team where we have our heads down. We're not looking ahead. We're sort of staying back on that past play and letting ourselves stay upset about that. I think if we were able to, all right, well, I had a turnover. Let's just get back. I think if we had more of that kind of mentality, I think it could really help us out too.
One final question for you, Trevor. What needs to go right on opening night here? If you have to pick one thing that needs to go right Friday night to win, what would it be?
Limiting turnovers. I would think limiting turnovers is probably the make or break of the game, because I think we could win, but if we turn the ball over every time, if the team has fast break looks, not too many high school teams are going to blow fast break opportunities.
I agree with that. Turnovers, especially the turnovers, and then the other team gets points off of the turnovers.
Yeah, so if we could just limit turnovers, make sure we're having good passes, and if we score off of them, I think we could do very well. Very well.
Rebounding, limiting turnovers, and making free throws. Those 3 things there are really how you win basketball games. Do you agree or disagree?
I would agree to that. Because, you know, if you're not getting rebounds, then you're not getting more offensive looks. If you're turning the ball over, you're not getting a chance to score at all. And making shots, well, that's just, you got to make shots.
Well, it took to your senior year for me to finally get a chance to talk with you, Trevor. I want to wish you the best of luck on this year's season.
Thank you.
All right, Trevor Armini. Now we're going to get Leon Moffett over here. Leon Moffitt, of course, coming from the football team, had that big safety in the game against, I think it was Sharpsville, Leon?
Yes, sir. I think so.
Yes, Leon. All right, just fresh off the football field to the basketball court. What's the transition like doing that?
Well, I feel the biggest transition was, after I, injured my knee. So I was just, trying to recoup and get back to 100% before I even, started. But I've started practicing. This is probably like my 4th practice back, and I'm just trying to get back conditioned and get back into the groove of things.
Let's talk about that injury. You suffered it in probably mid to late in the football season. Now, how did that injury happen, and how's it coming along?
It was cash, and then I got cut block on the outside of my knee, and then I don't really know what happened. I kind of flipped, and then I finally got it checked out, and then it was a 3rd-degree MCL sprain. But I'm doing good right now. I just got to keep my brace, for a little bit of stability. But I'm 100%.
I remember, Leon, when I first got to interview, it was on our track preview that we did last spring, and I asked you, what do you like better, track, football, and basketball? And I think you told me track. And Seth Fedor, when I had him on the show the other day, he said, oh, that's going to change. He's going to say football now. What are you going to say?
Oh, wow.
Well, first, Seth and Ryland said he probably said basketball. I said, no, he didn't. He said track. And then Seth said, I bet he changed to football.
I think it's definitely football.
Okay, why? What's changed?
I don't know. I kind of just fell in love with the sport, just at the, the last season. I don't really know. I like it. Yeah, I wasn't really a big football guy, but then after the season, I started watching college football, NFL, whatever I could, get my hands on. I was kind of addicted.
You were here last year on this basketball floor. What needs to happen Friday night to get off to a good start? What are some of the things that need to be different about this year's team?
After this past week, we've really been focusing on limiting turnovers, making sure that we get the ball to the post. And I feel like we also need to, just make sure that we all stay calm and then we have a positive attitude, because when we have a negative attitude, or we start, getting razzled, or, start, crushing under pressure, then that's just when you start, turning over the ball. That's when you don't make free throws, you don't make shots that you normally, make.
Taking care of the basketball, that is really, really important, especially if you make a turnover and then the other team gets points on them. That's just double trouble. Another important thing, and most of the kids have told me this, so has Coach Talbaka, he thinks we're going to, because of the size, he thinks we're going to be pretty good on the boards. What do you think?
Me? I think so. Me personally, I think I'm pretty short, but I think I can jump high enough. And I've been staying in the weight room, even when I couldn't lift legs. I've been lifting upper body. I'm lifting legs now. I'm just trying to get stronger and make sure I can compete with all the bigger guys.
Well, Leon, you were on a winning track team that won a conference championship. You were on a winning football team that's won a conference championship. Let's hope you're on a basketball team that's going to win a conference championship in this year's senior year.
I hope so.
Leon, thanks for being my guest.
Thank you.
And we'll get Thane Hayes over here next. Here's the new boy, Thane Hayes. But Thane, I don't know if Thane knows this or not, but I used to cover your dad, Travis, back in the day, back in the mid-'90s. I don't know if he told you that at all or anything like that. So if you're anything like him shooting the basketball, we're in for a real treat. Thane, welcome to Conneaut.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
So now being with a new team, a new culture, I don't know if you played before, you haven't played before, but being with a new group of kids, how's that going for you so far this year?
It's different, because where I came from, there was kids that are 6'6", and tallest kid on the team here is 6'1", 6'2" maybe, and it's just, I don't know, the athleticism and stuff. It's a different game of basketball over here.
I'm going to assume you are a shooting guard?
Yeah.
Okay, take me through a shooting guard. What are some of the skill sets to be a successful shooting guard?
Well, to be a successful shooting guard, you need to knock down your be able to get open and just make the right play for your team, and just hit your shots.
How about speed-wise? What kind of speed can you put on the court?
I mean, I'm pretty fast. I mean, I'm not the fastest on the team, but
Are you faster than the old man?
yeah, he can barely walk, so.
All right, so in all your practices so far, Thane, what are you seeing so far that the team looks good at, and what are you seeing so far that we still need to work pretty hard at?
You know, we got a lot of older guys, and I think they know how to win, and they're hungry, and I think I can help them out. And body language is something we can work on, because I see a lot of guys out here getting upset after like a play or after a shot they miss or something. We just got to keep their head up and keep on going.
A lot of the kids are telling me that rebounding might be a big strength for the team this year, and that's always a big strength to winning games. Limiting turnovers, of course, especially when the other team scores off the turnovers is never good. And the free throw shooting. What kind of a free throw shooter are you?
I've always been decent. I feel like I've gotten better over the time I've been playing, but I'm pretty good, pretty decent.
Now the old man, that's Travis, loved to hit three-pointers from the corners, even from the left and right wing, top of the circle, all over the place, and he was pretty darn good at it. And I'm thinking you're going to take right after him.
I mean, I'll try. He's always told me that I'm better than he was when I was this age, or when he was this age, and he said that I'm just as good as a shooter as he was. So I'll just try and do my part and help win.
Well, Travis is saying you're better than he was at this age. We're in for a real treat here in Conneaut, so good luck to you, Thane.
Thank you.
All right, that is our Conneaut High School basketball preview for 2019, and of course the season all starts on Friday night right here at Garcia Gymnasium against the St. John Heralds, and we'll have 17 of the 22 games for you on 1360 WOW Radio. This is Chuck Guglielmo for Around the Town with Chuck.
Hello there, welcome back to Sunrise Live on this Tuesday morning. It's November the 12th.
Can you believe it?
I know, can you believe it? It's about 8:09 and we have got a very special guest here on the show today for you on this snowy Tuesday morning. Welcome and thank you for making it, Darlene Ziegler.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you. I don't know you really well, but I do know you from the Conneaut Library.
Yes.
And then I got word from Cindy Prather, who's now off camera doing some filming for us today from the library, that you had taken a great trip recently, and this might be a good thing for the show. And I hadn't known about that, so I said, if she's interested, let's do this. So here you are today.
So here I am.
Welcome. It's about a trip to Ireland. Let's just start in the beginning. How or what did all this even come about for you? What's your story?
So the story goes, I'm a non-traditional student at Edinburgh University, which I joke with people that just basically means I'm old and going back to college.
Good for you.
And it's totally changed my perspective on life to go back to school as an adult and wanted to finish my degree. And so while I was there, one of my history professors asked me, would you like to go on a trip to Ireland? And it went along with the history class.
Really?
And I said, you're crazy. There's no way that I can afford to do that. And she said, well, if you just start paying on it a little bit at a time, it won't seem so bad. So that was a couple years ago.
So somebody at school kind of encouraged you to do a trip like this.
Professor Jen Rett, she's been there for a long time. And she encouraged me to go, and so I put a deposit down and thought, I don't know how I'm going to pay for this.
Yeah, of course.
A little bit at a time. That's how you eat an elephant, and just paid on
like
it a
that.
little bit at a time.
And how long of the time from deciding yes to trip time was the time frame for all that?
Almost 2 years.
So you were really dedicated to just setting this aside and making it happen. And again, do you mind saying what were you wanting? What are you trying? What was your degree you were trying to work towards in school?
In May, I'll get a bachelor's in history.
Well, congratulations
Thank
to you. What is that your thing? Do you love history? Is that why, or what's
I
your
do
theory
love
there?
history. It's been a journey going back to school.
Okay.
Initially, when I started, I thought I was going to teach.
Okay.
So I ended up getting an associate's in education and changed my major to history because I realized it was really what my passion was.
Okay.
And then working along with the library.
Because you're here in our Conneaut Library,
Yes, I
right?
do. It kind of goes hand in hand, so my intentions are to apply for a master's program after this.
Oh my goodness, you're really going for it.
Well, why not?
Good for you.
Why not? Why
That
not?
is really cool. So you're getting May is the first
May
graduation
I
round
will
you're getting
graduate,
through.
yes. I will graduate in May.
Cap and
So,
gown.
Yes.
We'll play pomp and circumstance for you here on the show. Congratulations
Thank you
to
very much.
now the professor. How about a trip out of our country and Ireland? And you said about 2 years. What was that process of the waiting and the saving like? Was it tough?
Yeah, it was a little tough. I've worked 2, 3, and sometimes 4 jobs
God bless
to
you.
make that happen. And then I definitely wanted to say thank you to a lot of the people who supported me on that journey. The Conneaut Public Library was one of those groups. The Friends really stepped to the plate.
Wow.
And so what ended up happening was I didn't have to take money out of what I'd been saving because they pitched in and helped me out. And there were people who were really instrumental in that. And I really feel it's been a journey that nobody else could have possibly even known that this is where I was going to end up.
Isn't
You
that
know,
also?
It went like this.
You know,
It didn't go
well,
like
you know what?
this.
Let's look. I
So-
think most of our life journeys is that heart monitor, the up and the down, all the way to get where we're going. But isn't that neat that you felt that support from a few places? That's so important in life. No matter friends or workplace or wherever it comes from, we all need that support system that keeps us going forward.
And even the patrons at the library, like word got out that I was going, so it was like every day
How were they
somebody
with
was
you?
coming in going, how many days is it till you go? And
Now, did you ever, in the about 2 years, was there ever a discouraging time, or were you always up about going the
I
whole
was
time you waited?
I kind of looked at it like this is going to be your reward for working a lot and studying a lot and staying
Yeah.
up to the wee hours. And just was excited to do it. But then once I got close and was like really paying it off, it was like, oh my gosh, I am really
The
going.
goal is like really there.
I'm really going. And so then I wanted to say too, we do passports at the library. The most important thing is to call ahead and make sure someone's there to help you. And that process can be a little daunting for somebody if they've never done it before, and I had never done it before.
I've
But
never had a real passport to go abroad before, no.
Yeah, they make it real simple for you, and it was done and over with real quick and came back no problem.
Meaning you can get everything done for your passport
you
needs
can.
at the Conneaut
At the
Library. Now, you'll
Conneaut
have to bring
Library.
certain things with you when you talk about it,
Right.
but they can get it all done
They
for
can
you.
get it all done for
Whether,
you there.
and I think there's 2 types, aren't there? Like
Yes,
a
there's a
border one
Yes.
that
there's
gets you Canada or Mexico
Yes.
kind of a thing, and then the other one's traveling
Yes.
around the world kind of a
and
thing.
you might as well just get the big one because I mean you might as well just get the
Hey,
big one.
she
because
did
you
it. Go
never
on a
know-
trip.
Yeah. just
How
go
many
on
of
a
you
trip.
have never been outside come on, I've been to Niagara Falls. Yeah, so have I, but I've never been any further than that. That's a goal someday.
Yes.
So 2 years in the making, that little bits here and there, working hard, putting it away, you see it growing. Tell me, month away to the trip, what was going on in your mind? You can tell me, when was the trip scheduled for, by the way?
Mid-May, we went in mid-May,
Okay.
and we were gone for 11 days. So a month before, I was doing last-minute studying and finals because
Okay.
then we'd finish our classes.
Oh, sure,
and
I
then-
get you.
And then I'm getting ready to go on a plane. So it was nerve-wracking because I'm like, now I have to figure out what do you take. You have to meet the requirements on an airplane. You can only take so much. How much does 50 pounds actually look like when you put
When
it
you
in
put
a
it together,
suitcase?
how many folks
You know,
here might say are on this trip to
I
Ireland?
think
Is it
there were
a
about, I
group?
think there were like 21 of us
Okay.
when it was all said and done.
Okay.
So we flew out of Pittsburgh
Out of Pittsburgh.
and we flew from Pittsburgh to Newark, which is just about an hour. And then we flew from Newark across the Atlantic Ocean into
You gotta
Shannon.
tell us a little bit about that. What's the Atlantic flight? That's got how many hours do you think
It
in
was
the air?
about a little over 5. Believe it or not, it does not take that long.
Well, going across our country, basically.
really,
It's about 5 hours. So
it-
where did you land there?
So Shannon.
Okay.
And it really did not take that long, and so there's a 5-hour time difference too.
Which way are we going now?
So it's earlier there.
Okay.
So it's like lunchtime-ish there, I think, right now. So when we flew overnight, it really was no big deal for me because you're
Okay.
already excited, and then by the time we got on the plane and we're gonna fly over, you're kind of coming down off that excitement. You know you're gonna be in the plane for a while. So
Was there any sleeping or napping, or was everybody up the whole time?
not for me. I don't know what everybody else did. I had a book. I was happy.
You were up and awake.
I was happy to be sitting still still.
When did it hit you, I'm flying to Ireland? When did that hit you on the trip?
The little guy I was sitting next to in the plane actually was originally from there.
Okay.
And could not believe that I had not been there. He just acted like it was no big deal to
Yeah,
fly
we do
back
this all
and
the time.
forth. Yeah, we do this all the time. So that's when it started to hit me, and he started saying, you know, you're just going to love it. It's beautiful there. And then it really hit me, like, I'm going to land and I'm going to be there. And as soon as we got there, we were off and running.
So you land in Shannon, and
there
now I
was-
don't know, Ireland, where are we talking if you're thinking
so
Ireland?
here's Ireland, it's on the west.
West,
Mhm.
okay.
And we immediately were like, get into the bathroom, wash your face, brush your teeth. We're not messing around. We're not going to the hotel.
Was that the base to stay the whole time, or were you moving around
we
the whole time?
moved around the whole time. So
Okay.
we were there, we were in Dublin, and then we went to Belfast, which
Okay.
is the, up in the top.
Yeah.
So we spent a few days in each place, and then we came back.
Okay.
And we ended our trip in Dublin.
Okay.
So, and then we went back to the airport.
When you get there, it's day one, you're there, you're starting to do activities. Was this a guided tour, some self-guided parts? Tell me about your trip then,
For
once
the
you're there.
most part, every single minute was planned out. We
Okay.
did have a day in Dublin where we were allowed to have a free day and do whatever we wanted, which for me ended up being going to a pub and going to the Rock Hall and going to the Famine Museum and
Oh my
eating a
goodness.
lot.
Yeah. And you gotta tell me soon a little bit about the Irish food if you've had
Oh, the
some differences.
food, like for me, everything just was really fresh.
Okay.
Like people tell you, oh, Ireland is just, you know, it's not that big of a deal with food, but I disagree. I think that clearly when you got a plate, they put an awful lot of love and finesse into this plate because you eat first with your eyes. And so this plate would come and you're like, gosh, it's almost too beautiful to eat it, but then you ate it anyways, and everything was fresh.
Now, did you
And
try
it-
some different things than were American foods from
I-
there? Like,
I-
you know.
I did. Their breakfasts are a lot more hearty than ours.
Okay.
And they have things like blood sausage, and they make
I've
their
heard of
eggs a
that.
little bit different. And
How
they
did you
make-
like the food though?
I love the food because I'm a foodie. So
Okay.
I mean, I tried everything and anything that I could get near wherever we
Any
were.
strange stuff you tried with her just to try it, or was it mostly normal meal type foods or
I don't
pub
think I
foods?
really had anything.
I don't even know if they have
wouldn't call
anything.
strange. I mean, I had a crumpet,
Okay.
which we read about in a fairy tale or
Yeah.
a nursery rhyme. as a
Pinkies up
kid.
with tea and crumpet.
Yeah, I mean, and it's kind of, it's like, to me, it's like
What did it
a
look like? What is
English
it?
muffin,
Okay.
but ramped up, you know, and of course the butter is so good, the Irish
Oh.
butter is so, and if you haven't had Irish butter, go
You need to have
buy
Irish
Kerrygold
butter. There you
Irish
go.
butter and
What
try
kind
it
again
out.
did you say?
Kerrygold Irish butter, gotta try it, you have to.
Click on the grocery
Yeah,
list.
Gotta have that.
When you got there, let's see, you said May, so
Mhm.
here was probably springy time.
And
What was it like over there at
The
that
temperature
time?
was similar to what it was for us at that time. They
Okay.
told us, you know, make sure you bring rain things. So of course, I haven't had.
Was it rainy on the 11
It
days?
was misty, but
Okay.
nothing. I mean, at times it was misty. It wasn't
Okay.
anything. Not compared to living here on the lake.
Okay.
I mean, we could handle it, and the temperature was very similar. And then I actually think it got warmer for us over there at
Did
that
it?
time than it was here.
All right.
So most of the time I was just layered and then tying stuff around my
Yeah.
waist and hiking wherever we were going.
Was there lots of walking on the trip? And,
A lot of walking. My roommate had one of those Fitbits. you
oh
know,
yeah, right.
And we averaged between 12 and 15 miles a day.
12 to 15 miles a day
Yes.
on this trip. So
Yes.
you were really hustling
Oh,
around
yeah.
and moving.
There was no downtime. We fell into bed really late at night and we got up really super early. There
You
was
used
no,
your time in Ireland
yes,
well.
there was no wasted time. No.
So the part you went to, the main three spots you kind of went to, was it beautiful to you? What was the landscape? What did it look like to you? Or the little towns or whatever you got?
This is just out.
I'll let you zoom in on this one for you. I'll
Just
hold it
out the
for you.
bus window.
This was
Um,
on your bus window.
This is just as soon as we get off the plane and we're leaving and we're going to our first stop, which was Cliffs and More.
Look
This
at
was
that.
just a random picture out the bus window.
That you took.
because-
This is you.
That I took,
Okay.
yeah, just because I thought, you know,
Beauty.
this is just, I
Okay.
can't believe that I'm here. So Galway, after we were at the Cliffs and More and we went to Galway, Galway was a quaint little
Okay.
town. And it felt very homey to me, like everybody seemed to care who you were and know what your name
Well,
was.
like, did they like the American
And
tourists?
they
I
were
mean, was it
super
good?
welcoming to us. The people there, everyone that I talked to asked me where I was from,
Okay.
what brought me there, said, "You're most welcome to be here. We're happy to hear you."
That's
They
neat.
would start off the conversation by saying, "You're most welcome to be here.
You're most
You're
welcome
most
to be here. I
welcome
like
to be
that.
here." They were very friendly people. And then when we went to Dublin, it was a little bit of a, like, more touristy, and it's such a busy place.
I would think.
And people come from all over to have their like stag parties and whatnot
Over there, okay.
So it's kind of like a party area, and it was really funny. I think it was the first night that Aaron and I were in our room in Dublin, and we were exhausted, of course, and we're trying to go to bed, and it's like 1 something in the morning, and the rooms are real small. You know, everything over there is
Okay.
a lot smaller and a lot
All
more
right.
compact. So it's like she's in her
Was
little
it kind
bed.
of hotels, your bed and breakfast-ish, or what kind of place were
We
you
stayed in
in?
a variety of things.
Okay.
We did stay in one bed and breakfast in Dublin. We were in a hotel. It was an
Okay.
old hotel. It was beautiful. When we first got off the plane the very first night, like I told you, we were out and running, and we didn't get to the hotel till after we were in Ireland the whole day, and we
Yeah.
actually stayed on a college campus
Oh,
there,
okay.
which was interesting.
Like a dorm room, you
Like a
mean?
dorm
Okay.
room, yeah, because they knew all we were going to do was sleep there for
Yeah,
like
for
5
that,
hours,
yeah.
and off we were going to run
Okay.
again. So we stayed in a variety of places, all of which they were all super clean. They were all very happy to help us. We didn't lack for anything, but it's a lot more compact than it is in the United States when you go stay.
So,
in a
okay, you gotta
hotel room.
understand that.
Much smaller, but we were laying down to go to sleep in Dublin, and we're just
And
exhausted.
were the parties just starting,
Yeah,
I suppose?
and the parties are still going on out on the street, and we're so tired. Like at
Oh,
that
right
point,
outside, like-
you're like, I could just sleep through anything at this point. So we start to fall asleep, and all of a sudden we heard John Denver coming from outside in the street.
John
and
Denver.
imagine how funny
Yeah.
it is to hear a little Irish people, all these Irish people with that
Don't
accent.
tell me Country Roads,
singing.
or what were they
And
saying?
were singing, and we're like, we're both looking at each other like, are
we
we
dreaming?
dreaming, or is this really happening? But they really were.
That's a cute
whooping it
little
up
story you're going to remember.
for the rest of my
Yeah.
life. Well, then we finally do fall asleep, and then the next thing you know, one of these little Irish guys is standing in our bedroom. And he
Now,
was
wait, what? Are you sleeping or awake
we
at this
were
point?
sleeping, and once again we woke up and we're like, is this really happening? He had had way too much to drink.
Oh, he was in the wrong
And he
place at the
came
wrong
into
time?
the wrong room, and somehow he got in our room, and we both were so tired. We both were like, we immediately screamed. We looked at each other. He's screaming at us. We're screaming at him, and he ran out the
Welcome
door.
back,
And out he goes.
He ran out and got out of there.
And he did. So we just
Oh,
got
my
up and
Lord.
like secured the door and went back to sleep.
But it's funny now that you look at
It's
it
funny
afterwards.
now. He was just had too much to drink and went in the wrong room, and it turned out our
Mm.
door was faulty, so the hotel was right on that.
Because he
the
probably
next day.
shouldn't have got in anyway.
He should have
but
been able to get in anyway.
Is that,
but-
see now that, I don't mean to, it's probably scary in the moment, but that's one of those little offbeat memories. You don't forget
I
those
won't
kind of
forget
things.
it. We were a little nervous, but like our attitude was nothing happened. We were safe. We clearly knew he was just had too much to drink and he was
Wow.
confused, but yeah, you'll never forget it. And Dublin's a really happening place like that. Like some of the people that were on the trip were a little off-put with how busy Dublin was.
Yeah.
But for me, it was really no big deal. And like I said, you're so tired by the time your day is over, you're just gonna fall into.
It sounds like you had a
Dublin.
wonderful time. Now, I want to take a minute because while we're talking with Darlene here, you brought a couple of things in that you got from Ireland. Do you want to show us what you have there?
Yes, I had
Didn't
to.
how they relate to your trip or whatever?
Okay,
What is this
so-
first thing?
So this
I
is,
can hold it if you want.
It's like that Irish wool you can't,
Oh,
you know.
yeah.
And
Okay.
it's like a little poncho.
With and that's kind of their thing
Yeah.
around the neck there.
And so at the Cliffs
It's a
of Moher-
pullover?
Yes,
Is that
it's
what
a
it is?
pullover. It's
Okay.
got a zip. And believe it or not, even though
Well,
it
it's
doesn't
heavy.
have sleeves, this
Oh, you
is
just gonna hang your arms
super
out of the
warm.
side then.
This is going to be
Okay.
perfect for front desk at the library.
Look at
for
that.
front desk.
And where did you get this
And
one?
this is right at the Cliffs of Moher. It was like the first place we went as soon as we got
How,
off
that's
the
very
plane.
beautiful. The buttons even have the details.
Yes, it was gorgeous.
That
And
does
I
look
had to
very
have-
cloudy and
I'm a
warm.
spontaneous buyer, so while we're talking about buying things, like I really want to encourage people to travel. Because you can buy something and have it in your cupboard and wear it or whatever, but the experiences that you have are really what your life is about. And we are a product of all of our
Let me ask you this:
experiences,
doing
so-
this trip, and you've got a nice blanket you're going to show us here too. Do you want to go somewhere else now
Oh,
because
yes.
of that trip? Like, what would be in your mind to go if you could do another trip somewhere?
So
What's in
I'm
your mind?
German, so
Okay.
it was all I could do to not want to just hop over.
Hop over.
Hop over. So number one on the next thing is to Germany.
Germany.
My dad was born there.
Oh, wow.
And so I want to do some genealogy.
Sure.
And find out what I can find out. And I know that the house that my grandmother grew up in Germany is still standing.
You know it's there.
So I know it's there. So it's very much.
Where do you want to say? Where are you talking about in Germany?
Pinneberg.
I don't know that. Is it near something we know? A bigger town or city?
Don't know how to describe the map. Right.
You know where, but you know
Yeah.
where to find it.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's a possible trip for you.
I'm going.
You're going.
It's not a possible. It will happen. It's just going to be a.
Before we show your blanket, tell folks here, how do you plan to? I like the elephant story. Somebody here watching's never been outside the U.S. Why travel, number one, and how do you make it happen?
Okay. Why travel? Because we are a product of our experiences. And it's going to open your horizon and teach you things that you can't just get from reading a book. You have to get out, yes, or watching the news. You have to get out and experience it and get out of your comfort zone.
That's a great
and
reason.
A lot of people will say, well, I can't afford it. Well, let me
How do you
just
make that perfect?
let me just tell you. I have no money and I made it happen. So you just have to make it be a priority, and you have to say, this is what I'm going to do. And like I said, how do you eat an elephant? A little bite at a time. So you have to make a decision. Maybe I'm not going to have pizza 4 times this month, and instead I'm going to put that $25 towards
It's
my
something
trip.
you want to do.
It's
You
something
make
that you wanna
that
do.
priority thing happen for you little bits at a time.
Little bits at a time.
I love that.
And you have to do the research about where it is that you want to go.
Okay.
Don't just get on the computer and look up a website and go, oh, it says it's kind of cool here. You really have to do your research, because anybody can put something on a website and
Sure,
say,
absolutely.
this is a really cool place to go. You got to do your research and your due diligence so that when you get there, you're not disappointed and you know what to expect.
Now, whoever planned everything for you guys, you liked that service
Yeah,
or company
through
or
the
whatever?
university, I should say,
Okay.
Linda Keitlinger, who does the study abroad studies there, my professor, Dr. J, and we had a guided tour guide in Ireland who she's worked with for years.
And it
it's
worked.
CF
You liked
Tours
that?
is what it
CF
is.
Tours, but
Yes.
you liked how that went?
I absolutely love it. Both our driver and our guide knew so much about everything. I mean,
Okay.
I don't even care if it was like, what kind of stone is this on the ground, or the history of everything, and it just oozes out
But
at you
that
over
adds to
there.
what
Yeah.
you're getting. Show me
Yeah.
this blank. What is this
Oh, and
called
then-
here? I
then
want to show this.
There's all these different, you know, just like anytime you travel, there's all sorts of places that
With the shamrocks.
with the shamrocks. that
Now,
you
what's in
can-
this? What's your? Am I
and-
missing
yeah,
something in the
it's
middle? Backwards? What do we got there
It's
in the
another
middle?
shamrock, but it's I can't
Okay.
even explain to you once you
There we
feel
go.
like this Irish wool and how heavy it is.
Oh, this
Like
is
it-
very
yeah.
sturdy
I mean, it's
blanket.
just a couch throw.
Now, where did
but
you
it's
find the
so-
throw here?
And
Where was
this was
this?
from Dublin.
This
was
is from
in
Dublin.
But there's Carol's stores all through. Yeah. So
Now, was that the major two? Did you get a few other little tchotchkes
I
or
did.
what?
We went to Connemara Marble.
That's really pretty.
When we first got into, I think it was like the second day that we were there, and those people, it was like a mom and pop marble place. That's how it felt, but it really isn't. Like if you look up Connemara Marble, you'll find out that it isn't. And he was just this down to earth guy, but I mean, his family's had this place for years.
Yeah.
Where the marble comes from, like when you see Irish marble. So I ended up coming home with a bracelet. That was this was the most expensive thing
Very
I bought. And then
cool.
I bought a bracelet because I want to think that I'm going back there for sure. I really want to believe that I'm going back
You
there.
got
for
Germany
sure.
to go first, though,
Yeah,
remember.
but you just never know. So you have,
So
have to bring a little something home with you.
You say, take time to travel, and if it takes a while to get to that point, it's worth the
It's
time.
worth it.
Whatever you gave up to throw those extra dollars in for the 2 years is definitely worth it, is
It's
what you're saying. That
well worth
sacrifice of the coffees or the pizzas or the whatever is worth that
The working
trip.
a couple different jobs or whatever it is that you have to do.
Aren't you so glad you did it?
I did, because you never wake up in the morning and go, I wish I would have eaten another pizza. I wish I would have spent more time on my laundry. You say, I wish I would have took that trip. I wish I would have
Isn't it?
went
And
and
I
saw
love
those
that.
people. So you have to make the time and make it a priority and
Well-
just do it. If there's something you want to do it.
If there's
Like,
something you want to do it, plan it, and do it.
And do it.
Darlene, thank you so much. You've shared such a great story. You shared at the library earlier, too.
I did.
A little bit ago. I thank you for sharing your trip with us, and I hope you get to Germany soon and check that family history out. That'll
Thank
be
you.
so much
Thank
fun.
you.
We'll take a little break here at Sunrise Live. We'll come back. We'll be talking with Denise DiDonato from UH Hospitals in just a bit. Stay tuned. Thank you. are done and you take
Once
your
you're
item.
done, and you can pay for your item and take it home.
That is really cool.
Enjoy it for the holidays.
So cricket tonight,
Cricket tonight, yeah.
learning how to put stuff on, cut stuff in pictures and letters on items like that cup, or well, even like some of this is cricket here.
Yeah.
Beautiful. That is, I think you're going to find that's going to become popular down the road. People are going to go, wait a minute, I can do
It is,
that.
and that one's so much easier. I can tell you I have an older version.
The
And
new
this
version is
new
just even
version,
better.
You lay it all out on the computer and you hit print. I mean, it's so much easier than trying to figure things out.
That is so
Yeah.
cool. You guys have one of those too.
It's really a lot of fun.
Now, what else, or where are we going else with library stuff? I know this gets holiday time and it's kind of jumbled here and there, but what else are we doing?
What else are we doing?
We got reindeer games coming up on the
that's
20th.
your thing.
Now that is it. That's next week, Friday.
Friday.
What does that mean? What's going on?
Free fun.
Free fun.
Yeah, this
Always
sounds-
remember that.
This sounds like a lot of fun.
What is reindeer games?
So reindeer games is just for everybody. It's family fun, it's friends fun. You come to the CIMAC Center, you're gonna hang out. We have Kringle Kahoot that will be set up, which
Chris Kringle Kahoot.
Kringle Kahoot. So it's Kahoot trivia if you've ever played that
Okay.
fun thing.
Kringle.
So it's Kringle Kahoot. So it's going to have some holiday themed questions.
Okay.
We have Holly Jolly Jeopardy.
That would be fun.
Yes, so that's going to be fun. We have Blizzard Bingo.
Blizzard Bingo. I take it these are all wintry, Christmassy themes. It sounds like.
Yes. Reindeer games.
Or it's reindeer games.
There'll be cookie decorating.
Who plays these? What ages come to this? Who is
Everybody.
This is a
should come
family
to
event?
Everybody but so this is a family event. We tried. He was just very busy. You know, they're getting ready. It's just
So everybody can come to this.
Everybody can come. So if you've got just you.
Beth's
and a
over here
group of
cutting jokes
friends-
between us, by the way.
That's all right.
I said everybody but Rudolph.
But Rudolph.
Rudolph couldn't come. I tried. He's
You tried.
busy.
He's busy that
he's
day.
Not, he's a close personal friend, but you know.
He's got to recharge the light for Santa coming up, so
It's the
yeah.
busiest time of year. So yeah, if you're looking for something for you and your friends to do or your family to do.
Is this library or CIMAC side for this night?
CIMAX.
And what time do you start that next Friday?
We start that at 6.
That's at 6.
Yep.
Reindeer games.
Reindeer games.
You know what? It's so cool. You guys have so many item things to just come out, and this is another family event to come out and do. So why not? Do we need to call ahead to let you know we're coming, or just show up for that day? What do you need for
It's
that?
always good to call ahead just so that we make sure we have enough of whatever.
224
You know, so we don't want to run out of cookies or.
0239. That's how you get the library, and let them know, oh, that reindeer game sounds like a lot of fun. We want to come out. We're going to bring 4 people or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Come on and have a great time. So that's next Friday.
That's next Friday.
All right. Are we now? I take it. Let me see if I can guesstimate the library stuff here. You're going to be closed Christmas Day, which is Wednesday, the 2 weeks from today, and then probably New Year's Day too.
Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
So the eves of
And
both,
New Year's
you
Eve
are
and
so.
New Year's Day.
24 and 25 and 31 and 1, the library will be closed.
Yeah.
Back open right after those holidays, kind of a thing. But that's
well,
good.
Right, because we don't have a giant snowstorm.
Well, yeah, I mean, as of last night, things
plan
happened.
on it. But that one year, I couldn't. After the day after, we couldn't get out.
You couldn't get out, and it does happen once in a while.
So-
I still want to see you guys dragging in on the 26th anyway. That ought to be fun. But
Yeah,
all of us
we'll
have
be
to
there.
do
Well,
that.
some of us will be there.
That's going to be great. So, yeah, we know those
Some
2
of us
days
are
are
taking
up.
the day off.
Well, good for you. If it isn't one, it's the other. I know how this thing works. So we know that the eves and the day, you're both going to be closed up. All right. What else do we have going on? Tonight's cricket. I keep saying cry cut. I don't know why. Cricket, Friday is the auction. Next Friday is the reindeer games.
Yes.
Is there anything else we should mention in December here before it's a new year?
December 30th, Monday, December 30th.
That's a Monday, yeah.
Amber will be showing. She's our youth services.
Okay.
The movie Abominable. Yeah,
Oh,
I never
that
liked
came out this last year, I think.
Yeah. Abominable.
Abominable. I think.
Bumbles Bounce.
Bumbles Bounce. Yeah, that part always scared me, Rudolph. Here we go after
Did
Rudolph.
it? You mean the big white scary monster?
Yeah, I was traumatized as a child by that. I would.
But
I
you had
remember liking
Yukon
it.
Cornelius there to
So-
save you with the pick. My question is, why is he always licking the pick?
I don't know.
Because you don't know where that pick's been. No.
Doesn't he like the salt on it or something?
Well, he's looking for a taste of silver.
Yeah, some taste
Should he
on
be
it.
eating silver or gold? Really? Because whenever he tastes it, it's never there. He's always nothing.
Right.
Why is he eating the pick though? That's unhealthy. Come on, tell this guy. You got a dentist in the show. He's a doctor of some kind. You should know this. You guys love Rudolph?
I do up until the point where that big creature.
And then when you find out he mounted, but he puts the star on the tree, so he's really a nice guy.
Yeah.
But you just don't know it on the outside.
Kind of creepy after it's super gone too.
He's kind of creepy. All right, so
that's
where are we
at
going?
4 o'clock.
That's 4 on the
4 o'clock
30th.
on the 30th, yep.
Because,
We'll
I mean,
have
kids are on their
popcorn
break at that
and
point, I'm
stuff,
assuming.
Yeah.
They got a long winter break this time. I think they start the Monday before Christmas till the...
Let's see, we got Dr. Patterson's coming, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
What's his date for you guys?
He's always on for last Monday of
He
the
is the 30th.
He'd be the 30th as well. What
The
time is
30th.
he
He'll
in
be there
there?
at 10 o'clock in the morning.
10 to like 11:30 or noon or something like that. He's always
Yeah.
there to visit.
And he does sometimes, have to cancel the last minute. So if
If there's a meeting or
yeah,
something.
I mean, if you're unsure, you can always call the library that morning. We can let you know.
Where does he hole up while he's
Oh, okay.
there? When he's there on those days, where do you put, like, where is he?
Well, it's the front.
Oh, he's in there in the
Yeah,
front
he's in a
desk
little
area. I didn't know where he did his little...
In the comfy
If somebody wanted to
chairs.
see him, I didn't know where they were.
Just come right in the front door of
that's
the library.
cool.
Sitting in the living room hanging out.
He's a regular guy
comfy
anyway.
chairs there, and
Do
he'll
folks
answer
come to
anything.
see him sometimes?
Oh,
Tons of
yeah.
people come
Do they
to see
really?
him. Yes, they do.
Whenever he's on here, we always get a real good
Yes,
response.
yeah.
I guess people like him for some reason.
Nice guy.
Because he's fabulous.
Yeah, he's a great guy. Yeah,
Man,
so I
finishing up
enjoy
his
that.
term here soon. Can you believe it? I mean, like he's kind of termed out.
Yeah,
So, I mean, he has so many things on the agenda they're working on. So meet him Monday the 30th.
Monday the 30th.
At
That's
10, if
in the
everything works
morning.
out,
yeah.
he'll be there at 10.
Yeah, I say if
That's pretty cool. So anyway, how's
the
your
plan.
December going so far? We're not quite halfway there, but we're getting there. How's December been for you so far? You have a look on your face.
It's good.
Does it slow up or busier? Are you going to be busy during when the kids are off? Do they come to the library a little
do.
more, do you notice, or during break time? Do you think they come in because they're free a little bit more?
Oh, yeah. Oh, we have the letters to Santa that Amber's doing too.
Oh, yes.
Now, what's that
Amber's
about?
doing
What is
letters
Santa's
to
letter?
Santa.
Okay.
So she's got a little box there, and there's a little sheet you can.
Oh, if the kids
write
write
a
one
letter
out,
to Santa?
she'll make sure they get them to
Yeah.
Santa Claus.
Yes, Holly and Jolly are working on that.
And if
How
the
long
parents
can
leave their
people do that?
address, Santa will respond back to them too.
They'll get a letter
So, yeah,
back?
Make sure
How
that-
long can you do this for?
I believe.
At least like this
At least
week?
This week.
Oh, I didn't know you had a
next
letter to
week.
Santa going on.
Yeah.
Stop in and let the kiddos leave a letter and put your address and he'll get
We
back
have
to you.
Elf on the Shelf hanging out.
Yeah, Holly and Jolly are running all over the place.
Yep, they're hanging
Are
around.
you allowed to tell me where they are like today, or is that a secret?
Oh, that's a secret.
They're always moving around?
They're always moving
Do the
around.
kids come in and look for them?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And are they, could they be seen if you look, or are they hidden a little bit?
Oh, no, they're pretty.
They're out there?
They're out there.
Watching over everything.
Yeah.
They are.
Santa's
They're
little
watching all the
reporters,
kids.
his little spies.
Yeah.
Can you bribe those elves in any way to make them like you better? Do they take bribes?
You just
I
gotta
do.
be good. You just gotta be good.
You gotta be good and behave yourself. Are you two behaving for
Never.
Christmas? Which list are you gonna be on here when we get down to the 24th?
I'll be on the naughty list.
You seem very proud of that fact. It's a whole nother show. All right, AJ, Beth, great work. All of you folks, you only bring a couple of you out at a time because some people have to be at the place of business when you're open and gotta be open.
Right.
But thank you for coming every time you come. I hope you'll stay with us through the new year, and 2020 is coming up.
I know.
How did this happen? Big plans for the new year?
Big plans for our little
Will you
library.
guys come and visit with us
Oh, hell
in the
yeah.
new year and see how things are going?
Tell you all about our free programs.
Well, I'll keep announcing these things. We're on the air till the Monday of the 23rd, and then after that date, we're off a little bit through the break. Then we come back in the new year on the 2nd. But anything I get from the Kingsville Library in mail, and I always get good mail from you guys.
Yeah, that's
Or
Hey,
you bring,
Tim. That's
hey Tim Reardon sends out
He
the good
is
stuff.
Our PR guy.
And believe me,
yeah.
I get it, because in the month you probably are the most prolific emailers. I have people that email me, but I know I always get library stuff all the time. So thank you for that. And that keeps the folks here informed as well. I wish you both Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And have a great time. Did we miss anything announcement?
No,
Then I'll
I
keep
don't
this up.
think So, yep, you keep
Cricket, I said it again. Cricket
Come see us.
today, show that cup again, mug. Cricut stuff on a machine makes some of these beautiful patterns. You're going to learn today at 5:30 if you show up at the Kingsville Library, right across the street at the CIMAC. How do you make this stuff that goes on the mugs and on this here?
And you get to take a mug home.
And you take it with you today, so come on out as a family. That's the time. Everybody be done with school. A lot of folks done with work by that time. Come on out. Let me stand there. There we go. And enjoy a Cricut class, and you're the one teaching it.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask a question you don't have to answer if you don't want. Are you the rabbit all day, or was that just for us here?
Probably just for us here.
By the end of the day, be soaking wet.
But, you know, it's just the CIMAC Center's got a lot of stairs up and down. It's, you know, the ears when I'm on the cricket.
And yeah, you want to be
and
safe because you can't see it, but you do have the matching pink boots for winter.
The matching.
You're going to show them off anyway, aren't you?
Show this fabulous.
Look how far she went with that. The pink boots are ready, so that's fantastic. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
We always love our libraries. Please support your library. Get yourself a library card. Get the kids a library card and start them on a world of adventure at our home library and our sister library in Kingsville. I mean, we all use them both. Let's keep that going. Thank you for your work, and we'll see you again in the new year, 2020. We'll take a break. We're going to be talking, I think, with Jordan Marley. Now, does the name Marley mean anything to you guys? Jacob Marley and his brother. What does that remind you of a story of the Christmas Carol, right?
Yes.
They're showing a ballet version of that story here in the Conneaut Arts Center. This is the last weekend, Friday and Saturday. They sold out last weekend.
Wow.
Little kids through the teens doing a ballet of that story.
Neat.
I think I've got one of the Marleys coming in here at 8:30, so that's going to be cool. So stay tuned. Check out the library tonight, 5:30. Learn all about cricket and how you can make stuff and take home a mug. And then, of course, the auction Friday. And then, what was the other date you gave me? 20-something or 20th, next Friday. Reindeer games.
Reindeer games.
Come out and have some holiday fun at your Kingsville Library. We'll break, and we'll let them get back on the road safely. We'll see you in a bit.
What I like most about Greg Sweet is kindness.
People are talking about us, and we like what they're saying.
He always goes out of his way to make sure that everybody is happy and leaves with a smile on their face.
I shopped around, but I always find they have the best price at Greg Sweet.
I definitely save money at Greg Sweet.
Greg Sweet's my friend. I feel like he's really a friend.
Greg Sweet is number one.
At Greg Sweet Ford, we're gonna make your day.
When I fill a prescription.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I offer advice.
I'm not helping a customer. I'm helping my mailman.
I'm helping my son's soccer coach.
I'm helping my dentist.
I'm helping my neighbor.
I'm helping my neighbor.
And together, we're helping our community.
Get to know your neighbor at goodneighborpharmacy.com.
See the pharmacists at Gertis Pharmacy in downtown Conneaut, your prescription specialists since 1960.
We are the Dreamers. We come in a variety of colors
and styles.
A variety of sizes.
We come in different patterns.
And different materials.
We are the Dreamers.
Achieving your dream can take work.
I just wanted to do a career.
But don't give up.
Changing my life.
Don't ever give up.
Ignore the haters.
They didn't believe that I can do it, and I just proved them that I can.
Independence University.
IU is an online college.
Education online for a better life offline.
So your campus is wherever you want it to be.
Take classes when you want to take classes.
At IU, you receive the tools you need at no extra cost.
Even a brand new laptop and tablet to use in school.
You're going to keep that laptop and tablet when you graduate.
And IU's Career Services work really hard to help you get a job.
You've got to have dreams.
Independence University.
Education online for a better life offline.
1-800-549-3015. 1-800-549-3015.
back to Sunrise Live. It is Wednesday morning. What is this today? The 11th of December, and it's about 8:36. Now, I had plans for a bunch of people. You know, I schedule folks on our show usually 1 or 2 weeks ahead of the date they're coming in. I'm usually about 2 weeks ahead total on my scheduling, usually. Well, we of course had some weather last night and yesterday and got some snow in Conneaut, Kingsville, Ashtabula, you know, all along the lake. Got a pretty good inundation of snow, as you well know by this morning. And one of my real early guests, it was so early there was no way for them to make it in. We're going to reschedule with them. I was kind of wondering how the other 3 folks I have on the show today were going to do with the weather and travel. And I'm still kind of waiting. You know, I was announcing to you that there is the last 2 days of shows here in Conneaut at the Arts Center are coming up this weekend. Now, today's the 11th. Friday the 13th, and don't let that scare you, it doesn't mean anything. Nothing happened. There's no black cats and ladders and all that stuff. At least I hope you don't find any Friday. Friday the 13th at 7, and then Saturday the 14th, a matinee at 12:30, are the last 2 performances of the ballet department at Conneaut Arts Center under Tessa Deutsch's direction is doing A Christmas Carol. Last weekend, I got word from Jessica Berry. We were talking about the show, and I'm promoting the show here on our show. And she said they had real good audiences last week for the first 2, and now there's 2 more to go. Well, I was hoping that one of the characters in the show would be able to be scheduled on my show today. But with all the, I'll tell you, if you'll give me a second, I'm gonna go check the door and see if somebody's here. I mean, I hope that this will work. Excuse me, I'm just off camera a moment. Hopefully we can get one of the Marleys here on the, wait a minute. I think so. Oh, somebody's here. What do we got? Let me check this. Look who's here. Jordan Marley. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad she made it. Oh, look at these, holy mackerel, wish I could do that. Oh my goodness. Jordan Marley, welcome to our program.
Hi.
I'm so glad that you made it here today. You probably wish you were hiding right now. That was really cool. Thank you for making it out today. I know we had a little bit of snow, a little bit of weather, and the roads aren't perfect. Thank you so much for your effort to be here today. And you are all dressed up. You got the chains on, you got the suit on. You're kind of darkened up.
Scary.
Because the Christmas Carol has some great light elements to it, but a little bit of dark elements too.
Absolutely.
We all know that story. If I'm not mistaken, it's the ballet department at Conneaut Arts Center that is putting on this show, and you're a big part of this.
Yeah.
So you're one of the Marleys.
Yeah, well, I'm the only Marley.
Or you're Jordan Marley.
I'm Jordan Marley, yep.
And you're the black, the chains, the everything. Now, you did a couple of moves here. Are those moves that you do in the show?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
I'm going to ask you a question. I know what ballet is because I've seen it. I've watched performances of local people here, especially in Conneaut, and especially through the Arts Center that has a great ballet program. And you've done ballet how many years now total?
this will be my 10th year.
You were like an 11-year-old when you
Yeah.
started? Is that amazing to think back on that?
Yeah.
You mind if I ask you a question, Jordan Marley? Why did you dive into ballet back at 11? Was it friends, family,
Yeah.
what?
So my best friend was in it, and she...
And you weren't?
I wasn't, no, and she forced me to come see one of her dance shows.
Come, you gotta watch me.
I don't want to go see that. I was a tomboy. I thought it was cool to skateboard
Well, just
and
do the-
wear green, and I just thought I was really cool.
Yeah.
And so I went to support her, and I absolutely fell in love with it. So
The
I joined.
physicality, the
Yeah,
what? What do you think?
I loved. It was the costumes, honestly.
What
for
were
me. It
you
was
seeing
the-
with her? What was she in?
So they did Sleeping Beauty.
Okay.
And so they had pink leotards with the flowers all over them and a big romantic tutu and sparkles, and their hair was
And at
just
11,
pulled
you
back
just went, I didn't know this.
Yep, yeah.
So what happened to you then?
I immediately joined after that spring session, and
Here in Conneaut?
Yep.
You're a
yep,
Conneaut person?
Conneaut
All
Arts
right.
Center, yep. And ever since then.
How long have you known Tessa, who directs this show?
10 years. 10 years. Yep.
She's kind of been working with you all this time.
Yeah.
And you've done performances all over the place. I know you guys were in Cleveland recently. A little bit ago, we promoted you before you went to your... And it was short, but that is so cool to just...
Yeah.
What's the furthest from Conneaut you've performed something with ballet? I know Cleveland would be one now, but like where else have you been to perform?
So I went to college at Wright State University in Dayton, Ohio.
Dayton.
So it was about 4 hours away, and I did the fall dance thing there.
Yeah.
But then I came back home after that.
Yeah.
And I've also been to New York City twice.
What have you done out that way?
I went to Joffrey Ballet School.
What'd you think of that place? Everybody knows that name.
Cool. It was so cool.
Was it?
Yeah.
Really neat.
It really was.
Now, since that 11-year-old girl, you've done this 10 years. Boy, and by the way, it's been recent, but happy birthday.
Thank you.
You're 21. You're official now in the adult world, and welcome to all the things the adults have to do. You have to adult now. Sorry about that, Jordan. It does hit you at some point, but thank you. Thank you for the show. Christmas Carol, tell me how, we all know the story. The crabby guy, he's rich, he loves his money, doesn't care about people too much. 3 spirits visit him, the normal story, and then something happens to him when he sees what people would have thought of him after he's gone. They're glad to see him gone when somebody shows him when he dies, here's what people are going to think about you, and they're glad he's gone. He doesn't like any of that I don't think I need to be that kind of person. And he realizes giving of yourself is the way to live life. But we all know the story. How do you translate this into a ballet show? How does that work?
Our Ebenezer Scrooge is actually an Elizabeth Scrooge.
Elizabeth Scrooge.
She's played by Skyla Bowers, a senior at Carnegie High School.
Okay.
And
she's got the title role there.
Yep. And her young Scrooge that comes back in the past.
Because you have to kind of see him as a boy or young person.
Her younger sister, actually, Kiera Bowers.
It's the sister plays the young one.
Yep. So it's perfect.
Cool.
And then Jacob Marley is Jordan Marley.
You're one of the
Jordan
Marleys.
Marley comes back to visit from the dead. She comes back from the dead to visit Scrooge and
that's
says,
why the look you have.
Look what I have to carry around. I was greedy and awful, just like
you bound yourself in chains during your life.
And now you're going to be like this if you don't change. So you either pick these chains or you're going to be visited by 3 spirits.
Oh.
And Scrooge says, all right, I'll be visited by the spirits. And
we go from there?
Yep.
But is there there's music obviously because there's ballet moves. Is there narration throughout the movie, or do we kind of just watch what's going on and know where we are in the story, or how do we keep up with you?
So there's a narration after almost every dance.
I got you.
Davy Jones does the narration for
I know that guy. He's acted in many things. I don't know what else he does. I know he does a lot of things, but I've seen him in a number of performances here at ABOB. And you kind of know him pretty well.
Yeah, I guess.
He's the narrator.
Yep.
So this is on the stage at the Art Center.
Yep.
You can hold about, if you were full, is it like 80 or 100 people or something like that? If it was just loaded up?
About 90.
About 90, that's pretty full.
100 would be our absolute maximum.
Now, you did 2 shows. You did a Friday and a Saturday. Now, those were evening shows at 7.
Yep.
How'd your first weekend go?
Super well, yeah. We were all, I think, sold out on Friday and almost sold out on
opening
Saturday.
day.
Oh, yeah.
Now, this is I don't know if everybody that's in a dance class is in this, but this is from the little kids to the teen.
Yep.
This is everybody in between are in this show. So there'll be some little ones and older ones both.
Yeah.
And then Tessa directs this, and there's music. Are you playing off of a track? How are you doing the music of the show?
We have a bunch of different.
Is that the brochure from the show?
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's not in here. We have a bunch of different songs. We have Pink Floyd's featured quite a bit actually.
Okay.
We have lots of different basic Christmas tunes. Some Mozart, Nox Arcana. There's a bunch of different.
Now, is this traditional? When you go to shows, most of the time you'll see an act 1, some kind of a little break, intermission, act 2, but the acts are divided up into little parts.
Yep.
Is that how this runs?
There's an act 1 and then an act 2.
Okay, and it kind of tells us that Christmas Carol story. Now, is this a show how do I want to ask you this? You're the dancers, you know the dance. Is this a show that's been done around in ballet? There were predetermined moves for every actor. Did you guys make this show up?
Tessa made this whole show.
To explain that. That's why I didn't know if it was something you copy somewhere else.
No,
this is your own thing.
Yeah. Yep. Tessa created this. We did it in 2016 also.
Okay, this version, but it's updated or whatever.
And she created the whole entire thing from scratch.
Oh, that is so cool.
And then we recreated everything this year and had to change a lot.
There's
because
little differences.
We're missing different cast members.
And you got to make it work.
Yeah. So we changed a lot of cast members. Like I got the same part, but everyone else was different.
It's just moved around. Well, think there would be some older and some newbies in the bottom end coming in.
Yeah. So,
okay.
I do a couple dances. Like I choreographed a couple of dances, but almost all of it is all of Tessa's brilliance.
Now, when we're watching this show from our perceived, the dance person knows what you're doing. You know your moves for every song you have to do. It's timing. You have to be in a certain position at certain notes probably. You know all that part. While we're watching, if you're not a ballet, this is what I want. I don't want people to be afraid to come see a ballet performance. I don't know if I like ballet. I don't know if I would understand what I'm seeing. Like if you don't go a lot, or you're not a dancer like you are, that's inside, will we outsiders get the show and understand it?
Yeah, I definitely, especially because there is narration between every single dance, you definitely will. But Tessa has this way with movement where she can make us do anything to tell a story. And the way she has this whole show choreographed, the story just pops. So
see, I'm thinking I'm going to see your final performance Saturday. I think
Yeah.
I'm coming out to Conneaut to see the show. And I'm excited for this because I've seen ballet. I don't see a lot of it. So local, and I love, like Bob and I love to do local stuff. And so do you folks. If you're looking for a great time, are there tickets still available?
Yeah.
You're not sold out yet?
Not yet.
All right. If you want to see A Christmas Carol, the ballet group here, we talk about taking classes, kids classes, the older teen, they've always had, you've been in this 10, 11 years yourself now. And they do a great job, but sometimes it's just kind of under the radar. The kids are doing a great job. They're practicing all the time. They have a performance here or there. And sometimes we right in Conneaut here miss it, not realizing, oh, there's a quality program going on right down in our city. So this is at the Arts Center. Friday night is 7 o'clock. Can you get in like after 6:30 or something like that?
Yeah, the doors open at 6:30.
Okay, so get in Friday. You can still get tickets now. And then Saturday, maybe, and I know some people are like this, they're just not comfortable right now with a night show or can't make it in the evening. This is the one and only matinee show Saturday, and it's 12:30. Should be available to most anybody that wants to go during the day. Now, you call 593-5888. That is the Arts Center number. Got it locked in right here to reserve your tickets. This is something, this could be, I think I look at it as a family show.
Yeah.
Like mom, dad, kids, maybe Grandma and Grandpa watch the kids on a weekend sometimes. You've got something, I guess you could say cultural, fun, and family-wise, but you can all go to see, and it's right here local, and you're supporting the local arts center at the same time. Now, is there anything, do you sell concessions during your shows, or can we get treats while we're there? Do you do that?
We sell popcorn, candy, and then pop and water.
Okay, so that's available. I mean, I just want to know what if the people want to get something like that. All helps out. And these kids, let me ask you this. I mean, we go see performances of whomever, and we don't always stop and think, I'm watching a 2-hour show today with all these folks doing their thing. That wasn't the first time they're on stage, the day you see the show. When did this all start practicing this year?
August. Yep.
Preps and practice
right
was
after
August.
Playhouse,
After the play, you started this.
Yep.
So think, from August to now, 4 shows, they've been prepping all this time, and like, when you get to, is this kind of like a show where this last week before your performance was like a tech week?
Yeah.
You do it all week long kind of a thing. How did things go your first weekend? Was it pretty smooth?
Yeah, it was. Jim Fuller,
I know that name.
Our music director,
I know that name.
Instructor, he let us use his sound equipment.
Okay.
And last year we didn't have that.
Oh, so this is a difference.
It was super nice to be able to hear things on stage and off stage.
Oh, that's nice.
We all have to cram into these 2 very small dressing rooms.
Yep, I've been over there.
We all made it work, so.
But the shows went off pretty well? Like with their, there's a difference, there's a little difference every show you see that's live, that's just live theater. But the shows went off well. Final 2 performances, Christmas Carol. What would you like to tell folks that haven't been out, or maybe they're not, the family members are gonna come. Tell Conneaut and Kingsville folks why they need to come out and see Christmas Carol Friday night or Saturday afternoon. Why should they come out?
Well, we have been working so hard, all of us from pre-ballet all the way up to the adult dancers. We've all been working so hard since August, and for only 4 shows, we want to make sure
this is the last weekend.
Everyone sees this, yeah. And we don't know when we'll do a Christmas Carol next, and it might be different, completely different.
Sure,
so
it might be. So
come
you
out
want
and see us.
Come support the Conneaut Arts Center, Jordan Marley, and others in the program. The ballet kind of version of A Christmas Carol. It's got narration, it's got beautiful music, great dancing. If you're coming out Saturday, I will probably see you out there at the Saturday show. I'm going to go to the matinee Saturday at 12:30. But this Friday, if you're looking for, everybody's home from school, out of work, let's go do something as a family, or make it a date night, whatever you want to do. 7 o'clock, you can get in after 6:30. Enjoy yourself. Just enjoy the hard work that's been put in. And let's face it, it's fun to watch kids showing what they worked so hard to do. The little, when you get to be older and teen, you have to learn how to keep yourself reserved and not look all excited about it because you're a professional. You probably can't keep some of the grins off the little kids' faces because they get excited about this and they're going to be on stage. Yeah. And Grandma, are you coming to watch me? All those things that they go through. And the older ones like that too. They just don't say it as much. Come watch that performance. Do you love this show? Why? You're in it. You made yourself a part of it. You probably could have said, no, I'm busy. Why did you dive into this show?
The last time we did Christmas Carol, it was an opening night and then a closing night. We only had 2 nights. And
wow.
I was Jordan Marley then, and I was the Ghost of Christmas Future. And those were probably my 2 favorite roles that I ever did. Jordan Marley was created for me.
Okay.
Jordan Marley. So,
And are there some of your signature moves as part of your dance part that you do? Because you're very known for certain things. Yeah. That's all incorporated into what you do.
Yeah, and so.
How's it feel this time around?
It feels the same, but also different. I still feel like the magic from Jordan Marley, but it feels better because I'm older and wiser and I know different ways of dancing than I did when I was 17.
The words of a newly minted 21-year-old right here. But you're excited about what you do, and you know what? I think this is what's cool, Jordan. I always appreciate people like you that get into whatever they do. I don't care what they do. When you dive in head first, you're going under the deep water. Whatever happens, happens. You're passionate about it. You're not careless and reckless with it. You go in and do it. It's fun to watch somebody who, like you'd say it on the field, they leave it on the field. Well, they leave it on the stage. They come out, perform for you, do a great job. They know their parts. They tell you the story in dance, and we get to just sit back and enjoy all that hard work right in front of us. So I hope you have a great crowd Friday and Saturday. Conneaut Arts Center, if you need to call them to reserve your tickets, because I'm assuming you can pay at the door.
Yep.
593-5888. Do you want to give the pricing of the tickets while you're here?
So adults is $10, seniors.
Is that like 18 and up or something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Adults is 10, seniors 8, and then students are 5.
Oh, that's a great price range, so the family can come out and enjoy. Friday night 7, and again, they've had some pretty close to sellout shows the first 2 times, so maybe call and reserve your tickets to come out Friday or Saturday, the matinee at 12:30. Maybe that works better for you. Last 2 shows of 2019 of Christmas Carol right here at the Conneaut Arts Center. Jordan Marley, thank you for coming on today and for showing us a couple of your moves. You get out and visit and give them a great showing this weekend as well. We're going to take a little break. We'll come back with some news and events. Then after 9, our good friend Beth Brown from Lake Point is here to talk with us. So we'll be back in just a little bit.
Warriors, you just won the AAC championship. Where are you going next?
We're going to Greg Sweet.
Greg Sweet has always done great deals for everyone in my family, and everyone that I've referred to come to Greg Sweet always has amazing things to say.
Great selection, great people, fast and friendly financing. Why go anywhere else?
Yeah, I absolutely felt like Greg Sweet helped me save a lot of money in purchasing my vehicle.
It's a slam dunk.
At Greg Sweet.
At Greg Sweet Chevy, we're gonna make your day.
I'd been managing my heart condition for years when all of a sudden one day I get a call from my pharmacist. Turns out the medication my doctor had recently prescribed for my high blood pressure could have fatally interacted with my heart medication. My pharmacist saved my life.
Have a great day.
It's nice to know someone's looking out for you. Good Neighbor Pharmacy. Locally owned, locally operated, locally loved.
See the pharmacists at Gertis Pharmacy in downtown Conneaut, your prescription specialists since 1960.
As an actor, I'm proud to do my own stunts, but my body's not always so thrilled. And let's face it, we can all use a little help getting older.
American Standard has been the leader in bathroom products for over 140 years. Each tub is installed by them and comes with a lifetime warranty, including the installation and labor. Enjoy over 20 comfort and safety features, like the ultra-low entry and slip-resistant flooring. Soothe aches and pains with our 44 air and water jet hydrotherapy system. And our patented technology rapidly drains the tub. Other brands can leave you sitting in the cold.
Getting home each night is like heaven when I walk into my tub.
So call now for your free information kit, and for a limited time get $1,500 in savings, including a fully installed free American Standard Right Height toilet.
Don't delay. Call 1-800-372-1527 for your free information kit and $1,500 in savings, including a free toilet. That's 1-800-372-1527. Call now.
Welcome back, man. We're just about ready to close up the second hour of our show today. We've been moving right along on this snow-filled... I put back, as you've noticed throughout the morning, for any of you that have been paying attention in between our show shots, I put back, it was time to take the fall slides out and put the winter snowy slides back in. I think I'm just going to leave them in. I know through the weekend we may get some warmer weather and maybe some of this snow will go away. I don't know for sure. But I think it's about that time of year. I'm just going to leave the winter pictures up. Kind of more appropriate, I feel, at this point. Our area, like I mentioned to you when we first came out in Ashtabula, we got about 8 inches of snow. There might be 6 or so here in Conneaut and along. Kind of the lake shore sort of just got hit. I know South County didn't get hit too badly. My wife went up toward Cleveland. Like, she had to get on 90 West this morning, which we both left about the same time, but I had made sure she was contacting me along the way to tell me how it was. And she said once she kind of got out of our area, it's not bad at all. So we just kind of got hit right on the lake. Got a phone call coming in. Well, good morning. Welcome to Sunrise Live today.
Good morning.
Hey, my friend. You're about 2 hours late with your phone call.
Yeah, I know.
How are you doing, buddy?
All right.
I'm so glad to hear your voice, Kenny. You doing good today?
Not bad. I was taking one of the dogs outside.
You got outside. What do you think about all this snow?
Well, I don't have much snow yet.
You don't have much snow? You got a little bit here in Conneaut. Now, come on.
Well, I can see like about 6 to 12 inches.
Yeah, when you get under 6, you don't even worry about it, do you?
No.
That's not a worry for you. So the dogs got out. That's good. You got out, got a little bit of fresh air. How are you doing today? You still have a little bit of pain, or are you doing better?
Still got a little bit.
Okay. All right. I like to hear when you're feeling better. You sound good today.
Yeah, your auto sounds good.
Hey, the phone call, you don't have a lot of buzzing in your ear, do you?
No.
We got a brand new phone here on the desk. We took out the old system and put a new one in, and everybody tells me the phone call sounds nice and clear now.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with it.
We had a box in here and a phone box in the back room, and something in one of those boxes must have a short or something. I don't know what it is, but this is so much better.
Hit and knocked it off and put it back up there.
Yeah, but you're not hearing anything in your phone now, are you?
No.
Except my sweet, sweet voice.
What do you mean?
Never mind, Kenny. Oh, brother, you're always fun when you call in. I enjoy your phone calls.
Yeah, I see that one lady was there in there a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Talking to you, that ballet lady.
Yeah, Jordan Marley, she plays in Christmas Carol, yeah.
Yeah, I see when she done that ballet by that door there. I said, if I done that, I'd break my leg.
Oh, you and I would be snapped into 3 or 4 pieces, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Those are the kind of things that flexible 21-year-olds can do that us old-timers aren't any good at anymore, brother.
That's right.
So I say let them do it while they can. Enjoy it while you can, right?
Yep.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Kenny, I want you to have a great day today.
Yeah, you think Ohio State's going to win their game?
Dude, I can't wait for the Fiesta Bowl. I know it's on the Saturday after Christmas, 8 o'clock against Clemson. It's not going to be an easy game. But remember, they were behind last Saturday and came out and won the game.
Yeah.
So they can do it. I think they're going to win it.
Well, see, the last time they played Wisconsin, they beat them.
Well, pretty easily. This time, Wisconsin came out ready to go.
Yeah.
But they took it. They took care of business. They did their job. Yeah, I'm looking for.
Quarterback got hurt a little bit.
Yep. I'm going to give Ohio State.
He came right back in.
I'm going to give Ohio State over Clemson 3 points. They're going to win by 3. A field goal. Yeah. What do you think?
14.
You're going with 2 touchdowns ahead, huh?
Yep.
All right. You have a little more confidence, but I'm glad I like that. I feel that out of you, Ken.
Ohio State's number 1.
You better believe it. We love it.
And they're going to be number 1 all the way.
December 28th, we'll be watching the game, right?
Yeah.
All right, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here and watch it and then eat some popcorn.
And then we'll talk about it after the new year and see what everybody thinks about it, right?
That's right.
All right, friend.
Go Ohio.
Go Ohio State. Sorry, Cavaliers. It's not your time this year.
Or the Browns.
Well, they're going to win Sunday, I hope, and make it 7-7. I hope.
I'll never know.
You're right.
Take care now.
Bye, Kenny. Thanks. See, that's how we do it. 440-593-7181. I'm going to take a break since our call went a little bit after 9 o'clock, and I have got Beth Brown out in the wings there waiting for me in the waiting room area outside the studio. She's here from Lake Point Nursing and Rehab right on Parish Road. Man, so much more. It's always been, you could get to it from Lake Road all the time, but it's so much easier now to get in and out of Parish Road from Route 20 with all that work that got done and pretty much finished up out there. We're going to talk with her about what's going on this time of year, how December's going, how Lake Point can maybe serve you or your family in their time of need. Maybe you don't need any kind of help like they offer right now, but you'd like to keep a place in mind when one of those things comes up in life and you go, I got to make some decisions. Where do I go? Maybe we can help you make that decision a little bit easier. And we'll talk about Lake Point with Beth in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
When I fill a prescription.
When I listen to a symptom.
When I offer advice.
I'm not helping a customer. I'm helping my mailman.
I'm helping my son's soccer coach.
I'm helping my dentist.
I'm helping my neighbor.
I'm helping my neighbor.
And together, we're helping our community.
Get to know your neighbor at goodneighborpharmacy.com.
See the pharmacists at Gertis Pharmacy in downtown Conneaut, your prescription specialists since 1960.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, inventor of MyPillow. Thanks to your support, you've helped make MyPillow become one of the fastest growing companies in America. Over the last 12 years, you've helped MyPillow create thousands of jobs right here in the USA.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
That's why I invented MyPillow. My patented fill adjusts to your exact individual needs and helps keep your neck supported and aligned. I'm interrupting this commercial right now to give you deep discounts, not just on my pillows, but also my mattress toppers, sheets, and so much more. For example, you can get body pillows regularly $89.99, only $29.99 with your promo code. With our 60-day money-back guarantee, you have nothing to lose.
Sleep well, America! For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit mypillow.com.
What I like most about Greg Sweet is kindness.
People are talking about us, and we like what they're saying.
He always goes out of his way to make sure that everybody is happy and leaves with a smile on their face.
I shopped around, but I always find they have the best price at Greg Sweet.
I definitely save money at Greg Sweet.
Greg Sweet's my friend. I feel like he's really a friend.
Greg Sweet is number one.
At Greg Sweet Ford, we're gonna make your day.
Thank you for getting through our commercial and break time so well. It's about 9:10. It's Wednesday morning. Man, if you did not pay much attention outdoors yesterday or the news at night, you woke up this morning, snowfall all over the place, but kind of concentrated right along the lake. This was definitely lake effect snow.
Absolutely.
Ashtabula, I know I'm in Ashtabula, we got about 8.
Mm-hmm.
Kingsville and Conneaut, maybe 5, 6. They got some, but then you go south, not much snow. My wife was on the way towards Cleveland on 90 this morning. She got a hold of me. I said, tell me you're safe and everything's cool. I got to my location in an hour. It is, once you get out of our county, not bad. So we just got that blanket right here in our area.
They say Cleveland doesn't have anything.
Yeah, she says very clear. She saw grass in some of the areas going west. So we just got hit.
Yeah.
And by the weekend, when you're at 45, near 50, it'll be all yucky, mushy, and melted.
It was a wet snow. Like
Heavy.
it just kept coming down.
It did.
Down.
It looked beautiful coming down, but boy, we cleaned the car off at night, and then this morning had to do the extra 3 inches on the car this morning, and it had that. It's not when it's wispy snow. Okay, you brush it right off. This had that crust underneath, and we park outside the house, so Yeah, we had a little clean off, and some of you probably been through the same thing. Well, I want to remind you, welcome Beth Brown. Welcome to our show.
Thanks.
I'm glad to have you. You're usually hooked right in here on the second Wednesday of the month for the most part. We have you in representing Lake Point Skilled Nursing and Rehab right on Parish Road. Boy, what a difference that road being open makes.
Oh, it does.
The getting in and out. I'm glad they got it done before winter, but real quick, before we go anywhere else, and you've got a couple of really neat things I want you to show here off in the show, but remind folks, because I always want to make sure people have options in their mind, who or what does Lake Point Nursing and Rehab, what do they do for folks if that need comes up in their life and their family? How can you guys help them?
Well, we have long-term care and short-term care.
Okay.
Short-term would be if you had a knee replacement, hip replacement, and needed therapy in the nursing home.
For just so long?
Correct.
Okay. And you stay there and you get your therapy there, and then after your time's done, you'd move back home or
you
whatever.
go home.
Okay, all
Or
right.
wherever you may go.
How long do some short, like say operations, hip or knees, what are the usual stays people sort of see? Month or less or more?
Yeah, like 4 to 6 weeks.
About in that zone?
Yeah,
Depending on how
depending on-
fast they heal up and kind of a thing. If they're doing therapy right there, and again, I haven't seen it in action, but I kind of have a mental picture. How often, is it everybody different in how often they do a therapy, or is it always like twice a day, 3 times? How often do you do it when
It
you're in
just
it?
depends on the patient.
The doctor's orders of how much to
Right.
do. So it probably depends on how you're healing, how you're going.
Right.
But you could do therapy right in your facility.
We have a therapy room that's probably 6 times as
This studio
room.
size?
This room, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's
and all sorts of
huge.
equipment and things to use, and you get people back in shape.
Right, or they'll go to their room,
Okay,
if
yeah.
necessary, and do stuff there too.
So short-term care after maybe operations or something like that is an option. Now the long-term side is what?
Even heart attacks and strokes, we could do short-term care too.
Oh, you do that
I
as well?
always leave that out.
Well, because there are, I guess after you have that and you've survived and you're getting better, they rehab you, you start working out again for those heart reasons too.
Right, right.
And you do that?
We do that also.
Is that usually most people like a month or 6 weeks in that kind of a stay, or is that different?
Depending on what other medically they might have wrong with them too.
Okay, but
Or
you're
their
an
age.
option for short-term care if your doctor says, hey, after this is done, we need you to do this for a while, whatever they prescribe. You're a place to do that. Right here, local in Conneaut, close by. Now, what does the long-term side mean? What is that all about?
So,
Who might do that?
there's numerous, people depending on maybe you can't live on your own.
You can do some things, but not everything.
Right, or you.
Are there physical limitations sometimes these people may have?
Or you can't take, you forget to take your medicine.
Okay.
It could be memory. It could be, you have seizures.
Okay.
Goodness, I'm trying to think. That's a hard one to even.
Well, I'm just thinking
because we have so many long term.
And some have lived there. Well, we've had a few guests on that you've had for a number of years have been out there.
There's so many, but I don't see them like that. I see them
They're
like
your
us
friends
every
at
day.
work,
I just see them as regular people
You don't
every
know every
day,
medical thing they're doing.
Right.
But they're there. So, but the long-term care is one of the things Lake Point does.
Yes. I mean, it could be memory too,
Okay.
Dementia.
Okay.
We have one lady that has seizures all the time.
So are they, you can tell me this part, in your building there, if you haven't taken a view or visited yet, by the way, Beth will tell you, I'm just going to repeat it before she says it, they like you to come out and visit anytime you'd like, when it's, when they're open, it's convenient for you. Come check the place out and see what they're all about. But, like, are most people that live there long-term, is it like your own room, you're bunking with a couple of friends,